Harper Audio presents The Spinster's Guide to Scandalous Behaviour, The Seduction Diaries, by Jennifer McQuiston, performed by Lana J. Weston. Prologue. London, 1850. It was a closed casket by necessity, not protocol. But that didn't keep people from coming. They milled about the drawing room, sombre clothing and whispered voices coalescing into a dark smear of sight and sound. Some had come to grieve, others to gawk. He was far too drunk to remember their names, but not yet drunk enough to drown them all out, so he took another surreptitious swig of whiskey from his flask and tried not to scowl. Through the din of the room's murmured speculations, his mind added its own rehearsed explanations for his sister's closed casket. She suffered terribly in the end. She'd not want to be remembered that way. Ensuring, unfortunately, that Josephine would be remembered the other way. Young, pregnant, unmarried. Damn it all. But what was he supposed to say to these people? That Josephine had wanted to die? That perhaps now, at least, she could find the sort of peace and respect she had been denied in life? The guests might be here in his home, offering their condolences, but there was an edge of macabre fascination to their voices. They'd never have forgotten the scandal as long as she had lived among them. Well, Josephine had solved that problem, hadn't she? The entire room believed she had died in childbirth, the babe along with her. The truth, however, was somewhat more damning. "I must speak with you, Lord Branston." Thomas was startled enough to momentarily forget the siren's call of the whiskey. Here, at least, was a name he could remember, even dead drunk. Miss Gabrielle Highton. He turned his head until his bleary gaze focused on the face of the woman he still hoped to marry, despite all that had transpired. "Gabrielle?" he croaked. "Yes." She wrinkled her pretty nose. "Are you unwell?" Unwell. That was one way to put it. He breathed in, wishing the room wasn't swaying. I am glad you came." He hadn't been sure she would. She stepped closer until he could smell her perfume, a floral scent that reminded him now too much of the flowers draped across his sister's casket. Lilium candium, his brain helpfully supplied. It was telling, perhaps, that he could remember the flower's name in his drunken state, but not the names of half the people in the room. How long had it been since he'd studied botany at university? A far less important question than how many minutes he ought to wait before taking another swig of whiskey. His fingers tightened around the flask as Gabrielle's gaze hovered to the left and right, but wouldn't quite meet his. "I came because I needed to tell you." She drew a deep breath, making dread shift in his stomach, pooling alongside the whiskey. "And because I knew you would be here." Her eyes finally met his and held. "You've not been at home the other times I tried, you see," she accused. Thomas gritted his teeth. No, he'd not been at home. There were arrangements to make, funerals to organize, bottles to drink. And tell him what, precisely? He could understand if Gabrielle had a desire to speak with him, considering the depth of his sister's scandal, but whatever his betrothed had to say was a conversation best had in private, not at the foot of a casket. He deserved a chance to explain. Beg, if necessary. "I will call on you tomorrow," he said, his voice hoarse, his hand outstretched. "We might speak then." But she was already twisting the betrothal ring from her finger. He felt the cold press of it against his open palm. "I am sorry, my lord, but I think it is best if I do not see you again." His fingers curled over the ring. Bloody hell! Would she no longer even call him Thomas? He'd kissed this woman for Christ's sake, offered her his hand and title in marriage. But apparently his intended considered the title of Marchioness a poor payment for enduring the taint left by his sister's ruin, because she was already turning for the door. Gabrielle's departure had not gone unnoticed either. Around him the crowd was stirring, the whispers shifting. It was one thing to be left at the altar, but this was a different notion entirely. As the vultures circled closer, and the woman who had once been his future slipped out of the drawing-room door, he took another generous sip of whiskey, not even bothering to try to hide the flask this time. Let them gawk, let them talk. It no longer mattered. Perhaps his sister had found the right solution after all, and perhaps it was time for him to disappear as well. Chapter 1. London, April 1853. Wilson, the ageing butler who ruled Cardwell House with a glove-covered fist, sometimes acted as though there was a metal prod shoved up his bum. Not that good posture wasn't an essential element of the position, and by all accounts Wilson was excellent at his job. But today that prod looked to have been heated in a fire prior to insertion. And that meant someone, most likely her, was about to catch a scolding. Lucy Westmore sighed into the silence of the greenhouse, resenting this small intrusion more than she should. Wilson didn't say a word as he pulled to a halt in front of her, carrying his omnipresent silver tray. Not that he had to. His scowl was loud enough. But years of dealing with the old butler's frowns had taught her the best recourse was to head off his lecture with a well-placed apology. So she brushed the dirt from her hands, peered up from where she was kneeling, and tried to fit a repentant smile to her face. "I know I missed calling hours again, Wilson, and I am sorry, truly I am. I just need a few more minutes." She shoved a fistful of blonde hair out of her eyes while she waited for his response. Damn, but it was hot in the greenhouse today, the air thick and musty and oppressive. Perhaps she had spent one too many hours here, sweltering over the sweet pea seedlings she was preparing for the St. James Orphanage community garden. A drop of sweat slid down her nose, and Lucy's gaze settled on the butler's balding pate. It would be heavenly to do something similar with her own unruly hair. She was tempted to giggle as she imagined what his scowl might look like then, but giggling never helped her cause where Wilson was concerned. He'd been butler to her father for 17 years, and to the previous Lord Cardwell for 20-odd years before that. As such, he commanded a familiarity none of the other servants dared. She might be 21 years old and of an age to mind her own affairs, but he never failed to scold her, should the circumstances call for it, which, admittedly, they usually did. But couldn't he see this was important? Growing impatient now, Lucy rocked back on her heels and gestured to her dirt-stained trousers. "Surely you wouldn't have wanted me to receive callers dressed like this. It would have been ever so much worse." When his scowl deepened, she switched tactics. "Would it help if I promised to apologize to Mother and Lydia later?" Although she was quite sure Lydia wouldn't mind. As far as sisters went, she was the lovely, forgiving sort. Mother, on the other hand. The thought of her mother's reaction to her tardiness, and her trousers, was enough to make Lucy wince. She should have quit the greenhouse hours ago, but she'd simply lost track of time. Yes, that was what she would say. Hopefully, it sounded like a more reasonable excuse than the truth, which was that she'd rather extract Wilson's metal prod from his bum and shove it in her eye than suffer through another round of prescribed calling hours with Mother. For Lucy, they were an excruciating reminder of just how awfully her life was about to change. She might have agreed to go through with it, but she'd be damned if she delivered herself trussed and bound for the upcoming season 1 second earlier than necessary. "I will change before dinner," she added, "and I promise I will try to remember calling hours next week. But these seedlings are wilting, and I must—" "Miss Lucy," Wilson interrupted, which would have seemed a terribly rude thing for a butler to do if she hadn't been so relieved he was finally speaking to her. "Save your explanations for your mother. I suspect you will need them this time." She bit her lip. "She is very angry." 2 bushy brows lifted high, like grey moustaches above his eyes. "Lady Cardwell spent half the afternoon making excuses for your absence, and the other half bemoaning your future. I even saw her look out the front window, no doubt to see if you were swinging from a tree." Lucy flushed. "I haven't done that since I was a child." Wilson cocked his head, his silence deafening. "Fine, since I was 17. She sighed, realizing how awful that sounded. What self-respecting 17-year-old still climbed trees? But she'd never been like other girls, and despite her best intentions, despite constantly stifling her natural impulses and trying to behave the way a proper lady would, she was beginning to reach the conclusion she probably never would. "Honestly, I am not trying to upset her, Wilson. I just have different interests." He shook his head, as though she were a hopeless case. "Well, I have not come because of your mother, or even because of the calling hours you have so predictably missed." He leaned forward, slowly extending the tray he carried. "You've a package. It came in today's post." Lucy was startled enough to fall silent. Not quite the vehemence of his usual objections to her penchant for wallowing in dirt and trouble, but then Wilson was as slippery as an eel. No doubt he was biding his time, waiting for her guard to drop. She climbed to her feet and eyed the proffered tray. At first glance the package seemed rather innocuous. About 10 inches square and wrapped in brown paper, it sat on the butler's silver salver like a large, plain cousin to the dainty white letters that surrounded it. Its appearance sparked some mild curiosity, but then again, most correspondents did. She regularly received letters from her brother, Geoffrey, who was part way through his first year at university. She also maintained a vigorous communication with several philanthropic organizations and a felon or two besides, if one considered her campaign to improve the conditions for prisoners in Newgate. But as her eyes settled over the handwriting on the outside of the package, she felt a sudden quiver in her stomach, because the parcel was addressed in the same distinctive scrawl that adorned the Christmas cards Aunt E. sent every year from Cornwall. And a package from Aunt E. engendered more than mild curiosity when you considered the woman had died 2 weeks ago. Her fingers reached out, and Wilson jerked back the tray. "Oh, no, Miss Lucy, not until you wash your hands." She glared down at her fingers. Bugger it all. They were only a little dirty, not to mention the fact she was a goddamn grown woman of 21 years. "You are a cruel beast of a man, Wilson." A smile finally claimed his broad, wrinkled face. I am at least a clean, cruel beast of a man. He pointed a gloved finger toward the washstand that waited at the greenhouse entrance. And I'll not have you sullying my tray. We've just polished the silver. Lucy stalked toward the washstand, grumbling out loud, mainly because she knew Wilson expected her to. As she scrubbed her hands, she pondered what the arrival of such a parcel could mean. For years, her aunt's only correspondence with the family had been a single annual Christmas card, signed with an impersonal E. It was unconventional at best, cold-hearted at worst, an annual reminder the woman cared so little for her family she couldn't be bothered to think of them more than once a year. She didn't even wait for the butler's footsteps to fade before tearing open the brown paper wrapping. Several items fell to the greenhouse floor, tinkling on the Egyptian tile, but she was too intrigued by the series of leather-bound books emerging in her hands to pay them much mind. Why had Aunt E sent her books? And more to the point, how had she done it, given that the package clearly must have been posted after her death? Lucy opened the cover of the top book and read the inscription on the first page. The Diary of Edith Lucille Westmore, January 1st, 1813. Though the air in the greenhouse was warm and heavy, a chill rippled down her spine. Apparently, her mysterious Aunt E had a name, a real name, not just a single detached letter. Part of it, at least, was Lucy's own name. Why had no one ever told her? She closed the cover, suddenly feeling nervous. There appeared to be 4 volumes, and in her hands they felt terribly old, with small cracks in the leather and gaps in the stitching. But the physical history of the diaries paled in comparison to the history of the woman they represented. Lucy was holding a more intimate knowledge of her aunt than she had ever been permitted to know in real life, and she didn't know whether to lock the books away unread or fall upon them voraciously and read them from cover to cracked cover. She glanced down at the drooping seedlings, suddenly feeling far less enthusiastic about the orphanage's garden. Her gaze shifted to several other items, scattered about her feet and glinting amidst the spilled dirt. There was a folded letter of some sort, as well as a key and a piece of jewellery. She bent down and reached out her hand, gathering them up. The necklace intrigued her, a pendant strung on a black velvet ribbon. Lucy ran a finger over the shifting colours in the stone, green, gold, and brown. She'd never seen anything like it on the necks of women in London. Then again, she'd never seen her aunt on the streets of London either. Unfolding the letter, she held her breath. Dear Lucille. Her fingers tightened against the paper. Anyone who knew her understood she preferred to be called Lucy, but her aunt was a complete enigma to her. It served that the reverse might be true as well. I know you must be surprised to receive this package, given that by now I am quite dead. But I suspect someone, probably a man, will try to thwart my wishes, and so I have taken this step to ensure my intentions are honoured. The life of a peer's daughter is difficult. Believe me, I understand, more than you know. But to be the eccentric daughter of a peer is harder still, and even as a 6-year-old child it was clear you marched to your own tune. My hope is that in reading my diary you will understand the choices I have made. It is up to you to sort out whether your own independence is worth the price I paid for mine. Probably someone will try to convince you I was mad. Or worse, that you are yourself. But I lived my life the way I wanted, and I vow I shall greet death
in a similar fashion. My only hope is that you find the courage to as well. I am leaving you more than my journal, Lucille. I am also leaving you Heathmore Cottage. It isn't much, I know, but perchance it might offer you the freedom to choose your own future. Guard its secrets well, Lucille. And remember me fondly, as I have always remembered you. E.
The air pushed from Lucy's lungs in a confused rush. Aunt E had left her Heathmore. And what was this nonsense about secrets and fond memories? It was all so odd. She barely knew her aunt, certainly not well enough to have shed more than the perfunctory tear when news of her death had reached London. The family had not even travelled to Cornwall for the funeral, save for father, who was more or less morally obligated to see his older sister buried. Confused, Lucy lifted the key to a skein of sunlight streaming through the greenhouse roof, studying its ridges and angles. She possessed only the dimmest memory of Heathmore Cottage from a summer visit when she had been about 6 years old. She could recall a whitewashed home overlooking choppy green waters and the steady beat of wind in her face. Though she could no longer remember the curve of her aunt's cheek, she retained a clear memory of a set of glass figurines lifted down from a mantel and placed in her chubby hands. Unsettled by the sudden rush of memories, Lucy shoved the key and the necklace into her trouser pocket, then folded the letter and stowed it between the pages of the top journal. She'd been a fanciful child, and those memories of Heathmore were murky at best. She remembered far better the things that happened after that summer. Soon thereafter, grandfather had died, and her father assumed the title. Governesses and curmudgeonly butlers had been introduced into her life, and all contact with her aunt had contracted to that single, lonely card at Christmas. More's the pity. From what little she could remember, it had been a fun visit. Then again, Wilson hadn't been part of her life yet to spoil her fun. As far as handshakes went, it was a fine, firm one. But firm or not, Thomas's mind was not entirely eased. According to his understanding of Miss E.'s last will and testament, which had been read just this morning by the solicitor up from St. Ives, he was not shaking hands with the correct person. "You are sure your daughter will approve the sale, Lord Cardwell?" Thomas glanced uneasily at the 2-story Crofters cottage, which was now, for better or worse, his responsibility. Built on the most exposed part of the cliff, Heathmore Cottage braced itself against the wind like a stooped old soul, leaning ever so slightly off-centre. The front door lay open, its broken latch dangling. They'd had some difficulty gaining entrance without a key, a fact remedied by Thomas's forceful shoulder applied against the salt-weathered wood. That had sparked his first twinge of guilt, as if he was somehow trespassing to conduct a buyer's inspection without a proper key. The second twinge of guilt had come over the price. There had been little by way of actual negotiation. He simply named a figure, £400, to include both the cottage and the surrounding property, and Lord Cardwell immediately accepted. Not that the dwelling he'd just purchased inspired much by way of confidence. He might have even paid too much. The stone walls of the old farmhouse had once been plastered white, but now appeared a sickly grey, and in some places the plaster had fallen completely away to show the darker stone beneath. The roof's thatching was infested with mould and vermin, and would need to be completely replaced, preferably with something a bit more modern. And thanks to the leaking roof, the floorboards in the bedrooms above stairs were rotting. Miss E. hadn't even lived here in several years, preferring instead to take cleaner and drier rooms in town. Of course, he wasn't interested in the condition of the dwelling. His real interest lay in the property itself and the 100 or so acres surrounding the cottage. Thanks to his time at university, Thomas was the only formally educated soul in Lizard Bay, save the vicar. The townspeople seemed largely oblivious to the potential in the coastal soil, but he knew the true value of the property, thanks to his scientific curiosity and the long hours he'd spent prowling the surrounding fields and cliff tops. But admitting he coveted Heathmoor for reasons beyond making his home here wouldn't help his cause, and so he kept those thoughts to himself. Lord Cardwell waved a hand toward the ramshackle cottage. "Oh, I can assure you, Lord Branston, my daughter has no need for a falling-down house. She has her first season nearly upon her, and a husband to find. Until then, she has her charities to keep her busy." Thomas felt a slight easing of his conscience. If, as her guardian, Lord Cardwell found it prudent to handle his young daughter's more distracting affairs, who was he to gainsay the decision? Miss Westmore sounded very young and naive, likely just 18, if her first season was looming large. Probably one of those flighty London beauties who lived and breathed for her debut. He'd known a girl like her, once upon a time. Thought even to marry her. It had been 3 years since his sister's funeral. 3 years since he'd left the cruel gossip and the whispers of those who would judge her. Josephine had been all the family he had in the world, and he failed her utterly. The disquieting reminders of London and the ghosts that lingered there were good enough reason to seal this deal in the most expedient way possible. Lord Cardwell was leaving tomorrow, and Thomas didn't want the negotiations to stretch back to the city if he could help it. He'd been able to forget, in a fashion, secreted away here in Cornwall. Or, if not forget, at least accept the painful path his sister had chosen. But he suspected he would remember all too well, should he be forced to return to London. Or worse, someone else would remember, put together the pieces, destroy what little solace he had been able to cobble together. "Besides," Cardwell went on, "I suspect my daughter will appreciate the money. She's always sending various charities her pin money." Thomas didn't have to force the smile that rose to his lips. At least he could identify with that sentiment. A certain spinster he had known had also enjoyed such things, once upon a time. "As I am sure you know, your sister was also a staunch supporter of worthy causes," he said. In fact, Thomas himself had once been one of Miss E.'s worthy causes. She'd been the first to welcome him when he arrived at this barren outpost 3 years ago. Others in town had initially viewed him with suspicion. Not that he blamed them. He had been silent and sullen, the stink of London and whiskey clinging to him like a miasma. But Miss E. had befriended him, and there was no denying the townspeople respected her. Her reputation in town had been a strange, perplexing phenomenon, one Thomas was never able to properly sort out. She was clearly an outsider, eccentric and outspoken, regularly interrupting the vicar's Sunday service with her own contrary thoughts on the sermon. Cantankerous was the word that came to mind. But once Thomas had been taken under her prickly wing, there was no longer any question of his acceptance in Lizard Bay. Miss E. had forced him to look beyond his drunken solace to the world beyond. He missed her a good deal. If only her brother did as well. "Sounds like my sister," Cardwell agreed, showing few signs of mourning beyond a ring of dark circles below his eyes. "She was forever trying to right the wrongs of the world, but I still can't imagine what possessed Edith to think this was an appropriate bequest for my daughter." His voice trailed off, doubtful, it's falling to pieces. Perhaps Miss E. thought your daughter had fond memories of the place, Thomas offered, though he'd not seen Lord Cardwell, nor the man's daughter, once in the 3 years he lived here. How many memories could the chit have? Cardwell shook his head. My daughter was quite young the last time we visited. I doubt she even remembers the journey. More likely Edith has some plot afoot. God rest her soul. She always did. A plot? Thomas raised a brow, his mouth twisting with surprise. Surely it's just her way of showing a kindness. Perhaps. Cardwell sounded tired. But with no money to cover the repairs, this seems more of a burden for my daughter than a boon. I can't help but wonder what my sister was thinking. He looked back at the house, frowning. I hadn't realized Edith had permitted the house to fall into such disrepair. Why didn't she tell me she was in need of financial assistance? I sent her £20 a quarter, but I would have gladly sent her more money if she'd asked. Thomas bit back a retort. £20 a quarter might have been enough for a frugal spinster to live on, but it couldn't cover the upkeep of an aging cottage. And if he knew Miss E., she would have felt guilty for accepting her brother's charity, and been far too proud to ask for more. The fact that Cardwell called his sister Edith was proof enough the man scarcely knew her. Everyone in the little town of Lizard Bay, from the grocer to the vicar, had called her Miss E. If Lord Cardwell had bestirred himself to come down from London to visit his sister once in a while, he might have seen Heathmoor's decline with his own eyes and intervened before it reached this sorry state. But given the fact that the home's dilapidated condition was the cause of this quick sale, Thomas held his tongue. I feel a bit guilty, Lord Cardwell went on. I should probably pay you to take Heathmoor Cottage off my daughter's hands. It's out in the middle of nowhere, with not even a proper road to get here. You'll need the devil's luck to turn it into something usable. No need to worry. Thomas forced a smile to his lips. I like the solitude the property offers. With a little work and polish, I think it will shape up as a nice escape from town. Not that Lizard Bay was much of a town, and one scarcely needed to plan an escape from the few hundred souls who made their home there, but he vowed he would try to make Heathmoor Cottage livable again, if only to breathe truth into the deception he felt so uncomfortable about fostering. I admired your sister, Lord Cardwell, he added, hoping to ease the man's conscience. Miss E. was always kind to me. I am happy to help her family by removing this burden from your hands. And if Heathmoor's hidden treasures had been left in the hands of a flighty young thing from London, a fine, firm handshake with the girl's father was surely a reasonable means to an end. From the Diary of Edith Lucille Westmore, January 1st, 1813. Dear Diary, I had always planned to start the new year by keeping a journal. I simply hadn't counted on having to start a new life as well. But I cannot see a different way forward. No matter Father's vile threats, I refuse to marry a gout-ridden peer who is twice my age. In truth, I think I would be deranged to carry it through. A wife belongs to her husband, by law, by nature's edict. But a woman alone belongs to herself. I want Father's approval, truly I do. It feels as though I have spent half my life trying in vain to please him, and the other half utterly failing. But if he thinks to control me with threats of an asylum, he doesn't know me at all. I will make my own choice in this. I must, if I am to remain sane. Chapter 2. Lucy pushed her food around her plate and stole a sideways glance down the dining-room table. Father had returned home today, looking worn out and weary from his travels, as though he'd gone nearly to hell and back. Well, not hell, precisely. Hell was at least a few degrees farther south. On every map she'd ever seen, Cornwall stretched away to the west, all the way to the ocean. But knowing where Heathmore Cottage lay on a map wasn't the same as seeing it with her own eyes. She was bursting with questions over the inheritance Father still hadn't mentioned, though they were now well into the fourth course of dinner. What little she had read from the first of Aunt E's diaries had left her with more questions than answers. Was her aunt truly mad? Her diary entries hinted she'd possessed a passionate, determined nature. Lucy couldn't imagine being committed to an asylum simply for refusing to marry. But, sane or not, the person Aunt E had been was coming alive through the scribbled pages of her journals. Why did no one speak of her death? Why did no one speak of her life? As her mother discussed plans to visit the modiste for yet another mind-numbing fitting before the start of the season, Lucy slid a hand into the pocket of her skirts, running a finger over the slim iron key she had taken to carrying about, like a talisman. If she didn't soon take matters into her own hands, she was either going to be forced to strangle the modiste or her mother. Neither murder would get her any closer to Cornwall. So she put down her fork and cleared her throat. Her mother's head swiveled in her direction, her brow pinched in annoyance. "Lucy," she admonished, "how many times must I tell you? A lady does not clear her throat. It sounds very common." "But I have something I wish to say." "Well, a lady should never say too much, particularly during dinner. It would never do to interrupt the conversation of the gentleman seated next to you." Lucy stifled a groan, recognizing the familiar pattern of this conversation, namely, how disastrous the upcoming season was bound to be, given the sorry state of her manners. "But there isn't a gentleman seated next to me." She lifted a hand in her sister's direction. "There is only Lydia, and no one would ever mistake her for a man." "Probably because she doesn't wear trousers." Her mother's eyes narrowed. "Pity we can't say the same about you." Lucy bit her lip to keep from saying something she would regret. Damn Wilson and his interfering gossip. Her mother sighed and placed her fork down next to her plate. "Can't you see how important this is, dear? For heaven's sake, the season is only 2 weeks away, and you should be seizing every opportunity to practice, not prowling about the greenhouse in trousers. Do you want to be a disaster?" "I'm sorry," Lucy mumbled automatically. "I will try harder." "Well, you must start tonight. If you wish to engage in conversation with a gentleman, you must first listen." Her mother tilted her head, demonstrating. "Wait for a break in the conversation, and then catch your partner's eye." She fluttered her eyelashes, a nonsensical bit of artifice for any able-bodied female, but particularly outrageous when wielded by a 40-odd-year-old viscountess who lectured her daughters like a Roman general. "When they acknowledge you, speak quietly and demurely." Lucy rolled her eyes. The gentleman she must meet during the coming season sounded very dull indeed. "Then how will anyone hear me?" "We hear Lydia when she speaks," her mother pointed out. "You might take a page from her book. Listen more. Practice a little self-restraint." She paused, her gaze scattering across Lucy's hair. "Let your maid curl your hair, for a change." Beside her, Lucy could feel Lydia stiffen. Most young women would preen under such praise, but Lydia's obvious discomfort was just another reason why Lucy loved her half-sister to distraction. The illegitimate daughter of father's former mistress, Lydia had been brought to Cardwell House after her mother died. She and Lucy had grown very close in the 4 years since Lucy's older sister, Claire, had married a prominent London doctor and moved into her own home. Lydia deserved a season of her own, and there was no denying she possessed a sweet, gentle temperament far better suited for the role of hopeful debutante. But circumstances being what they were, she was to be relegated to the shadows this season, so as not to steal the spotlight away from Lucy's sure-to-be disastrous come-out. Though she didn't envy Lydia her former life, Lucy did sometimes envy her current position. Illegitimate daughters didn't need to have seasons if they didn't want to, and no one cared whether or not they curled their hair. Father cleared his throat, which was apparently a fine sound for a man to make. "Well, Lucy, you've got the entire table's attention now. What did you wish to tell us?"
"It is just, I am glad you are back," she said, apparently too loudly, given the way her mother glared down the table. She drew a deep breath, striving for quiet and demure. "Do tell us, Father," she said, feeling as false as her voice. "How did the trip to Cornwall go?" He grimaced.
"It was not particularly pleasant. I am glad it is done, at any rate." His attention drifted back to his plate. Lucy squirmed in her seat, though she knew it would probably earn her an admonishment from her mother to sit like a lady. Surely there was more to the trip than that. "Oh, to hell with it," she muttered under her breath, causing Lydia to cower. She leaned forward and braced her hands on either side of her plate. "Is Heathmore Cottage the same as I remember?" she blurted out. Father looked up. "Heathmore?"
"Yes," Lucy nodded. "Aunt E's house."
He blinked at her from behind his spectacles. "I don't even see how you remember it. You can't have seen it since you were, 4 years old?" "I was 6, she told him, not liking the downward slope to her father's brow. "It's a white stone cottage perched on a cliff." "My white stone cottage," her mind insisted on adding. "My cliff." Yes." He rubbed the back of his neck. "I mean, no, Heathmore is not at all the same. You wouldn't recognize it, I fear. Fortunately, I left things there well settled." Lucy stared at her father with a growing sense of unease. Settled? Things were anything but settled. In fact, she was feeling decidedly unsettled. Behind her father's spectacles, his eyes weren't meeting hers. A wisp of unease uncurled in her stomach. "I ask because I received a package from Aunt E this week," she told him. "A package?" Surprise sharpened Mother's voice. "How is that even possible? The woman died 2 weeks ago." "She must have had someone mail it in the event of her death," Lucy reasoned. She slid a hand into her pocket, her fingers dancing over the key. How much to reveal? The journal seemed a terribly private gift to mention. If Aunt E had wanted others to see them, she wouldn't have taken such pains to see the pages delivered in so surreptitious a manner. The necklace, too, was something she didn't want to share. God knew it wasn't the sort of jewellery one wore to church. Heathmore Cottage, on the other hand, was a gift that could not be hidden. She pulled out the key and held it up. "Apparently, she left me her house." There was a moment of shocked silence, where Lucy was quite sure she could hear the air settle in her lungs. But then her mother made a strangled sound that was anything but demure. "Oh, for heaven's sake! That woman was mad!" Lydia clapped her hands together. "Oh, Lucy, your own house!" she exclaimed, not a trace of envy in her blue eyes. "What a generous bequest!"
"It isn't generous, it's ludicrous," Mother snapped.
"I declare, that woman was always tottering on the edge of insanity. For her to reach out now, when it might sully Lucy's reputation, just as her first season is about to start." Her voice hitched. It's unconscionable." Father offered a weary sigh. "So that's what happened to the key to Heathmore Cottage," he murmured. "I had wondered what my sister was up to." He held out a palm, beckoning for Lucy to pass the key forward up the table. "I'll just send the key on to Lord Branston. I'd hate for him to have to buy a new lock when we have a perfectly good key in hand." Lucy closed her fingers over the key. "Who is Lord Branston? And more to the point, why did he have need of her key?" Her father frowned. "Now, Lucy, be reasonable. Branston's offer to buy the place is a bit of a relief. The house is falling down, and it is miles from the nearest town, without even a proper road to speak of. I can't understand why he wants to buy it, but he says he likes the solitude." Lucy's face grew warm. Oh, bugger it all. Aunt E had been right. Someone was trying to thwart her wishes. And bless her aunt's no longer beating heart, it was a man. 2 men, in fact. "You've sold my property," she demanded. "To a hermit." "Not a hermit." Her father's frown deepened. "A marquis. I admit it was a bit of a surprise to find someone so cultured in a town like Lizard Bay." Lucy swallowed the growl that wanted to escape her throat. "Cultured or no, how can he buy Heathmore when I've never even spoken to the bloody man? Aunt E left the property to me." She shoved the key back in her pocket. "I am of age, and I am in possession of the key. It should be my decision whether or not to sell it." Beside her, Lydia made a small squeak of protest. Lucy ignored her. She didn't want to upset her sister, who always grew pale and nervous during domestic squabbles, as if the family she'd been fortunate enough to find was in danger of disintegrating before her eyes. But this wasn't a battle she could back down from. Not if she wished to claim her inheritance. Father stared at her as though she had grown 2 heads. "Frankly, I am surprised to hear of your interest in the place. I've never seen you show the slightest interest in anything beyond your petty distractions in London." Lucy felt a familiar spark of anger to hear her work so described, as though her philanthropic pursuits were some form of childish amusement. She wanted nothing more than her father's approval, lived and breathed for the occasional word of praise. Why couldn't he, for once, acknowledge her accomplishments? Had he any notion of how hard she worked? How many sleepless nights she'd spent, penning letter after letter, hoping to change the course of the world? "They are not petty," she retorted, "and one has nothing to do with the other." "Lucy," he said, chidingly now, "truly I have done you a favour to dispose of Heathmore Cottage so expeditiously." He reached into his jacket pocket and drew out a banknote, waving it as though it was a flag of truce. "And you've £400 for your trouble." He handed it to a footman, who brought it down to Lucy. "Perhaps you might like to send it on to one of your nice charities, Lucy glared down at the banknote. Nice charities? Oh, for heaven's sake! Didn't he understand she corresponded with felons? "How could it be only £400? She demanded. She might not remember much about Heathmore, but she did recall how the fields above her aunt's house had seemed to stretch to the moon. She glared at her father. "Why, there must be dozens of acres." "Around 100, I think. But it isn't arable land." A more useless bit of heath and bog I've ever seen. Trust me, I've done you a favour.
Lucy's nails dug deep into the skin of her palms. Whether or not I sell it, and who I sell it to, is a decision I will make for myself. She lifted her chin. I insist on inspecting the property myself. We can leave tomorrow. Her mother's hand flew to her throat, fluttering in agitation. Lucy, you can't be serious. Your father just returned from that godforsaken place, and your season is about to start. Her voice rose to a hysterical notch. We've waited for this year for too long already. Any longer, and you'll be too far on the shelf to have any chance of a good match. And what a pity that would be, Lucy grumbled mutinously. Her father leaned back in his chair.
Don't be obstinate about this, Lucy. It's an impossible idea. The cottage is falling down, and it is infested with rats and vermin, quite uninhabitable.
Lucy glared at him. Had her parents any notion that, to her, the thought of the coming season, an archaic process that more or less sold young women of good breeding to the highest bidder, was enough to give the idea of living in a rat-infested cottage a good deal of appeal? If it is so terrible, she pointed out, then why does Lord Branston want it? She crossed her arms over her chest. I would like to see Heathmoor for myself. Only then will I know whether selling the property is the right choice, and I must remind you, I am 21 years old. I am of an age to make my own decisions on this matter. At that, her father's face turned an unfortunate shade of red. And how do you think you will get there? He asked, his voice a tangle of irritation. You'd need train fare to Salisbury, an overnight stay at the inn, and then a coach to take you on from there. All of that costs money, and that is the one thing my sister didn't leave you. I will use my pin money, she declared hotly. If you have any saved, I suppose you are welcome to try. At Mother's squeak of protest, her father raised his hand, as though asking for a moment to explain. But I refuse to give you a penny more. Lucy gaped at him. You would take away my pin money. As you have so enthusiastically pointed out, you are of age. He raised a brow in challenge. But I know you, Lucy. You haven't any money saved. Perhaps if you put it away like Lydia does, instead of sending it to every lost cause in London, you might have a nice sum to set by, but you've never been able to hold on to a farthing. This time Lucy was too angry and too hurt to ignore the slight. Lost causes, she choked out, wishing that for once Father could be supportive of her interests rather than merely tolerant. And here I thought they were merely petty distractions. He frowned, but that didn't mean she had won the point, because he was right. She didn't have the money to fund a trip to Cornwall. She ought to, given that she received £3 a month in spending money and had no interest whatsoever in ribbons and clocked stockings and the like. But as he had pointed out, her pin money had a habit of falling through her fingers, straight into the coffers of her charities. She had always thought she was saving the outside world with her generosity, but now she wondered if she might not have been ruining her own future instead. Her father tapped a firm finger against the table. Lucy, you can't afford this house. You haven't the money to travel, much less the funds to make it livable. He picked up his fork, the redness in his face easing now. These sorts of antics were tolerable when you were 17, but you are a grown woman now, with responsibilities to your position. You've the coming season and your entire life ahead of you. Your mother has gone to great expense to prepare you for your come-out, and you might be a bit more grateful for the opportunity. Heathmoor is sold, and you'll just have to accept it, The usual sounds of dinner slowly resumed. Forks against china, the low hum of conversation. No doubt it was a relief to the rest of them to have the matter so handily dismissed.
But Lucy felt as though the walls of the dining room were closing in on her, smothering her. She knew she was being impulsive. Indeed, she'd been accused of such proclivities her entire life, and she wasn't entirely foolish. She knew that in her present financial state, she very likely couldn't afford the property. But that didn't mean she didn't want to try. Something about this fight stirred a recklessness in her that felt far more real than the looming season. The fate of Heathmore Cottage, indeed, the fate of her own future, was hanging in the balance. No other cause had ever felt quite so necessary to her very survival. She pushed away her plate. "May I please be excused?" she asked. Quietly and demurely, just the way she had been ordered. When her mother nodded, Lucy waited for a footman to hold her chair, then stood up, smoothing a hand down the front of her silk skirts. It was wasteful, she knew, leaving her plate half full on the table. Many in London lacked food tonight, much less gilt-edged china to eat from. She ought to know, given that feeding the unfortunate poor in East London was another one of her petty distractions. But tonight, the thought of staying at the table 1 second longer than necessary made her stomach churn in anger, not hunger. She made her way meekly out of the dining room, head down and hands clasped in front of her. But despite the outward facade, her inner thoughts tumbled about, gaining speed and shape. No, she didn't have money of her own. But livable or no, Heathmore Cottage was hers, a gift from Aunt E to restore or sell as she saw fit. This Lord Branston fellow needed to prepare for disappointment, because by father's own damning words, lost causes were her specialty. Chapter 3. Lord Branston, courtesy of Postmaster, Lizard Bay, Cornwall, April 12th, 1853. Dear Lord Branston, despite whatever agreement you believe you have reached with my father, he lacks the legal authority to act on my behalf. I am of an age to make my own decisions, and if I decide to sell Heathmore Cottage, you can be sure it will not be for so paltry a price. I am returning your banknote with my regrets. Please return the home and the property to the condition in which my aunt left them. Any further association with the property will be considered trespass. I will not hesitate to involve the authorities if necessary. Yours sincerely, Miss Lucy Westmore. Thomas stared down at the letter, the banknote crumpling in his hand. Well, this was unfortunate. Scarcely 20 feet away, the cottage's newly replastered walls gleamed white in the sunlight. The dusty pile of furniture had been pulled out and scrubbed down. Mrs. Wilkins, the proprietress of the boarding-house down in Lizard Bay, had spent yesterday morning washing the cottage's dusty windows with vinegar-soaked rags. And above his head the new roof was slowly taking shape, though he'd only been able to find one roofer willing to take the job, and the slate had to be carried up the narrow, twisting path on the back of an obstinate donkey. But now the letter from Miss Westmore threatened to undo it all. Return the home and property to the condition in which my aunt left them. How was he supposed to do that? Rip off the new slate roof? Through his interrogation, a reluctant bit of respect tried to intrude. Whoever else she was, Miss E.'s niece was not quite the frippery-minded miss he'd imagined. The girl must have a core of steel to cross her father in this way. In fact, there were elements to her letter that reminded him suspiciously, painfully, of a certain deceased spinster. Miss Westmore sounded like a very determined young woman, and if she was anything like her aunt, he'd made a misstep in negotiating with her father instead of her. As he shoved the letter and banknote into his coat pocket, Thomas eyed the boy who'd brought the letter up from town. The lad was the smallest of the Tanner orphans, with a shock of red hair and a face full of freckles. It was good to see he was wearing shoes today. In January, Thomas had seen Danny tripping about town with naught but socks on his feet, and not because he'd lacked the shoes either, because Thomas had personally seen the entire lot of Tanners shod around Christmas time. It seemed, upon further interrogation, the boy had thought shoes were too fine a luxury to wear to anything but church. But today, shoes were clearly not the worst of the boy's problems. The lad's left eye was red and swelling. "Have you been beaten then, Danny?" Thomas could scarcely imagine the postmaster lifting a hand to the lad, or old Jameson, the town grocer, who sometimes had odd jobs for the Tanner boys. "You can tell me if someone's been hurting you." The boy shook his head, his eyes focused somewhere in the vicinity of his scuffed shoes.
"Just some roughing around from one of my brothers."
"Would you care to tell me which one?" Thomas waited for a further explanation. Seemed like more than the usual sort of fisticuffs, but it had been a while since he was a boy of that age. 20-odd years, in fact, and even then he had been nothing like Danny. Oh, there were enough similarities to give him pause. He too had been an orphan, but instead of 3 feisty brothers, he'd had a sister. And instead of growing up surrounded by townspeople who knew and loved him, he and Josephine had been granted only a cold, uncaring guardian, followed by a relentless string of boarding schools. When Danny remained mutinously silent, Thomas sighed. He could respect wanting to protect one's siblings, if nothing else. "Well, if you're determined to protect your brothers, I suppose I can respect that, but try to be more careful." He dug a coin from his pocket and tossed it to the boy. "And give the postmaster my thanks for having you bring the letter on so quickly." Danny caught the coin in the air.
"It weren't so quick," he admitted, looking down at the ground. "None of us wanted to come and deliver it, and we got into a bit of a row about it."
He touched a finger to his swollen eye.
"I'm the smallest, you see, so I lost."
"You fought to see who wouldn't have to bring the letter?" Thomas asked, perplexed. That hardly made sense. He always tipped them well. Why?
"Well, that is, you see..."
Danny glanced nervously toward the cottage.
"It's the haints."
"You think Heathmoor is haunted?" Danny took a step toward the rocky path that meandered the 2 miles or so back to Lizard Bay.
"I heard Mrs. Wilkins tell Mr. Jameson she could hear Miss E. moaning up here, pining for her lost love."
Thomas had to work to control the bark of laughter that wanted to work its way out of his throat. Miss E. pining for a man. It was about the most ridiculous thing he had ever heard. Why, Miss E. had eaten men for breakfast. She'd had Mr. Jameson, the local grocer, cowering at her feet in fear of messing up her monthly order of snuff, and her long-running feud with the town vicar had been the stuff of legends. "You don't need to worry." Thomas smiled. He supposed he'd had his own fears at Danny's age, when ghosts had seemed a far more terrifying prospect than the threat of inner demons. He'd only been 11 when his parents died in a carriage accident, and he'd imagined them as ghosts more than once. Miss E. is in heaven now, not a ghost come back to haunt you. The devil seized him then. If anything, I think she'd come back to haunt Reverend Wellsbury, don't you? Danny's eyes flew wide, and Thomas mentally kicked himself. Clearly, one didn't joke around about ghosts with 8-year-olds.
"But Mrs. Wilkins said..."
"Mrs. Wilkins likes a bit of gossip, Thomas interrupted. In fact, most of the townspeople who lived in Lizard Bay did. You shouldn't pay her any mind. The wind chose that moment to rear up, an eerie, howling sound that whistled through the nearby rocks. The boy jumped like something flushed from the heather.
Can I go now?
Danny stammered.
This place gives me the woolies.
Thomas cocked an ear toward the edge of the cliff. Woolies was a rather unscientific term, but he supposed he could understand the sentiment, given that the hairs on his own neck had pricked to attention. With Miss E's permission, he'd spent many an hour here, hiking the moors above the cottage, exploring the cliff walls, noting the area's unusual geography, and studying the plant life. In all those hours of introspective study, he'd never before paid the sound of the wind much mind. But then, he didn't believe in ghosts. Not unless they were of the living variety. It's just a natural scientific phenomenon, he explained to the boy. I suspect the sound is produced by the shape of the cliff face and the updraft from the ocean. Danny gaped at him, his mouth wide enough to catch flies.
What?
The wind. Thomas pulled a hand through his hair. How did one explain such things to an uneducated 8-year-old? It's just the sound of the wind.
Gore, you know a lot of big words, Lord Branston.
So would you, if you would apply yourself more diligently to your studies.
Diligent?
The boy mouthed uncertainly. It means to work hard. Danny's lower lip protruded in a definite pout.
I don't need to study hard. Who needs books and numbers anyway? I'm going to be a fisherman, like my da was.
Thomas shook his head, feeling bad for the boy. It had been less than a year since Danny's father died at sea, and he supposed that wound was still raw. But if the boy thought he had a fisherman's future in Lizard Bay, he was sorely mistaken. Danny, we've been through this. I am willing to pay for you and your brothers to go to university when you are older, but you must study hard now in order to qualify. I would encourage you to think beyond fishing. What if you had a chance to become a barrister or a doctor?
Barry what?
Came the boy's mumbled response. Thomas hesitated, knowing his words probably sounded hollow, given that he himself provided no useful contribution to the world at large. Who was he to give such advice to a boy of 8? He had gone to university because he'd wanted to, not because he had to. After all, he'd become a marquis at the age of 11, and acquiring a higher education wasn't a prerequisite for the job. Moreover, looking back, it had been a supremely selfish decision. He'd left his sister behind, alone and unprotected. And when he finally came of age, it turned out that a knowledge of botany and geology had not in any way prepared him for the dissolute life of a peer. He'd have done better studying probabilities at the hazard table or fermentation and distillation techniques. Danny took a decided step toward the path that would carry him back down to town.
Well, I still say I want to be a fisherman.
He jumped as the eerie sound echoed again up from the cliff face. The boy's face turned white.
It's a ghost, he stammered. Not the wind.
And with that, he turned and sprinted back toward the safety of town. Thomas watched the back of the boy's head disappear through the break in the rocks. Part of him wanted to follow. Leave the cottage to the feisty Miss Westmore and be done with it. That would certainly be the easiest path, and Lord knew he'd already dealt with enough family drama in his lifetime. But he'd already run away from too many difficult decisions in his life, and he supposed he owed it to Miss E's memory to safeguard the land she had loved. As he turned back and looked out over the moors stretching up above the cottage, he thought of all that the property held and all that might be lost if he let it go. The repairs to the structure aside, the real value of the property lay beneath its soil, not within its walls. He couldn't believe Miss E. had meant to endanger it by leaving it to neglectful relatives, but then she'd grown a bit senile in her later years. He'd thrown himself into procuring it for honourable reasons, and he was loath to let it go so easily, now that the seeds to save it had been planted. Worse, the most damning line from Miss Westmore's tersely worded letter kept swimming through his head. If I decide to sell it, you can be sure it will not be for so paltry a price. She had all but threatened to sell the property to the highest bidder. That meant, if he wanted to save Heathmore from those who would exploit it, he was going to need to take the negotiations to London. And so Thomas trudged back to the cottage to call off the roofers, already mentally calculating his route to London, dreading every agonizing mile. God, he hated London. Was there a hope in hell he could manage this trip without falling apart? Thanks, in part, to Miss E.'s insistence on temperance, he felt more in control of his life now, more capable of resisting the bottle at any rate. But he knew he was untested in his current state. There was little enough by way of temptation here in Cornwall. London, however, was a different beast entirely. Perhaps he'd spent too long avoiding this decision, too long trying to convince himself of all the reasons why he shouldn't set foot in the city. It had been 3 years, after all. 3 years since he'd fled his sister's funeral and his fiancée's betrayal, heartsick and confused, and more than a little inebriated. He knew he had changed, largely for the better. But had London changed? Had she? Heaven help them all. He was about to find out. From the Diary of Edith Lucille Westmore, January 20th, 1813. Today Father called in our family doctor. After questioning me at length and completing a cursory examination, Dr. Bashings withdrew from the room to confer with my father for a good half-hour, their voices hushed and urgent. When I pressed my ear to the door, I caught only one word, but it was more than enough. Bedlam. That most terrifying of threats, the asylum where the ton disposes of their unwanted women. But would Father really do it? I know I am too outspoken for my own good. According to my father, it is one of my most significant flaws. In retrospect, I probably shouldn't have rapped Dr. Bashings on the head and told him to mind his own bellows when he asked about my menstrual cycle, but honestly, I can't see what one has to do with the other. For now, I'm to be given a prescription, some vile-tasting powder that is to be mixed with my milk at night. Apparently, my humours run too hot for Dr. Bashing's comfort. Well, they are certainly running hot now. I may not be a pliable sort of young miss, but I refuse to be a drugged one. Chapter 4. The post has arrived, Miss Lucy. Lucy looked up, immediately on guard. Ever since penning her letter to Lord Branston, she'd felt on edge whenever Wilson brought the post. Something told her the man who wanted Heathmore Cottage would not be so easily put off. But why was Wilson smiling? "Am I to presume a letter has come from Geoffrey, then?" she asked warily, closing her aunt's diary and tucking it into the pocket of her day dress. "Yes, your brother is proving remarkably dedicated to his correspondence these past few months." His bushy brows rose in amusement. "Shall I fetch your gloves?" Lucy picked up Geoffrey's latest letter by one corner, sniffing it suspiciously. "No, I am sure that won't be necessary. He never pulls the same prank twice." Although repeating the mischief when someone didn't expect it would be a prank in and of itself, wouldn't it? Geoffrey was famous for such things. Or rather, he was infamous. Last month, he'd sent her a letter whose pages had been soaked in the juice of hot peppers. After she accidentally touched her face, her eyes had watered for hours. Last week, he'd sent a letter containing a sachet of ink cleverly hidden behind the wax seal. When she opened it, the ink had gotten all over her hands and ruined one of her favourite dresses. Who knew what horrors this one contained?
"I'll just let you open this one,"
Lydia giggled from the sofa, where she was bent over her embroidery.
"Read it out loud, if you would."
"Coward," Lucy laughed, though she could understand the need for caution. She carefully slid a fingernail beneath the wax seal, half expecting the thing to burst into flames. She'd never admit it out loud, but it felt good to have Geoffrey prank them by letter. He'd escaped to university this past autumn, ostensibly to further his education, though she suspected he did so primarily to extend his career as a professional trickster. She missed him more than she'd thought she would. She looked up from her careful task to find Wilson peering down. She smiled, knowing the servant missed Geoffrey every bit as much as she did. "Don't you have something to polish?" she asked, though her words held no heat. She did so enjoy catching Wilson engaging in poor manners, given that the reverse was so frequently true. "Only you, Miss Lucy." He gave her a freshly forged frown. "Only you." As he puttered away to wherever Wilson went when he wasn't harassing her, Lucy leaned back into the chair to read the letter in peace. Geoffrey's handwriting was a tight, familiar scrawl, but the paper itself looked as though it had been written out of doors, with noticeable grass stains along the edges, probably on the cricket field, if she knew her brother. She felt a frisson of irritation to see the evidence of his carefree leisure, given that she was being cloistered indoors due to her mother's fears that the spring sunshine would ruin her complexion ahead of next week's come-out. God, she'd give anything to climb a tree the way she used to. She'd even do it quietly and demurely if she had to. But that would no doubt ruin her carefully buffed fingernails, bugger it all. "Dear Lucy, Father wrote to me to say Aunt E has left you a rat-infested house in Cornwall. What jolly good luck! I always thought she was a bit mad, but this surely confirms it. Father asked me what I think about your insistence on keeping it, and I had to laugh. Perhaps it might help those poor marriage-minded fools take notice of you this year. You could be known as the Rat Lady from Lizard Bay. Why, they'll be lining up for a chance with an heiress like that. In all seriousness, I wish you good luck in the coming season. You are definitely going to need it. Yours with affection, Geoffrey." "What has he done this time?" Lydia asked, her head still bent over her embroidery. "You've gone very quiet." Lucy folded the letter, suddenly less enthusiastic about reading it out loud. There was no obvious prank to impart. It seemed an ordinary enough letter. She couldn't fault him for ribbing her about the coming season, given that such teasing was part of his dubious charm. Geoffrey knew she was dreading the coming drama, with its scratchy ball gowns and interminable waltzes, knew she hated the idea of the fumbling, eager gentlemen, men so desperate to have her dowry, they were even willing to pay court to the awkward, mannish, plain Westmore daughter. He must know, too, that she didn't want to marry. She had been outspoken enough on her views of marriage and such through the years. But the mention of Heathmore Cottage, and the fact her father had asked Geoffrey for his opinion on the matter, stung. "It's just Geoffrey." Lucy shoved a wayward strand of hair out of her eyes, tucking it behind one ear. "Up to his usual antics." "More hot peppers?" "No." She rubbed her forefinger against her thumb, as if testing for heat, relieved to find none. Still, perhaps she should wash her hands, just in case. He's teasing me about Heathmore Cottage, but if he'd been the one who was given the property and then had it sold without his permission, she muttered darkly, you can bet he'd not be so glib. Probably because he would be tripping over his feet to sell it as quickly as possible. Lydia looked up from her embroidery hoop. Remember, he's been terrified of rats ever since that prank at Harrow went wrong. And why are we still talking about this? I thought the matter had been resolved at dinner last week. Just because I stopped speaking of it doesn't mean it's resolved. And Geoffrey's an idiot. Lucy scowled at her sister. I'm not afraid of a few bloody rats. Lydia arched a fair brow. Is such language really necessary? You are supposed to be trying harder to sound like a lady. For heaven's sake, sometimes you sound just like Mother. Lucy stood up and began to pace the length of the drawing-room. It wasn't as though she didn't try to look and sound like a lady. She and Lydia were less than a year apart in age and shared a remarkably similar appearance, the same wispy blonde hair, the same unobjectionable blue eyes. People were forever mixing them up at church and the like. But physical similarities aside, no one who knew them would ever mistake them. Their mouths might be similarly shaped, but Lucy's was usually running amok, while Lydia's seemed to know just what to say. Or rather, what not to say. Lucy reached the fireplace, then turned back, her skirts twitching angrily about her ankles. The point is, it would be Geoffrey's choice whether or not to sell Heathmore. He's not even reached his majority yet, and Father already treats him as though he is capable of making his own decisions. I cannot believe Father wrote to him to ask his opinion. She threw up her hands. It isn't fair. It's my property, and I am 21 years of age. To be perfectly honest, I doubt Father would encourage Geoffrey to keep a rat-infested cottage either, Lydia pointed out. Have you considered that perhaps the house is really as terrible as he says, that you are fortunate to have sold it at all? Well, I can't know that, can I? Lucy halted in front of the window and stared out onto the Grosvenor Square streetscape. The newly budding trees stood like sentinels, their skeleton branches hopeful against the blue April sky. But she herself felt no such patience. Come next week, the trees might be in bloom, but she'd be launched into a season that was barreling down on her like a runaway horse. Nausea swirled in her stomach at the thought. She wasn't even sure which bothered her more, the thought that she was to be denied her inheritance, or the forward march of her imminent, unwanted season. Her debut was something her mother had planned for several years, waiting for the perfect time, long past the usual age young women were presented. It had been necessary, everyone said, to let the gossip around Lucy's older sister's disastrous marriage to a mere doctor die down first, to give the crowd time to find other diversions and rumours to occupy their tongues. But Lucy hadn't minded. In fact, she had savoured that blissful 4-year reprieve. A season had never been something she wanted, though she'd grudgingly come to accept its inevitability over the years. But now, thanks to Aunt E's diaries and the key to Heathmore, she'd been given an alternative view of her future. A bit of independence dangled before her eyes like the rarest of jewels. And she wanted it with a desperation she couldn't quite explain. She rubbed her neck, her fingers stiff with anger. I'm expected to blindly trust everyone else's judgment in this, without being credited with enough sense to make the decision on my own. But something doesn't feel right. This Lord Branston fellow seems far too keen on acquiring the property, especially if it is in such terrible shape, as father says. Aunt E trusted me with the property when she didn't trust anyone else, and had claimed there were secrets to guard as well. She turned away from the window and met Lydia's eyes. That is why I need to get there, to see Heathmore myself and understand the man's interest in it. Lydia's forehead creased with worry. Father forbade it. Lucy shook her head. Her memory of last week's dreadful dinner conversation was still fresh in her mind, probably because she'd rehashed it no less than a dozen times, examining it from every possible angle. He didn't forbid it so much as imply I couldn't afford it. And she couldn't. She had scraped and scrimped and tallied every penny she owned, most of which had been rolling about forgotten in the bottom of her desk drawer. Father was right. She could count less than £1 to her name. Worse, he had proven true to his word and refused to give her any pin money this week. No doubt he thought she'd hie herself straight off to Cornwall. No doubt he was right. She considered whether she ought to just ask her older sister, Claire, to loan her the money. Claire, happily married now, was expecting a second child in August. While her sister and brother-in-law lived sensibly, they had enough money to spare. But aside from Mother, Claire had been one of the family's most vocal champions of Lucy's coming season. She had accompanied them to every dress-fitting, supplying her bountiful fashion advice on the merits of each gown Lucy had been forced to choose. She'd encouraged her to steer clear of the sort of friends who put others down, explained how to repair a torn hem, and go on dancing into the night. Claire seemed determined to make her a smashing success, no doubt on account of her guilt over the delayed season. No, she couldn't ask Claire for help. The risk that her older sister might tell Father, or worse, Mother, was too great. Lydia, on the other hand, now there was a sister she could always depend on. Lucy fixed her with a hopeful stare. Lydia hardly ever spent her pin money, and that meant she probably had over £100 squirreled away, just waiting for someone to need it. Lucy took a step in her sister's direction. "Couldn't you just loan me a few pounds? I don't have need of much, just enough to get me to Cornwall and back. Father would never even need to know where I found it." "I can't." As soft and fragile as Lydia looked, her voice was stern. "I will not lie about this. I owe this family far too much." "I would give you the money if you needed it," Lucy pointed out, stung by her sister's quick refusal. And she would, too, if only she had money to give. She was nothing if not charitable, apparently to the point of idiocy. "You have less at stake than I do," Lydia said quietly. On that point, Lucy found she had no argument. Father had been unfailingly generous to Lydia, going so far as to publicly acknowledge her as his daughter. Lydia might not have a grand season in her immediate future, but she'd been given a respectable dowry that might eventually tempt a third son or prosperous tradesman to overlook the circumstances of her birth. If she'd been in Lydia's shoes, with the same domestic-minded hopes and dreams, she supposed her loyalties would be very similarly aligned. But Lucy's dreams weren't of the domestic mind variety. At least, she couldn't imagine having such dreams while shackled to a man who only wanted her dowry. No, she dreamed of adventures, not titled husbands. She wanted a life full of grand causes and charities that needed her, not a husband who had need only of her money. and the thought of abandoning her hopes and dreams just because she was female made her want to smash something. "I suppose I can understand your loyalty to father," Lucy muttered, "and I should not have asked you. It was not fair of me." "It isn't only about father," Lydia sighed, picking up her embroidery again. "If you do this now, with the season nearly upon you, it will break your mother's heart." She lowered her head. "I cannot be a party to that." "Surely you don't owe my mother such loyalty," Lucy protested. "Don't I?" Lydia looked up, her expression sad but firm. "She welcomed me into this house 4 years ago, when she had little reason to, when my very existence posed a threat to her own children's reputations. She may not be my true mother, but, in a way, I owe her more than any of you." She shook her head again. "So, no. As much as I love you, as much as I usually admire your fierce sense of independence, I won't betray their trust. If you are determined to go to Cornwall, you must find a way to do it on your own." "And how am I supposed to do that?" Lucy replied bitterly. "Father has refused to give me any pin money this week." Lydia lowered her embroidery again. "Honestly, Lucy, for all your grand causes, have you ever stopped to think how the world outside your door really lives? Are you really this naive? Do it the same way the world outside Mayfair does, every single day. Earn it, the way my mother and I did. We took in mending each week." "But you know I can't sew worth a shite," Lucy countered weakly, imagining how many stitches she'd need to manage to even afford train fare. Why, it must be thousands. Her fingers twitched, making their objections known. "Well then," Lydia's smile turned grim, "I suggest you find something to sell." From the Diary of Edith Lucille Westmore, January 25th, 1813. A woman in search of freedom is a woman in need of funds. It hurt to sell my jewellery, especially the pearls that had belonged to my grandmother, but once I had the money in hand, there was no turning back. I went as far as I could. The northern coast of Cornwall, to be exact. The townsfolk of this small coastal village looked at me queerly when I arrived. No doubt they are unused to fashionably dressed young ladies arriving in Lizard Bay and purchasing vacant properties without a husband or parent in tow. But if I am going to be a spinster, I vow I shall be a spectacular one. A lady doesn't require pearls for that. Chapter 5. Lucy walked home, head down, hurrying the length of Oxford Street. It wasn't exactly a fine day for a walk. The overhead clouds were threatening rain, and the temperature seemed closer to early March than half-past April. A wind from the west buffeted her trouser-clad legs and found the gaps between the seams of her borrowed felt jacket. She might have liked to hail a cab or wait at the corner for the Bow and Stratford omnibus. But for the first time in her pampered life, every penny counted. And today, a public conveyance was an extravagance she could no longer afford. Seeking solace from the cold wind, she shoved her hands in her pockets, jingling the few coins that waited there. Despite the weather, and despite the fact that her pockets were far lighter than she needed, it still felt strangely good to be walking about the streets of London with only her own thoughts for company. She couldn't remember the last time she'd felt such freedom. People might stop and stare in horror at a young woman traipsing these streets unchaperoned, but no one gave a young man a second glance. But despite the pleasure to be found in such subterfuge, she still felt a faint queasiness echoing through her belly, probably on account of what she had done, rather than what she wore, but it was far too late to second-guess her decision now. She was determined to reach Cornwall and inspect the property her aunt had left her. She knew it was disobedient and possible, even reckless, but she knew that if she didn't at least see the cottage her father was insisting be sold, she would regret it for the rest of her life. But to reach Cornwall, she needed money, and there were only so many ways a young woman could do that, and still hold her head up in London. In the end, it had been Aunt E's diary and Lydia's sage advice that had given Lucy the vital clues as to how to go on. She didn't have any jewellery to speak of, an unintended consequence, she supposed, of being the sort of girl who had never wanted or appreciated such things. But she didn't need enough money to buy Heathmore, simply to travel to see it. And she'd had at least one thing of value to sell. As she rounded the last corner toward home, she lifted a hand to try to tuck her chin-length hair back beneath the slouched felt cap. She sighed as the strands refused to stay put, recognizing the telltale signs of what she knew was her deepest flaw, the propensity to charge headfirst into an idea without first thinking it through. Take those seedlings for the St. James Orphanage, for example. She'd gotten the bright idea to start the project after seeing bowls of pea soup sitting on the long communal table where the children took their meals. Only later, after she'd started the project, did she realize the poor orphans were served pea soup nearly every day, and, as a result, dearly hated peas. Now she'd gone and sold her hair to the wig makers, only to end up with hair too short to pull back and pockets still not full enough to carry her to Cornwall. Stupid, stupid. As the long shadow of Cardwell House reached toward her, Lucy realized with a start of dismay that hiding the evidence of her new short hair was no longer her greatest worry. She was returning to Grosvenor Square later than she'd intended, thanks to the long, punishing walk. An unfamiliar coach waited outside, and a finely dressed matron was being helped into it by a young man. Bugger it all! She'd missed calling hours. Again. Head down, she slipped past the coach, trying not to attract undue notice as she aimed for the servants' entrance. All she needed was to be recognized by one of her mother's so-called friends. But she stopped dead in her tracks as she heard the light patter of laughter coming from inside the coach.
"Didn't I tell you she'd be nice, dear?"
she heard the woman say, over the creak of springs in the seat.
"And she's old enough to probably be desperate."
"Nice and wealthy."
The young man chuckled, making Lucy's cheeks heat in indignation.
"And really, that's all that matters, isn't it?"
"She's pretty enough,"
came the woman's voice again.
"I suppose."
The young man laughed again.
"Of course it won't matter. I don't intend to spend any more time with her than necessary to get an heir."
Lucy's hands tightened to fists. Who on earth were they talking about? If they were talking about Lydia, dear, sweet, deserving Lydia, who dreamed of a husband and children and happiness, she was going to need to warn her sister against this bloody fop and his mother. But the pieces didn't fit. Lydia wasn't usually invited to calling hours on account of her illegitimacy. But Lucy couldn't take the time needed to puzzle it through. If today's visitors were leaving, that meant her mother was inside, spitting mad. and that meant she needed to get inside and change as soon as possible. Lucy dashed away from the coach and slipped inside through the scullery entrance, dodging the curious stares of the kitchen staff, who were already busy preparing for the evening meal. She lifted a finger to her lips, begging their silence. Then she ploughed down the first-floor hallway, hoping to make it upstairs and change before Wilson or her mother were any the wiser. Just when she thought she might actually succeed, a hand snaked out of the drawing-room doorway and closed tight about her wrist. "Lucy Westmore!" Lydia hissed, dragging her inside. "Where have you been all afternoon? Shh!" Lucy twisted away from her sister's grip. After a furtive look down either side of the hallway to make sure she hadn't been seen, she shut the door firmly. Lydia put her hands on her hips. "You missed calling hours again." "A fact I cannot bring myself to regret." Lucy grinned as she unbuttoned her jacket. "I saw our visitors as I was coming in. They seemed awful. And why are you so upset? It isn't as though this is the first time I've missed them." Lydia's face flushed red. "No, but it is the first time your mother has made me pretend to be you during calling hours." Lucy's fingers stilled over the buttons. "You pretended to be me? On purpose?" "I didn't have a choice, thanks to you." Lydia's eyes flashed a warning. "The Baroness Whittle stopped by today, and even though the season hasn't started yet, she brought her odious son with her. He specifically asked to meet you." Lucy frowned, thinking back to the coach she had just seen, and all she had heard there. Oh, God. She didn't need to warn Lydia to be careful. She needed to warn herself. Not that much warning was needed. She'd always suspected her season would go a particular way, that gentlemen would only be interested in her money rather than her thoughts. How could they be interested in anything else, as disastrous as she was with a hairbrush? But to have this uncensored confirmation of it made her stomach pitch in distress. "But why?" she asked. "Why pretend to be me? Why not just meet him yourself?" "He doesn't want an illegitimate daughter for his wife, you ninny. He's going to be a baron. Your mother was nearly desperate to make a good impression, and when she couldn't find you, I suppose she felt I was better than nothing. We look enough alike that they never guessed." Lucy swallowed. She wasn't even out yet, and already the thought of meeting a gentleman like that across the battle lines of a drawing-room made her skin crawl. Was this how it was going to be? She was about to be presented as publicly available and looking to make a match, thank you very much. And to the eyes of countless greedy gentlemen, she was a walking, talking, £10,000 dowry. No wonder the Baroness had brought her idiot son. He probably wanted an early peek at the circus. "Are you listening to me?" Lydia demanded. "Your season is scarcely a week away, and you don't seem to care at all. And don't tell me you've been in the greenhouse, because Wilson already checked there." Her gaze scooted lower, and that was when her eyes finally widened. "Why are you wearing Geoffrey's old hat and jacket?" Her voice inched louder. "What on earth is going on?" Lucy shrugged out of the borrowed garment, wishing she could shrug off her simmering anger as well. The damned fop had actually admitted he was only interested in her money. She couldn't imagine a life shackled to someone so shallow. "I went out." Lydia gaped at her. "Do you mean you went outside, dressed like that? You've seen me in trousers before. Yes, trousers to work in the greenhouse, which is scandalous enough," Lydia choked out. "But to go out where someone could see you. You look like a boy, Lucy finished. She removed the hat, and several pieces of her newly cut hair swung forward to just barely graze her chin. "'Tis rather the point. Better to be thought a boy, I think, when one traipses unchaperoned through the streets of London." She smiled cheekily. "I need to guard my reputation, you know." Lydia turned pale as new milk. She reached out a trembling finger to touch Lucy's hair. "Oh, Lucy, what terrible, awful thing have you done now?" Lucy shook her head, testing the feel of it against her neck. Her hair didn't feel terrible. Neither did it feel awful. "I've sold it." She blew several insistent wisps of hair from her eyes, wondering how to contain them. Now that she'd removed her cap, the shortened strands seemed a bit excited by their newfound freedom. "In fact, it was your idea." "How exactly was this my idea?" Lydia sounded close to hysterical. "You encouraged me to find a way to earn the money to reach Cornwall on my own. You told me to find something to sell, so I visited the wig makers. Did you know they pay more for blonde hair?" Though not much more. She had a total of 15 shillings in her pocket. By her calculations, if the sum was added to the loose change from her desk drawer, she had enough to get her to Cornwall. Now she just needed to find enough to either keep her there or get her back. "I didn't mean you should sell your hair," Lydia cried. "I meant you should sell the silver buttons off your old cloak, or perhaps your pen and ink set." "Don't be silly. I need my pen set." "You need your hair too," Lydia retorted, her voice incredulous. "What about your season? Your mother will be devastated. What were you thinking?" Lucy's lungs tightened, as though someone had yanked a rope tight about her chest. For heaven's sake, this wasn't about Mother, or the season, or Lydia either. It was her choice, her life, her bloody hair. "No one will notice when it's pinned up," she protested, though a niggling doubt argued the counterpoint. She'd known from the moment the wig-maker had made his first snip with the shears that hiding this was going to be a potential problem, but by then it was too late to change her mind. She'd hoped that with a few hairpins no one would notice. But judging by the way the ends refused to stay in even a simple queue at the back of her neck, the wig-maker must have cut it even shorter than she'd thought. Lydia sank down onto the sofa. "You are ruined," she whispered. "If you go out in public now, you'll never recover." "Oh, for heaven's sake!" Lucy rolled her eyes. "I'm not ruined." Surely being ruined would involve more than a trip to the wig-makers, and be a bit more fun in the making. Take Aunt E, for example. According to the first volume of her aunt's diary, she'd taken herself to Cornwall without her parents' permission and lived for more than 4 decades as a scandalous spinster. To Lucy, that sounded like the right kind of ruin, one that was earned outright, rather than merely presumed. But judging by the tears welling in Lydia's eyes, her sister's definition of ruin was rather different. "You mustn't tell anyone," Lucy warned, suddenly realizing that between her hair and Lydia's knowledge of her plans, a good deal of havoc could be wrought. "I still need to find a bit more money if I'm to do this properly, and that means I need to hide this from Mother, at least for the near future." She looked pleadingly at her sister. "Do you promise not to say anything?" "You are really going to Cornwall, then?" Lydia choked out. "Not yet. Soon, though. When I can earn a bit more money, and I won't be gone forever." Lucy sat down beside her sister and placed a hand over hers. "I only want to have a look at my property, to make the decision for myself. In fact, I predict I will be back before the season has even properly started." But Lydia pulled her hand away. "And what good would coming back do with your hair shorn and your reputation in tatters?" she asked bitterly. "Did you even think this through before you charged into it?" Lucy bit her lip, the question hitting a little too close for comfort. No, she hadn't thought it through. She'd simply read Aunt E's diary entry last night and woken up this morning determined to find something to sell. As per usual, she'd set her sights on a grand goal and ignored the smaller difficulties, such as how to explain, or hide, the evidence of what she had done. She might be impulsive, but she at least had enough self-awareness to look back now and recognize her usual pattern of impetuousness. "I probably should have done a bit of research into how much I might earn first," she admitted. "And I should have waited to visit the wig makers until I had enough money to leave immediately after I had done it." Lydia's face turned red. "That is what you see as the lesson learned here. For heaven's sake, Lucy, how can you be so blind? I would give anything to be in your position, you know, to have a chance to find a proper husband and to find real happiness." A tear rolled down her cheek. "And yet you are throwing it all away for a rat-infested cottage." Lucy felt a spark of irritation. Why couldn't Lydia see her side of it? For as long as she could remember, this threatened season had hovered above her head like a guillotine. And now, with the encounter with the visiting coach, it was clear her fears were well-founded. She had only ever consented to suffer through the drama of this season to silence her parents' expectations. It wasn't as though she had any intention of procuring a husband anyway, especially not one who only wanted to give her a ring in exchange for £10,000. She might be a female, but she wasn't an idiot, and she knew an unfair bargain when she saw one. "This isn't about a cottage, Lydia. It's about my future and what I want from it." She hesitated, thinking with a small cramp of regret of how long her mother had been planning this season, and how hurt she would be if she did something to ruin it. "I know this is hard for you to understand, but I can't imagine myself happy with a husband. Particularly not a greedy arse with a sour-faced baroness for a mother. And what is the point of a season if not to find a proper match? But what is the point of a future without someone to share it with?" Lydia countered through her tears. "Why would I want to share my future with someone who will make me miserable?" Lucy protested, shuddering at the thought. "Why must I marry at all?" "Not all marriages are miserable. Your parents seem to muddle along, even though they have their differences." Lydia's cheeks flushed, no doubt on account of the fact she was living, breathing proof of some of those differences. "And Claire seems wildly happy in her marriage to Dr. Merrill," she pointed out. "You could hope for a love match." "Could I?" Lucy glanced toward the window, unable to imagine it. She shook her head slowly. "I am not like Claire." Her older sister was poised and beautiful and brave. She had chosen a man she loved, but Lucy couldn't think of a single other marriage based on such an anomaly. With her too tall figure and mannish ways, she couldn't imagine ever being gifted with such a choice herself. Which meant she was facing precisely two possible paths for her future: marry a penniless fop like the one from the coach, or don't marry at all. Outside, night was starting to fall, and through the window she could see the glow of the gas lights on Grosvenor Square. A servant would be coming in soon to pull the drapes, which meant she needed to scurry up to her room and figure out what to do with her hair before dinner. But she hesitated, wanting to make Lydia understand. "Can't you see?" Her gaze swung back to meet her sister's tear-filled eyes. "I don't have the same dreams as you and Claire, Lydia." In fact, she couldn't imagine a more miserable existence than being shackled to a man she didn't know, forced to conform to a stranger's expectations of what a suitable wife did and said. She thought about her now confirmed fears for the season, the certainty of an unhappy marriage if she accepted her fate. And then she thought of her aunt's diaries, full of passion and adventure. Resolved, she shook her head. "Haven't you ever wanted something so much it hurt, something that was refused you, even though you knew it ought to be your birthright?" "How can you ask me that?" Lydia answered, swiping at her face. "I won't have a grand season, you know, and I'm at least half a Cardwell." Lucy sat silent. It was true. Thanks to the vagaries of her birth, Lydia's hopes for a future and a husband were of the ordinary variety, lacking the glittering ballrooms and pinched slippers and polished piers in her own future nightmare. There would be no grand season for Lydia, no presentation at court. But Lucy had never wanted this season. It was her mother's dream, not hers. God, they were a hopeless pair, each wanting what the other had. A knock came at the door, making them both jump. "Miss Lucy?" came Wilson's booming voice from the hallway. Oh, bugger it all. Lucy brought her finger to her lips, begging her sister's silence. "I know you are here," Wilson warned from outside the door. "The kitchen staff told me they saw you come in." Lucy groaned. Could no one be trusted to keep a secret around here? Slowly, she stood up. Slowly, slowly, she opened the door to face Wilson's predictable scowl. But as the butler's frown dissolved into a look of abject horror, her lips flirted with a smile. She did enjoy vexing the man. "Do you like it?" she asked, touching the new, rough edges of her hair. "I think it complements my trousers." Wilson made a wheezing sound deep in his chest. Lucy stepped forward and clapped him on the back, suddenly worried. She wanted to annoy the man, not kill him. "You've a caller, Miss Lucy," he rasped, punctuated by a series of halting, gasping coughs. He straightened, regaining a bit of his usual starch. "A gentleman caller." Lucy's skin began to itch along the collar of her borrowed shirt. I do?" "The gentleman specifically asked me not to involve Lord Cardwell." He handed her a card with a disapproving frown. "I don't mind saying I am uncomfortable with the request." Lucy looked down at the card. The Marquis of Branston. "Oh, my God," she whispered. Her knees buckled, and she had to lean against the doorframe for support. Oh, bloody, bloody hell! "A visit such as this requires a proper chaperone. Shall I inform Lord Cardwell?" Wilson frowned. "Or perhaps you would prefer Lady Cardwell provide attendance. Calling hours have ended, but perhaps an exception could be made." "No!" Lucy cried, beginning to panic now. If her parents found out about the letter she had sent, she'd have far more to worry about than a lecture on missing calling hours. When Wilson's frown lengthened, she tried to temper her voice. "The gentleman is here about something to do with one of the charities I work with." The lie tasted sour on her lips, but she ploughed ahead. I shall be fine with Lydia as chaperone. You may show him in now. Wilson looked down at her trousers. He is no one of consequence, Lucy insisted, squirming now. And she didn't dare leave Lord Branston alone in the drawing-room for the half-hour or so it would take to dress and curl her hair. It was better to see him quickly and be done with the matter, before her father caught wind of his visit. Please show him in, she insisted. With one last frown, Wilson did as she asked, saving her from a spate of further lies. Because Lord Branston was someone of consequence, and while she'd felt empowered dashing off a scathing letter, she felt ill-prepared for a face-to-face meeting. Lord Branston, Lydia mused from the sofa. Her tears were gone, though her eyes still bore traces of redness. Isn't that... Yes. Lucy knocked her head once, twice, against the door frame, but the violence did little to clear her thoughts. If anything, it muddled them further. She dug at the unholy itch that had sprung up beneath the collar of her shirt, almost as though her skin were telling her to run far and fast. She turned around to face her sister. It's the man who tried to buy Heathmore. Lydia's forehead wrinkled. Lucy, what else have you done besides cut your hair? I may have sent him a letter demanding he vacate the premises, Lucy admitted. She blew wisps of hair out of her eyes, and accused him of trespass, and threatened to summon the authorities. What was the bounder doing here? Why would he have come all the way from Cornwall, especially given the tone of her letter? Not to thank her for her good manners, or to compliment her on her penmanship. Oh God, she needed a solid plan, and apparently an entire army of hairpins. Unfortunately, neither were in ready reach. Are you really going to meet Lord Branston dressed like that? Lydia asked, sounding horrified by the notion. Lucy looked down at her clothing, relics left by Geoffrey when he escaped to university. Though she wore trousers when digging in the dirt, it had been years since she'd truly dressed as a boy, and then she most often pretended to be a groom to climb trees in Hyde Park. The subterfuge no longer came easily. She would have preferred to be dressed in her own clothes for this meeting, especially given how Geoffrey's waistcoat bunched in the wrong places and strained in others. And, good God, how this shirt made her itch. But as awkward as she felt, she refused to give Lord Branston the pleasure of dressing properly for his company. The man was trying to force her hand in a direction she refused to go, and she would see this to an end once and for all. Hopefully, before her father found out. From the Diary of Edith Lucille Westmore, January 31st, 1813. One only gets a single chance to make a first impression, and I fear I have made mine all too well. I attended church down in town today, intending to meet my new neighbours. When Reverend Wellsbury offered to walk me home after the service, I foolishly accepted. Looking back now, I can't imagine what I was thinking. I even let him steal a kiss. I might choose to be a spinster, but that doesn't mean I can't kiss a handsome man every now and again. But now I suspect the vicar kissed me only to illustrate the potential moral perils of the life I have chosen. When I explained I had no intention of ever marrying, he said it was unnatural for a woman to choose to be alone, and that the town was worried about me, living alone on the edge of a cliff. Worried more about me or my influence on their daughters, I wonder. Still, he is much respected here in town.
If everyone in Lizard Bay subscribes to the handsome young vicar's views, my reputation here will be as doomed as it was in London. Well, I shall endeavour to be myself, no matter the cost to my reputation. Indeed, I can scarcely wait for church next Sunday.
Chapter 6. A stiff-shouldered butler led Thomas into a drawing-room, the walls papered in intricate blue flowers. After his 3-year sojourn in Cornwall, where his feet spent more time out of doors than inside, the carpet felt obscenely thick beneath his polished shoes. His eyes fell upon a crystal decanter of brandy, mocking him from a sideboard. Damn, but he could use a drink right now. He hadn't had a drink in 3 years, not since Miss E. collected his drunken secrets and threatened him with a bit of well-meant blackmail if he didn't dry out his sorry hide. He'd done it too. There was too much at stake to not obey. But it was telling that in the 2 hours since he'd stepped off the train at Waterloo Bridge Station, he considered stopping for a drink no less than a dozen times. He was beginning to wonder if the easy sobriety he enjoyed in Lizard Bay was more a lack of temptation rather than any strength of character on his part. He'd only been in London a few hours, but already he felt adrift, as though returning to sea after a long absence to find he no longer knew how to swim. He forced his gaze to the centre of the room. Brandy might ease the tightness in his spine, but it would not further his cause. This wasn't a casual business meeting between peers, handled over drinks at a gentleman's club. He was here to meet and negotiate with Lord Cardwell's flighty young daughter. He suspected he'd do better to pour himself a cup of tea. He scanned the room's occupants, sorting out the battle lines. A girl was seated on the sofa, staring at him with wide blue eyes. A sour-faced brother played chaperone to one side, digging at his collar and looking none too happy to see him. Thomas ignored the lad and concentrated on the primary business that had dragged him here from Cornwall. His gaze settled more firmly on the girl. She was pretty enough, he supposed, in a bland, British sort of way. Blonde curls were piled on top of her head, and she was wearing a demure pink gown that would no doubt find a welcome in any fine drawing-room in London. The pallor of her skin told him he'd found his quarry and managed to surprise her. Good. Always better to start these things with the other party off balance. "Miss Westmore," he said, bowing from the waist. "Thank you for seeing me. I imagine my appearance comes as a bit of a surprise." Her eyes widened even more. That is, I am certainly surprised by your, appearance." Her voice trailed off, trembling at the edges. Odd, that. She sounded unsure of herself. She'd seemed more confident in her letters. More of a bollocks bruiser, actually. Thomas studied her profile as she darted a nervous glance toward her brother. She looked as though she'd suffered a recent cry, judging from the redness of her eyes. He'd prepared himself for a feisty exchange, given the tenor of her written correspondence, but he hadn't prepared himself for tears and stammers and silence. "I am sure you can imagine why I am here," he said, wondering why she wouldn't meet his eyes. "Your letter suggested you might consider a different offer, and so I have come to negotiate. I would offer you £500 for Heathmore Cottage." She sat frozen like a leaf in ice, even though she'd practically dared him to come to London with a better offer. And why did she keep looking away? He was negotiating with her now, not her father, and certainly not her brother. Wasn't this what she had wanted? Or was this silence part of her act to extort more money. He was tempted to tell her about Heathmoor's nearly barren soil, about the second floor of the cottage, rotting and treacherous because he'd not been able to find carpenters brave enough to come in to do the work, about the eerie whistle of the wind and the townspeople's whispered speculations of a haunting. But the speech he'd planned felt forced, the words a pale shade of the truth, because there were good things about Heathmoor too. Sweeping ocean vistas, and acres of hidden beauty, a rare explosion of colour come summer, fragile flowers somehow finding a toehold in the reluctant soil. But she wouldn't know any of that. "I understand Heathmoor Cottage might hold great sentimental value for you," he began again, more softly now, "given how much it meant to your aunt. But there are things you do not understand." "No." The brother chose that moment to insert himself into the conversation. The lad stepped forward, looking as though he might like to take Thomas by the throat. "I am afraid it is you who does not understand." Only it wasn't a man's voice delivering the words. It was a woman's. And that was when Thomas took a closer look. Bloody hell. It wasn't a brother playing chaperone at all. It was a young woman who, if you took the time to look beyond the poorly chopped hair and the ill-fitting waistcoat, looked very much like the demurely stylish young lady sitting on the sofa. Only there was nothing demure or stylish about her. Two blue eyes glowered at him, nowhere close to a cry. Her mouth was a wide slash of disapproval beneath a rounded snub nose, and her blonde hair was a short, unschooled tangle about her ears. She was nearly as tall as he was, and appeared to harbour some sort of twitch, scratching at her neck. But despite these things, which might have made another woman appear unbalanced, she radiated an energy that made him take an involuntary step backward. "Miss, Lucy Westmore, I presume?" he asked weakly. "Yes." She stalked toward him, her fists clenched. He wondered if perhaps she meant to strike him. She was certainly dressed for a brawl. The first time he met Miss E, she'd done that very thing, pulled back her gnarled spinster's fist and popped him in the left eye, for no greater a transgression than accidentally trespassing on her property. He took a deep breath, trying to sort out how to diffuse the situation. But it turned out that breathing deeply around Miss Westmore was a mistake, because she smelled of the outdoors and fresh laundry, not at all the way a proper young lady was supposed to smell. He wasn't so rusty he'd forgotten that, how Gabrielle, his former fiancée, had drenched herself in eau de cologne and expensive perfumes. Now he was the one feeling off balance. And it wasn't only because Miss Westmore had taken the upper hand in this meeting, surprising him with her trousers and unlikely scents. Unlike his bland reaction to the pale, nervous young woman on the sofa, this one stirred something long dormant beneath his skin. He'd thought he'd grown out of such adolescent urges. After the heartbreak of a failed betrothal and 3 lonely years in Cornwall, he'd become accustomed to his celibacy. He could look at a woman and not wonder what was under her skirts. What was beneath those trousers, however, was a different story entirely. He gave himself a mental shake. This train of thought was unproductive at best, dangerous at worst. The future of Heathmoor depended on these negotiations, and he needed to get his head in the game. So he smiled at the strange, glowering girl, trying to recall the charm he had once wielded like a potent weapon, even though that life had long since dissolved into nothingness. "I will offer you £550, he said, trying to be generous. Her mouth turned down in a frown. "I am afraid Heathmore isn't for sale, Lord Branston," she told him, her voice dripping with disdain. "At least, it isn't for sale yet." Lucy glared at this gentleman, who was not at all a gentleman. A true gentleman would not have come without due notice. A true gentleman would not be trying to steal her inheritance for a pittance. And a true gentleman would not be standing in front of her, thick curls rakishly dishevelled, skin tanned where his neck met his collar. He was not what she had expected. From the sofa, Lydia seemed to hold a similar opinion, because she kept sneaking round-eyed glances toward the man. Cultured, her father had called Lord Branston that night over the dinner-table. He prefers his solitude. Well, her father had forgotten to mention young and handsome. Lucy had somehow conjured an image of a stooped, grey-haired hermit with false teeth. But Lord Branston's mouth, she couldn't help but notice, had its full complement of teeth, because he was flashing them at her in a lopsided smile that made her knees tremble in an alarming and unacceptable fashion. His hair was auburn, not grey, and not a single shade either, but a kaleidoscope of colour, as though nature couldn't quite decide whether he was dark-haired or ginger, or something more complicated. She realised with a start she was staring. In fact, she realised with a curl of dismay she could quite happily stare at this man all day. Well, he might be handsome and young, but he was also a man. Aunt E had already proven herself correct on many things, and the pages of her diary were filled with good advice. The least she herself could do was trust her aunt's judgment on the matter of men. "I only agreed to see you today to set the matter straight," she informed him, drawing herself up to her full, unfortunate height. She dug at her collar again. "I have no intention of selling Heathmore until I visit the property and assess its worth myself." He crossed his arms, making the seams of his frock-coat strain about his shoulders. "I have already invested a good deal of money in the property. That money would need to be returned to me if we cannot arrive at a satisfactory outcome." His smile stretched higher. "But I am nothing if not willing to negotiate. Would you consider £575 for the property?" Lucy glared at him. The nerve of the man! Just who did he think he was, trying to buy her acquiescence with a higher offer? And telling her she owed him money. Oh, but this was war. The man had no idea who he was dealing with. "If you have invested money in property you do not own, the folly can be laid at no feet beyond your own," she snapped. "I believe I have already made myself clear, Lord Branston." 600. He uncrossed his arms. "Or, if not that, name your price." Damn it all, but he was tenacious. And apparently wealthy enough to toss money around as though it were a pittance. Either that, or he knew something about the property's value she didn't. In her letter, Aunt E hinted that Heathmore had secrets. What did Lord Branston know about the property that she did not? "Why aren't you offering this to my father?" she asked, trying to temper the bitterness that wanted to creep into her voice. "He was eager enough to accept your initial offer of £400. Presumably, for £600, he would deliver me and my dowry along with the property, tied up neatly in a bow." Lord Branston raised his brows, 2 auburn slashes of surprise. Hazel eyes slid down the length of her body, making her momentarily forget about the discomfort of her borrowed clothing. Her breath caught in her throat as his gaze slowly climbed back to her face again. "Are you offering yourself as part of the trade, then?" Lucy's mouth fell open. Was he flirting with her? She had little enough experience in the process to know whether or not this exchange qualified as a flirtation. He was a scoundrel, a thief, and still her heart leaped treacherously. No, she somehow managed to choke out. I refuse to barter myself for any man. I want my freedom, my independence. Heathmore, perchance, offers me that. His gaze sharpened to something beyond wolfish appreciation. In fact, his eyes seemed to pry beneath her skin. "You are refusing my offer," he asked, "because you want to live there yourself?" He sounded surprised. Presumably, he knew about the rats then. "I do not yet know if I want to live there." She lifted her chin. "But if not, I would sell the property for a price that would at least permit me to pursue other choices in life." "So it is about the money, then?" He sounded almost disappointed. £650. Lucy bit her lip. He'd gone beyond what she imagined the property was worth now. And why, oh why, had she told Lord Branston those things? Her freedom and her independence made no difference to him. Indeed, they were pieces of her hopes and dreams that even her own parents refused to consider. He didn't need to know a thing about her, beyond the fact she was refusing his offer. She scowled, resenting his easy wealth, given that she had just sold her hair for 15 desperate shillings. "I won't consider any offers until I have a chance to inspect my property, Lord Branston." And her suspicion that he knew something she didn't was now quite thoroughly roused. What about the property had him so fixated he had come all the way to London to continue these useless negotiations? Something smelled like like a rat. And not one of the ones she ostensibly owned. "I am afraid you have wasted your time in coming to London," she said, summoning her best glare. "So you may as well return to Cornwall. Wilson will show you out now." Except Wilson was nowhere to be seen. Lucy glanced toward the open drawing-room door, searching for Wilson's familiar balding pate. What good was a butler if he wasn't there when you needed someone tossed out? The servant usually hovered over her like a persistent gnat, but he'd left her alone with only Lydia to guard her reputation. Judging by the way her sister was still gaping, moon-eyed at their handsome guest, there would be no help from that quarter. She caught the familiar sound of Wilson's shoes then, clicking on the hallway tiles. Relief poured over her. There he was, just in time. But as Wilson came through the door, Lucy realized he hadn't come alone. Behind him came her father, his face dark as thunder. Oh, damn Wilson and his meddling. It had been this way since she was a child. She'd do something, sneak a pie from the kitchen, let loose a pair of frogs from the first-floor hallway, and Wilson would somehow, some way, inform her father. He might be a treasured part of the family, but he was also a bloody spy, and it seemed as though he was always on whichever side was not her own. And while she might be through negotiating with Lord Branston and wish him gone, judging by the look on her father's face, things were just heating up.
"What in the blazes is going on here?" Lord Cardwell stalked into the drawing-room.
Thomas found himself without a ready answer. Not that he needed one, given that the question was not intended for him. Which was 6 shades of wrong. He was the one who rightly deserved Lord Cardwell's condemnation. After all, he had come here unannounced, procured an audience with Cardwell's young, unmarried daughter without the man's knowledge or permission. But Cardwell's blustering anger wasn't being directed toward him. It was being aimed at his trousers-wearing daughter. "Father, I can explain," she began.
"I am not interested in your explanations, Lucy."
"But I only wrote to him because—"
"Be quiet."
Cardwell's voice boomed through the drawing-room, making the fine curiosities on the mantel rattle.
"You should be ashamed of yourself, greeting Lord Branston looking like this."
Her shoulders slumped. In spite of himself, Thomas cringed for the girl. Lord Cardwell turned to Thomas, shaking his head.
"I must offer my most sincere apologies, Lord Branston. If I might beg your discretion over whatever she has said or done, and most particularly for what she is wearing, my family would be grateful. Her season has nearly begun, and we'd like to avoid any unfortunate rumours, given the delicacy of her position. Lucy is—"
His voice trailed off, as though he himself was at a loss to describe his hoyden of a daughter. Quite unexpectedly, Thomas's mind readily supplied a string of missing adjectives. Stubborn, surprising, brilliant. He'd come prepared to dislike her, to trick her into selling Heathmore if necessary. He'd presumed she would be like his former fiancée, spoiled, self-centered, beautiful. Instead, she had turned his preconceived notions of what a viscount's daughter should do and say, and turned them on their side. "Perhaps you should be apologizing to your daughter instead of me," he told the man. Cardwell's head jerked backward.
"I beg your pardon?"
"Your daughter. After all, she's the wronged party here. I believe apologies are customary in those situations."
"The wronged party?"
Cardwell echoed, blinking in confusion.
"She's greeted you wearing trousers."
"Her manner of dress is irrelevant to the discussion at hand," Thomas growled. "You attempted to sell me a piece of property that belonged to your daughter without her authority. And yet she is of age, is she not?"
"Yes, but—"
"I presume she is considered sane, and therefore capable of making her own decisions."
I suppose."
Cardwell's face reddened, and his gaze slid to his daughter. "Although one has to question her decisions of late." Thomas bristled at the edge of doubt in her father's voice. 3 years ago, when his sister turned up on his London doorstep, unmarried and pregnant, there had been some in London who encouraged him to have her committed to an asylum. After all, he was her guardian, even if he'd proven a poor one, and no sane woman would fall prey to such folly, particularly not the sister of a marquis. It would have been the most expedient solution to the scandal she presented, and was a decision that might have even convinced his fiancée to stay. But he'd refused to listen to them then, and he refused to tolerate Cardwell's uncertainty now, no matter that it was the fashionable way to deal with headstrong females. "You owe your daughter an apology, Lord Cardwell." He crossed his arms, waiting.
"Just who do you think you are, coming into my house and telling me how to behave toward my daughter?" Cardwell blustered.
Miss Westmore stepped forward, her face pale. "I assure you there is no need for an apology, father," she said hoarsely. She cut Thomas a terse glance, though her gaze felt different now than it had during the heat of their earlier argument. More speculative, somehow. Either that, or now she thought him deranged. "I think it best if you go now, Lord Branston." He hesitated. His heart told him their business was not through. But if she abdicated the apology he'd just fought for on her behalf, he could allow that was her decision. And quite honestly, so was the decision regarding the disposition of her property. "Miss Westmore," he told her, "I understand your desire to make sure you know the value of the property before you make any decisions about its sale. I only ask that, when you eventually reach a conclusion on the matter, you give me first right of refusal." Her eyes flashed. "I would not depend on it, my lord." Thomas gritted his teeth. He'd thought, perhaps, that she'd been wavering. There had been a moment before her father stormed onto the scene when he thought things might be leaning toward a different solution. If she lived at Heathmoor herself, rather than selling it to the highest bidder, the property would be safe. But damn it all, there was no mistaking the stubborn glint in her eye. He'd seen it more than once when someone had tried to cross her aunt. Not wanting to inflame the situation further, he nodded in Cardwell's direction, who at least was glaring in his direction now, instead of his daughter's. Then, knowing he had angered them both, he turned on his heel and left. That drink was waiting. And he still had 13 bloody hours left in London. From the Diary of Edith Lucille Westmore, February 7th, 1813. Though it is tempting to lay my troubles at the feet of my father, I didn't escape London simply to thwart his wishes or merely to avoid an unwelcome marriage. Neither did I leave only because I was afraid of Bedlam and the horrors that might await me there. I left for a more important reason than that. I came to find myself. Already I have a fair idea of who I am not. I am not someone who can change myself at the bequest of some man, be he a father or a vicar. I cannot pretend to be something or someone I am not. I may be a spinster by choice, but I will not be an unhappy one. There is plenty to keep me occupied in Lizard Bay, beyond the distraction of vexing Reverend Wellsbury, and I am determined to immerse myself in the possibilities. If I can improve someone else's life, perhaps I can improve my own. Above all, I shall make my own happiness, even if it makes others cringe. Chapter 7. Locked in her room, presumably for safekeeping, Lucy did not waste time licking her wounds. No, she put her anger and isolation to a better use. She packed her bag. Her parents' voices had shaken the house into the wee hours of the morning, tossing about words like troubled and willful and unstable. Mother had even proposed calling in old Dr. Bashings for an evaluation, a suggestion that sent Lucy's thoughts spinning in a pattern that might well be argued as mad. The prophetic words from Aunt E's diary swam drunkenly through her head. Would father have her committed for refusing to obey him? And writing to Lord Branston? And cutting her hair? She didn't know. But she wasn't going to stay locked in her room and wait for the axe to fall. Her parents' worried tones had settled some time after midnight, but the resulting silence hadn't eased Lucy's mind. Outside her bedroom door, she could hear the clock in the hallway strike the 4 o'clock hour. As the last chime trailed off, she mulled over her choices, scant though they were. She could forget about Heathmoor, suffer her season, and accept the repercussions of her wilfulness, or she could seize the opportunity that now presented itself. She wasn't entirely naive. She hadn't nearly enough money. It wasn't going to be easy. It might even be dangerous. But it wasn't impossible. She had enough money, if she was frugal, to get herself to Lizard Bay.
Once she was there, she felt sure the rest would sort itself out. She could take a position in town to cover her living expenses, possibly even sell Heathmoor if it proved the uninhabitable disappointment her father had described. But at least the decision would be her own to make. And at least then she would have no regrets. A sensible girl would wait for the first streaks of dawn to make her dash for freedom. Well, she wasn't a sensible girl, or at least, isn't that what her parents believed? Her decision made, Lucy dressed hurriedly in one of her new walking gowns, fashioned by London's most exclusive modiste for a season she had never wanted. Feeling daring, she fastened the green stone necklace Aunt E had sent her about her throat, then slipped Heathmoor's key in a pocket, her fingers curling around the promise of it. Over the past 2 weeks, the key had become something more than just a key to her. Somehow, by carrying it around in her pocket, it had become a symbol of hope. For her future, for her happiness. But to procure that future, she needed to do more than carry it about in her pocket. She needed to slide it in the damn lock and open the door to her house. Nearly ready now, she placed her aunt's diaries on top of the single change of clothes in her valise. She'd only made it through the first volume so far, but had already read enough to know she was more like her aunt than she'd ever imagined. These yellow pages were proof enough of her path. Aunt E had done it, once upon a time. Packed her bags and left in the night, not telling anyone where she was going. Aunt E had made her choice and never looked back. She could do this. She would do this. Even Lord Branston had acknowledged her right to make this decision without interference. That had surprised her almost as much as her father's more damning words. But not even Lord Branston's unexpected show of support could ease her troubled mind. Make no mistake, she was quite sure she hated him. But her curiosity was roused as well. Why did he want Heathmoor Cottage so badly he would come all the way to London to extend the negotiations? What secrets did Heathmoor hold? Nothing about her inheritance made sense, and she was through trying to sort it out from London. But first, she had to escape her room. Lucy pressed an ear to her door, listening to the sounds of the house at sleep. She felt quite sure she could pick the lock. She had plenty of practice being locked in her room as punishment for her varied transgressions through the years. Hairpins were good for at least something, though their value in containing her short hair was now thoroughly moot. But picking the lock carried an element of danger. Had father put a guard outside the door? If he had, she presumed it would be Wilson, and that meant she couldn't risk it. So she threw up the sash on her window and leaned out, scanning the shadowed street below. Not a soul was out yet, though the milk sellers and carters sometimes used this route early in the morning on the way to the market. That was why she needed to leave now, before there were witnesses about. She eyed the oak tree outside her window, the bark rough with promise. The leaves were not yet out, which meant it was hard to tell which branches were healthy and which were not. She'd have to trust fate, she guessed. Just yesterday, hadn't she wished for a chance to climb a tree again? Well, wish granted. She tossed out her bag, wincing as it crashed off the limbs. Then, with a muttered oath instead of a prayer, she swung a leg over the sill, yanking at the heavy skirts of her walking gown as they tangled about her feet. This was not going to be as easy as the last time she had done it. Then again, that had been more than 4 years ago.
and she had been wearing trousers at the time. Somehow she launched herself into the branches of the tree, and somehow, though she sacrificed some skin on her palm and a patch of lace on her sleeve to the effort, she managed to lower herself to the ground. As her boots touched down, the breath left her lungs in a slide of relief. Giddiness washed over her. She had done it. Now all she needed to do was walk the dangerous, dark streets of London and reach the train station without being gutted by a brigand. She picked up her bag and turned around, only to run smack into a silent wall of servant.
"Going somewhere, Miss Lucy?"
Wilson's big voice cut through the quiet of the street. Lucy scrambled backward, her heart thudding against her ribs. Damn Wilson to hell and back. She should have known he'd guess her plans. He had an uncanny way of knowing exactly what was running through her mind. Well, she had clearly miscalculated this time. It would have been better to pick the lock. Could she outrun him? Wilson was old, but he wasn't wearing skirts and carrying a bag. She didn't like her odds.
"And where might you be going this fine early morning?" he asked,
as though their meeting was a casual one. Lucy took another frantic step backward, until the bark of the tree dug against her back. He was part of the family, but he was also a servant. He couldn't stop her. Not really. He could only tell her father. But that would mean disaster, given that the train didn't depart the station until 8 o'clock. She expected her father to eventually come after her, of course, but she hoped to have at least a day's head start. "I'd rather not say," she told him tersely.
"I see. Do you mean to tell me you found enough money for the journey?"
Wilson inclined his head, his broad face awash in doubt.
"I was led to believe you lacked the funds to reach Cornwall."
Lucy bit her lip. She should have known Wilson would be aware of all of this. The man knew everything that went on at Cardwell House. "I've enough to get there," she told him, defiantly. "That's all that matters."
"I see."
He crossed his arms.
"And how will you eat once you are there?"
"Well, there are rats, aren't there?" As his bushy brows rose, she sighed. "Honestly, I will sort it out when I get there. You can't stop me, Wilson, so you may as well bid me goodbye." His familiar frown made her chest squeeze tight, reminding her that in spite of their long history, she was going to miss the man. He inclined his head.
"I haven't come to stop you."
She blinked. You haven't?"
"No."
He stepped forward, and she tensed. But instead of grabbing her arm, as she had feared, he picked up her hand and pressed something cold and metal into her palm.
"Safe journeys, Miss Lucy."
She looked down. In the dim gaslight, she caught the glint of 2 gold sovereigns. "But you," she stammered through a sudden wash of tears. "You can't mean to do this. You could lose your position," she protested.
"I wiped your father's nose when he was a lad," he scoffed. "I wiped his sister Edith's nose as well, God rest her soul. He's not going to sack me."
He gave her a rare ghost of a smile. "And I'm not trying to help you reach Cornwall, Miss Lucy. I don't imagine I could stop you with a pistol and a length of rope." His big voice shook with emotion, and if she wasn't mistaken, there was a sheen of tears in his eyes as well.
"No, I'm trying to help you get back safely, you see."
Lucy's fingers closed over the precious coins. "Thank you," she whispered, swallowing the lump in her throat.
Wilson regained a bit of his usual frown. "And I insist you take a cab to the station. 'Tis too dangerous to walk this time of morning. All sorts of suspicious sorts lurking about."
"But I need every penny," she confessed.
"There's a hackney waiting on the corner of Oxford Street. I've just come from paying the driver."
Lucy gaped at him. "How did you know?" He smiled again.
"Your next steps are never that hard to guess. I just imagine the most impulsive path possible, and there you are, tripping along it, brave as anything."
His smile fell away, leaving him suddenly looking more like the old Wilson she knew.
"If you like, I will tell your father you are skulking about in your room and don't wish to see anyone. That should buy you a day or two's head start at least."
Lucy stared at him, speechless. Not even Lydia had been willing to do this for her. And Lydia was family. He jerked his head toward Oxford Street.
"Go on, then, quickly, before I change my mind."
Lucy took several steps toward freedom, hugging her bag to her chest. At the corner, she could make out the shadowy shape of the cab and horse that would carry her to the train station. She turned around to look at the servant she'd known nearly all of her life one last time. "Wilson?" He stood like a dark rock in the street.
"Yes?"
With a soft cry, she launched herself into his arms. She hugged him fiercely, as though this goodbye could stretch to the rest of her family. Somehow, in this moment, knowing she had Wilson's approval was enough. "Thank you," she whispered.
"Just promise you'll try to stay out of trouble," he said gruffly, over the top of her head, patting her back.
"I'll try to," she promised, pulling back with a smile. "But we both know my efforts don't always end well on that front." And then, with her bag in one hand, she ran like the dickens for Oxford Street. Streaks of dawn were just appearing on the horizon as Thomas made his way out of the hotel, or at least they should have been appearing. If he had been back home in Lizard Bay instead of London, he was quite sure he could have seen it. Instead, soot-streaked buildings obscured his view. When he breathed in, the morning breeze smelled of coal fires instead of salt air and seagrass, and the muddled pounding of his head told him that even had the sky been more promising, he was still too knackered from last night's dive into the bottle to properly appreciate it. Wincing from the effort of breathing, he lifted a hand to hail one of the cabs sitting in a line. A voice pushed from behind his shoulder.
"Branston?"
He stiffened, but didn't turn around. The voice came again.
"Excuse me, but are you perchance Lord Branston?"
Thomas gritted his teeth and forced his feet to turn. A well-dressed gentleman grinned up at him, umbrella in hand, hat perched quite properly on top of his head. The man was close to his own age and looked vaguely familiar, but then all of London did. He'd once imagined himself friends with half the ton. It had taken his sister's scandal to realize that friendship was a term best used loosely in London. The discovery of the true friendships he'd formed in Cornwall had shown him that such memories of his friends in London were based on little more than smoke and mirrors. Thomas tried to school the surly expression that wanted to settle on his face. "Are we acquainted, sir?"
"Wellingsford. Edward Wellingsford. Come now, don't say you don't recall."
Thomas shook his head.
"We went to university together."
"Did we?" Thomas responded bleakly. He still didn't remember. And while he didn't remember many details of what came after graduation, given his rapid descent into dissolution once he'd entered London's social scene as a marquis who'd reached his majority, He remembered very well his years of study during university. He'd bet his right hand he had never seen this man in a single, solitary class.
Well, I was there the first year. I was thrown out for doing poorly.
The man shuffled his feet.
But we both belonged to the same club, and I came to your sister's funeral.
Thomas forced himself to give a curt nod. He still didn't remember, but perhaps pretending to might send the man scurrying off.
How long has it been? The man mused. 2 years?
3, Thomas murmured, turning back to the street and raising his hand again. Damn it, but why was the hackney taking so long?
I was sorry to hear about your sister,
Wellingsford said next, glib as punch.
Though, from the gossip I heard, I have to say it was probably for the best.
A red haze of anger descended over Thomas's line of sight, and he had to force himself to stare straight ahead, to not react. For Christ's sake, it had been 3 bloody years. Were the gossips still talking about Josephine, as though she were a parlour joke, a cautionary tale meant to scare young women into prudish compliance? It happened to the sister of a marquis. It could happen to you, too. Christ, but this visit had devolved into everything he'd feared encountering in London. The incessant gossip, the false smiles, the now empty brandy bottle rolling about the floor of his hotel room. He'd promised himself he wouldn't fall into old habits, that he was better than that, different inside. But his hard-fought sobriety in Cornwall had apparently made him forget this piece of his former life. From the moment he stepped off the train yesterday, the sounds and scents of the city had crept beneath his skin and stirred unwelcome memories. The disastrous meeting with Miss Westmore hadn't helped. Here he was, not even 24 hours in London, facing the mean-spirited censure of former friends and clawing his way out of a bottle. A better man would swear never again. A lesser man would seek out a dose of laudanum to shave the edges from last night's mistake. He counted himself somewhere in between, and so he did neither.
Have you seen Miss Heighton yet?
Wellingsford pattered on, pulling Thomas's thoughts reluctantly toward his former fiancée.
I hear she's doing all right for herself, though she's facing her 4th season now. Angling for a duke, to hear the tales.
The bastard actually laughed.
Must have been a blow for you to lose a woman that beautiful. I know I wouldn't kick her out of my bed on a Monday.
Thomas turned slowly, his hands clenching. I don't care to hear such things about my former fiancée, thank you very much. He glared down at Wellingsford. Gabrielle's callousness might have once left him reeling, but she didn't deserve such slander. Something in Thomas's expression caused Wellingford's eyes to widen, and he took a quick step back, his hands held up in defence.
No need to get testy. I didn't mean any harm to the girl. I'm just making polite conversation.
He pushed a nervous laugh from his lips.
She wouldn't have me anyway, old chap. I'm only a second son, too low-born for the likes of Miss Heighton.
He glanced toward the cab, which was finally rolling to a stop at the curb.
Say, he said, brightening, can we share a cab?
No. Thomas clambered up into the hackney, feeling strangled by his high collar and necktie, feeling, too, disgusted with the Wellingsfords of the world.
Come on, then,
the man whined, placing a hand on the cab's runner.
Just a quick hop across town. We could catch up. Lots to talk about. It's been 3 years, after all.
Thomas leaned down, beckoning the man closer. Wellingsford stupidly tipped an ear toward him. Though it was probably a terrible idea, given how quickly rumours flew through London, Thomas grabbed the man's coat lapel and hoisted him closer. "If I let you up in this cab," he growled, "and have to listen to one more disgusting word out of your mouth, I can promise you your face will be rearranged before we even reach your destination." He released his hold on the man's coat and patted the man's hat for good measure. Wellingsford stepped back, his face a ghastly white.
Never mind," he stammered. "I think I see another cab."
As the bastard hurried away, Thomas settled back in the seat, a grin settling on his face for the first time all morning. He knew he had likely just started a new train of gossip that would soon be spread through every club in London. "Mad Marquis threatens idiot." Well, that was a change of headline he could live with at least.
"Where to, governor?"
the driver asked, far too cheerfully for 7 o'clock in the morning. Though Thomas had intended to go straight to the train station, for some reason, no doubt on account of his encounter with Edward Wellingsford, his tongue now took an unexpected detour, one he had promised himself he wouldn't take. Then again, his judgment had never been trustworthy when rendered down the barrel of a bottle.
"Golden Square, if you please."
As the driver chirruped to the horse, Thomas slouched down into his seat and lifted a hand to his temple, pressing gingerly. What had made him say that? There was no doubt the unwelcome encounter with Wellingsford had stirred his emotions, but was this a good idea? He'd left 3 years ago, as much to protect her as to protect himself, and distance was an essential element to that unspoken agreement. He didn't know what he might be capable of if he saw her again. Perhaps he was still drunk. Although he was quite sure his head would probably feel better if he was. Too soon they were at Golden Square. The driver tied off the reins, but Thomas didn't get down. Instead, he leaned back against the cracked leather seat and stared up at the red brick townhouse he had last seen 3 years ago. It seemed different, somehow. Whatever else he'd expected of the address, it wasn't this starched, residential street, lined with its spindle-limbed trees, the branches patiently waiting for the warmth of late spring. Then again, those days around his sister's funeral and Gabrielle's scathing betrayal had been almost insensible. He recalled coming here, of course, to meet with her, to beg her to change her mind, to come with him to Cornwall if necessary. But one by one she had rebuked his suggestions, standing firm, preferring to choose her own path. It was odd how he could remember how she had looked, the tears swimming in her eyes, but couldn't recall the look of the townhouse. But was it any wonder? It had all been conducted in a drunken haze. No doubt that was why the actual look of the place took him by surprise this morning. As the morning began to lighten around him, the house slowly came to life. A light flared in the downstairs window, a servant stirring about. Then a light appeared above stairs in what he presumed was her bedroom.
"Shall I go and knock for you, governor?"
The cabby sounded confused. "No." Thomas shook his head, but stilled as the curtains on the second floor moved. He heard the sounds of the sash coming up, and his eyes stayed sewn to the spot. He'd not seen her since the day after the funeral, when he came by one last time, determined to make her see reason. But as the muslin stirred and the sound of light laughter reached him through the window, he caught a glimpse of a profile he'd once known as well as his own, and his breath caught in his throat. She'd changed, grown less slender, but there was no doubt it was her. The sound of her morning laughter through the open sash plucked a nerve inside him. He felt tautly strung, ready to burst. Once upon a time, he'd have done anything to pull laughter from those lips. He'd make up limericks, tell terrible jokes, tickle her arm if the teasing didn't work. How long had it been since he'd made someone laugh? God, did he even possess the skills anymore? "Governor?" the driver asked again. Thomas shook himself from his stupor. It hadn't been a good idea to come. Christ, but would he ever be able to move on from this? It was clear she'd carved a new life for herself, one that didn't involve him. He had no business intruding when she'd made her wishes quite clear. "My business here is done," he answered briskly. "To Waterloo Bridge Station, if you please, quick as you can. I need to make the 8 o'clock train." With a sour glance, no doubt on account of the stupidity of such a detour when time was marching by, the cabby set off. Thomas leaned back in his seat, closing his eyes. She'd looked, well, happy even. That was something, at least. It was a relief to know she had a normal life and lived in a normal house. He wondered if she was as happy as she sounded, if she might eventually find someone she could love. He hoped so. No matter the nature of their parting, no matter even Wellingsford's vile words, he'd never wished anything less for her. It was the closest glimpse he'd had of her in 3 years, and already he couldn't help but wonder how long it would be before he had another. Bloody hell. He could use another drink. From the Diary of Edith Lucille Westmore, February 21st, 1813. Second impressions give one a better understanding of a person than first impressions, I think. A peek behind the curtain, so to speak. Well, Reverend Wellsbury has been given a peek he won't soon forget. After the audacity of his kiss, followed by his unwelcome lecture on propriety, I made sure to sit in the front pew of church this week. I also sewed a bright red ribbon along the edge of my crinoline and shortened the hem of my skirts. Sure enough, the pompous windbag stumbled over his sermon every time I flashed my ankle. Proving, of course, that men are eminently untrustworthy. They all say they want a pure, obedient wife, but then lose their heads over a bit of red ribbon. I wonder if the good vicar realizes the potential moral peril in staring at a woman's unutterables. He should be pleased that he now has something more significant to worry about than me living alone on the edge of a cliff. Now he has to worry about me coming to church. Chapter 8. Thomas trudged his way down the boarding platform. The entire trip was a failure. He'd failed to convince Miss Westmore to sell Heathmore Cottage, with all its hidden secrets. He'd broken down and visited the one address he had sworn to avoid, and the reek of brandy on his breath and his pounding head were reminders enough he'd failed in that respect, too. Just 3 more reasons to hate London. Damn, but it was crowded at the station this morning. A schoolboy in plaid wool tossed a ball from one hand to the other, and as he passed, Thomas was reminded enough of Danny to glance down to make sure the boy was wearing shoes. At the edge of the platform, a young man in a checked apron tried in vain to sweep up the cast-offs of humanity, pushing paper wrappers and discarded flyers on the edge of his broom. But, much like the people themselves, the detritus just circled back around to fill the empty space. Thomas had never liked crowds, preferring instead to lurk amongst libraries and gardens. But when his time at university had ended, he'd felt adrift, unsure of what to do with himself. He'd been almost pushed toward the teeming streets of London, his preferences be damned. He was a marquis after all, and there were certain expectations to the position. And instead of peaceful gardens and greenhouses, clubs and racetracks had become his proving grounds. And instead of books on botany and geology, bottle after bloody bottle had filled his life. He couldn't even point to when it had become a problem. He only knew it had. He preferred the solitude of Cornwall now. Needed it. Too many people made him twitch. All too soon, these worn-out souls would be packed, elbow to chest, in third-class seating, sweating and miserable. Thank God he had a first-class ticket, and would soon be sleeping on his own upholstered seat to the rhythm of the rails. A bell rang out, fair notice the train was boarding. With it, the crowd began to push and hum. Through the frantic swirl of people, a woman caught his eye. Perhaps it was her height, standing several inches above the other women on the platform. Or perhaps it was because he could just see an inch or so of blonde hair peeking out from the bottom edge of her bonnet. Whatever the reason, it was enough to make Thomas turn and stare as she hurried toward a third-class car. It couldn't be her. She was a viscount's daughter. She wouldn't be riding in third class. But as her face turned to greet the ticket-taker, he caught a glimpse of that wide mouth that had argued with him so vigorously yesterday, but then failed to stand up to her father. Bloody hell! It was her. Miss Westmore was boarding the train to Salisbury. Alone. Perhaps he shouldn't count his failures just yet. At least she was wearing a proper dress this time, and a very fashionable one too, though his skills in that arena were rusty with disuse. It was a bright canary gold, clearly meant to draw attention to the wearer, and was nipped and tucked in places that highlighted her generous curves. Definitely not the sort of gown, or the sort of woman one usually saw in a third-class car. About her neck he spied a distinctive serpentine stone, a defiant symbol of Lizard Bay, and the unusual geology of the coast. Its appearance gave him pause. It told him her destination better than any map. Holy hell! Did she really mean to go to Cornwall without suitable accompaniment? He could see no servant trailing her, no glowering father at her heels, no stacks of trunks and hat boxes towering in weight of loading. He couldn't figure her out. The girl was trouble incarnate. He ought to bundle her back to Lord Cardwell's house, the consequences of facing her father be damned. Or better still, he ought to leave well enough alone. But as she disappeared into the depths of the third-class carriage, he found himself drifting toward the point where he had last seen her. What was she doing? Damn it, what was he doing? She'd made her position clear yesterday. She had no interest in dealing with him. But something about this girl piqued his interest. She seemed alive. Not much else in his life did. Thomas made to follow her into the carriage, but found his way blocked by the ticket-taker.
"Tickets, please!"
the man barked, holding out his hand. Thomas shook his head, which had the misfortune of making it pound more fiercely.
"I just want to speak with a woman who's just gone into the car. I'll only be a moment." "You must have a ticket to board," the man said sternly. "I only want a word, and I only want your ticket."
With a snarl, Thomas pulled his ticket from his jacket and handed it to the man. "Now may I pass?" The station worker began to sputter.
"But this is the first-class ticket, sir."
He pointed toward the other carriage, just ahead.
"Your car is there. This is the third-class car."
"Oh, for heaven's sake," Thomas growled. I presume a first-class ticket holder can sit anywhere they please.
There are only a limited number of seats.
Then give someone else my seat in the first-class car. Thomas pushed past him. I choose to sit here. With Aunt E's second diary volume clutched in her hand, Lucy found an empty seat and settled into it with a small sigh of relief. Wilson, bless his big heart, must have kept his word, because no one had shown up to intercept her at the station. The wooden seat felt hard as a slab of granite beneath her bum, but it couldn't dim her enthusiasm. She was finally on her way to Cornwall. She took off her bonnet and leaned her head back against the wooden bench, briefly closing her eyes. She was too excited to sleep, but suspected she was also too tired to read. Through the seat back, she could feel the steady vibration of the engine and the jostling of fellow passengers as they shifted about on the bench, each seeking to find a comfortable position to carry them through the portending 9-hour ride. Perhaps once the train started moving, she might have a hope for a nap. "Does your father know you are on this train, Miss Westmore?" Lucy's eyes flew open, and her fingers tightened over the journal as she saw who had uttered such a damning phrase. Oh, bugger it all. She bit her lip to keep from saying it out loud. Could she really have such poor luck? Lord Branston towered over her, his auburn hair backlit by the morning sun streaming through the train's grit-covered window. If this was a dream, she hoped it ended in something more interesting than another tiresome offer for Heathmore Cottage. But given the man's persistence, she suspected he was all too real. "As we established yesterday, I am of age," she replied crisply, sitting up straighter and shoving her aunt's diary in her valise. "My father cannot dictate my actions." "Ah." He sounded unconvinced. "So, having reached your majority, you simply bade him goodbye and walked out the front door?" "Not that it's any of your business, but I climbed out a window. You'll find I am persistent enough to do nearly anything once I've set my mind to something. I've set my mind to see my property and understand what has you sniffing after it." She glared up at him. "And given that you are a marquis who tosses about offers of hundreds of pounds as though they mean nothing, shouldn't you be seated in the first-class car? Or perchance own your own train?" "No trains." He stepped forward, out of the sun, and his features shifted into sharper focus. She could see, then, the light brown of his eyes, golden flecks swirled with green, and the light stubble across his cheeks, suggesting he'd not shaved this morning. He chuckled softly. "I prefer to spend my money on falling-down cottages, you see." Lucy swallowed at the sound of his light laughter. "Not my cottage." Unperturbed, he lowered himself onto the bench beside her and stretched out his legs, as though he meant to stay. As he filled the space beside her, she caught the faint scent of brandy. Perhaps his valet had splashed some on his skin after shaving, although he didn't appear to have used the services of a valet this morning. Though his clothing was quite respectable, the sort of frock coat and trousers you might find on any well-bred London gentleman, the points of his collar were drooping, and his necktie was slightly off-centre. Not that those small signs of dishevelment detracted from his appeal in any way. Already he was making her heart thrum faster and the skin itch beneath her collar. He sidled closer to her as he made space for a last, straggling traveller, a woman with a fussing baby in her arms. He even took the woman's bag and stowed it for her under the seat. The gesture while kind, caused his thigh to brush up against hers and sent her stomach jumping like a nervous kitten. "Surely there are other places you might sit," she said in exasperation. A crooked smile appeared as he settled back against his seat. "I don't see any other seats, Miss Westmore." "I would imagine there is more room in the first-class car." "Yes, but the company there is so much less enjoyable." Warm hazel eyes met hers and lingered. The view as well. Lucy slouched down against the hard bench. He wasn't doing anything untoward, exactly, and he'd extended a kindly hand to the woman with the baby. But that was evidence he was mannered, not nice. She didn't trust him any further than she could throw him. And then it was too late to fix. With a mighty groan, the train began to pull out of the station. Bugger it all. Now she was stuck with the man for the length of the journey. She inched away from him, though that brought her flush against a portly man to her right, who reeked of pipe tobacco. She cleared her throat purposefully, given that she had no intention of making a good impression. "Speaking of views, I remember the view of the ocean from the front door of Heathmore Cottage," she said, determined to both regain the upper hand and circle the conversation back around to the point, which was that she was not going to sell him the property, so he might as well toddle on to a different seat in the car and leave her in peace. Lord Branston shrugged, seemingly unperturbed by her rabid throat-clearing. Or was he hard of hearing? But no. He was smiling. "The view is about the only thing to recommend it, at present. I assure you my offer of £650 is more than fair. It is worth more than that to me. I can see you appear to harbour a sentimental attachment. Your aunt was similarly fond of the place." He hesitated and leaned closer. "Would you consider £675? Lucy drew in a sharp breath. Bloody hell! He'd only sat down next to her to continue the negotiations. "If Heathmore is in such terrible condition, why are you so interested in it?" she asked. "I suspect you could buy any home in England. Why is my house the one you want?" Though the train car rocked and swayed as it gained speed, his eyes didn't waver as they met hers. "Why is anything the one we want?" he said softly, and the varied interpretations of his words kindled a warmth in her stomach. "That is hardly an answer," she protested. "Very well, then. There is something about it that appeals to me, something others don't see when they look at it." He inclined his head. "It has hidden depths. If I thought you meant to live there and see to its upkeep, I would leave it be, I assure you. But as long as there is a chance you might sell it, and as long as there is a chance someone else might buy it, I am afraid I must continue to offer." Somehow she found the presence of mind to shake her head. "And I am afraid I must continue to decline, Lord Branston." In fact, in this moment, on this train, she wouldn't imagine selling it, no matter how high the man's offers escalated. Though she'd claimed to Lydia that she wanted to inspect the property to have a better sense of its worth, now that she was finally on her way, freedom tingling beneath her skin, the thought of selling it felt 6 shades of wrong. His low-throated chuckle slid over her like a warm bath. "We'll see, Miss Westmore. We'll see." From the Diary of Edith Lucille Westmore, August 20th, 1815. Reverend Wellsbury seems up to his usual tricks again. Today's sermon was on loving your neighbour, and he met my eye more than once from the pulpit.
When I winked at him, the man turned as red as the devil himself. I have to admit, he's a handsome thing. It's no hardship to go to church, even if my mind's not always on God. But I can't help but wonder, just who does he intend the advice for? It is no secret around town that I've received 3 separate proposals of marriage from Mr. Jameson, the town grocer, and more mooning glances from Mr. Bentley, the postmaster, than I can count. They are both kind, if a bit too persistent, but I cannot bring myself to imagine anything beyond an innocent flirtation with either of them. Now, Reverend Wellsbury, there's a man with whom I can imagine a not-so-innocent flirtation. But despite his appeal, I cannot quite bring myself to trust his intentions. He seems determined to save my soul from spinsterhood. But, unfortunately, he seems unwilling to martyr himself for the cause.
Chapter 9. To keep his mind off the fact he was still half drunk and hurtling through space in an iron box with no hope of stepping outside for air, Thomas kept his attention focused squarely on Miss Westmore's face. Not that it was a hardship to do so. In staring at her as much as he liked, he discovered something peculiar about her. Well, more peculiar. She filled out a pair of trousers nicely, after all, and had hair of a length that would inspire envy in a monk. Nothing normal about that. But he couldn't help but notice she chewed on her lower lip when she was thinking, and he found himself wanting to see it again. But that wasn't going to happen if she kept those rather lovely lips pressed together, tight as a slipknot. A porter came down the aisle, carrying a basket of items for purchase. Thomas lifted a finger, summoning the man, and then dug in his pocket for a coin to purchase 2 apples. "Malus domestica," he said, presenting one to Miss Westmore with a grand flourish. Her eyes narrowed on the proffered fruit, but she shook her head. A beat passed, and then those lips miraculously opened. "Why did you call it that? It looks like a plain old apple." He turned it into his palm, the yellow-red skin slightly mottled. He could tell by its colour that it was a Ribston Pippin variety of apple. He could tell her its entire history, including its original cultivation from an orchard in Yorkshire. But given the disdain in her voice, he decided to keep that information to himself. She seemed none too impressed by his knowledge, anyway. He stared down at the apple in his palm, wishing she would just take it. She looked hungry, despite her refusal. Or was she turning up her nose at the apple itself? It looked different than the apples he'd been served on the way to London. He supposed they must serve only polished apples in the first-class cabin, the ones with no evidence of interest from insects and the like. But he liked the look of this one, as though it was somehow more real than the carefully chosen, polished variety, much like Miss Westmore herself. He frowned, suddenly realizing she was still waiting for an answer. "Malus domestica is the scientific name for apple," he explained. "I enjoy odd facts." At her resulting scowl, he added, "I studied botany at university once upon a time." She rolled her eyes. "If you are trying to impress me, Lord Branston, you should just leave off. Botany is hardly a subject of note. Now, philosophy, religion, law, those are subjects a marquis might use to advantage. At least, the useful variety of marquis." By her tone, it was clear that she roundly considered him one of the non-useful varieties. Not that he disagreed.
She wiggled down into her seat and stared straight ahead again, though her lips muttered a last, final thought. And the fact that you know the scientific name for a bloody apple won't change my mind about Heathmore.
Thomas sighed at the dismissal. He bit into his apple and pocketed the one he'd intended for her. This was a bit like trying to squeeze blood from a stone. He thought of his discarded first-class seat, with its lovely cushioned bench and its copious space. And then he thought of how close Miss Westmore was sitting to him, and how the scent of her reminded him a bit of this apple, fresh, tart, and entirely unexpected in the car of a filthy third-class carriage. As far as trades went, he suspected it was worth it.
"Do you know much about your destination, Lizard Bay?" he asked next, thinking, perhaps, she simply needed an avenue to less confrontational conversation. She ignored him. "It is a small town," he went on, "and I've never seen a lizard there myself. I suspect the town's name derives from some older Cornish word, or perhaps it was named after the lizardite rocks that litter the coast." She kept her eyes focused straight ahead, as though the elderly couple sitting on the opposite bench was the most fascinating thing she had ever seen. But there it was. Her mouth shifted. The line became softer, and her lower lip slipped between her teeth. She was definitely more aware of him than she was letting on. "Do you always bite your bottom lip when you are thinking?" he teased. She made a grand show then of not biting her lip, and inched her tall frame a little farther to her right. Thomas stifled a laugh. If she continued in that direction, she would be sitting on the lap of the gentleman beside her all too soon. Not that the man looked as though he would mind. It had not escaped Thomas's notice that she'd captured interested glances from most of the men in the car. She seemed oblivious to the attention. That told him she was rather naive about the intentions of men, and that made Thomas want to stick tight as a burr to her side. "No witty retort?" he asked mildly. "You should not be staring at my lips," she muttered. Now that was about as ludicrous as the idea he might willingly abandon his hopes to acquire Heathmore. She might not be the most striking woman in a train car, but there was something about her that drew the eye. It was true that her mouth turned down, all too frequently, but that made him want to force a smile. Thomas shrugged, hardly knowing which devil had seized him, but all too willing to give himself over to it. How long had it been since he'd tried so hard to make a woman laugh? He'd once been considered rather funny, in the days before he descended into that dark London drunkenness, but he scarcely recognized the skill that was emerging in slow, rusty turns. "I am a man. You have a pair of lovely lips, and you tend to bite them when you are irritated. Forgive me for noticing." He leaned closer until the sweet, simple scent of her filled his head and drowned out the sweating bodies on either side. "You are doing it again, to tempt me, perhaps, or merely to demonstrate your prowess with the act?" "Probably to keep from blurting out something I shall regret," she huffed. He looked about the crowded car. It was odd, but the press of bodies suddenly seemed less strangling. His head was beginning to feel clearer, too. Was the brandy finally leaving his system, or was it because he'd discovered a more enjoyable distraction? He lifted a hand and gestured toward the mob of people. "No one here knows you, Miss Westmore. Blurt away." "I think not." She peeked back at him. "Why, I would shock you senseless with the things I could say. I come from a large family, and my younger brother, Geoffrey, takes great pleasure in bedeviling us all. I've learned to give as well as I get." He couldn't help it. He laughed out loud.
"What is so amusing?" she asked warily.
"I used to have a sister, Miss Westmore, an independent, outspoken sister. And I assure you she was capable of the occasional unfeminine expression."
She looked at him curiously. "You used to have a sister?"
Thomas sobered, though the urge to make her laugh remained, sharp-edged and wanting. What had made him say that? He rarely spoke about that part of his life, and he didn't know what had brought it out now. Perhaps it had been the unintended detour to Golden Square this morning, stirring painful memories he tried to suppress. Or perhaps it was Miss Westmore's easy, affectionate talk of family, reminding him of his own. This girl reminded him, in small but significant ways, of Josephine. Not in the tragic, fitful way he usually remembered his younger sister, but in more of an elemental way, one that made him smile and made him think of happier times. He drew a deep breath. "I lost her 3 years ago." Lost her. That was one way to put it. The truth was far more painful. He rarely talked about Josephine. She was his sister, his responsibility, and he had failed to protect her. Not that she had given him the time or opportunity to set things to right. The gossip she'd faced had proven too damning, too damaging. Once she'd seen what her condition meant to his own reputation, she'd taken matters into her own hands. Then again, he'd not been the most dependable or sober of potential protectors. Was it any wonder she made such an irrevocable decision? He shook his head, trying to clear away the memories. If Miss Westmore reminded him in some basic, elemental way of his sister, it was probably because she had a habit of leaping first and explaining herself later. That, and inciting such a strong urge to try to get her to laugh. The point is, she was not afraid to give voice to her thoughts. Your aunt herself was famously outspoken. There is little you might say I would find shocking. She responded by worrying her bottom lip between her teeth again. "Go on, then." He pushed his shoulder against hers, the urge to charm her flaring bright beneath his skin. It was almost as though he was coming out of a dark hole, blinking into the sunshine. "I'll even share a few of your aunt's favourites." "Fiddlesticks." He wagged his eyebrows at her, sinking into the old, familiar feeling of being able to tease without worry. Or, "Tell me, I've got Gullyfluff between my ears. That was a particular favourite of Miss E's." Miss Westmore clapped a gloved hand across her mouth, and her shoulders began to shake. For a moment he thought perhaps he had made her cry, to remind her of her recently deceased aunt. But then he realized she was trying very hard not to laugh. "Come now, you know you want to," he coaxed. She pulled her hand away from her mouth. "Oh, stuff it, you bloody cocksure bugger!" Thomas choked in surprise. "Well, that was certainly—" He reached for an appropriate word. "Colourful." A chuckle rose in his throat. Over the course of their acquaintance, Miss E. had said many outrageous things, but to his recollection, the feisty old spinster had never said anything quite like that. "You know," he mused, "that might even have made your aunt blush." In an instant, Miss Westmore's cheeks flamed a rosy pink. "Well then, I suggest you remember what I'm capable of the next time you want to tease me," she told him. "I know my lips are not the sort to inspire poetry, Lord Branston, so keep your false flirtations to yourself." False flirtations. There was nothing false about them.
And what was this nonsense about not being the sort to inspire poetry?
Not even a bawdy bit of poetry? He couldn't help but ask. He cleared his throat, searching for a spark of brilliance. There once was a girl from the city. She blushed even more deeply, but said nothing. "It is your turn," he prompted. After a quick glance to either side, she mumbled, "Who wasn't considered that pretty?" He frowned. Was that how she saw herself? Her mouth was full and wide, and the soft pink hue of her lips was really quite lovely. But she had a nice smile, he countered. She raised a brow. And could curse a fair mile. This was better. Thomas cracked his knuckles, thinking hard. Inspiration came to him in a flash. And she had a lovely, fine set of titties. Her gasp was so loud it bounced off the carriage roof. "Lord Branston!" "Yes?" He tried to sound innocent. "They are. I mean, you do." He gestured helplessly in the direction of her bosom. "I couldn't see them yesterday beneath that horrid waistcoat, but today here they are." He knew he was crossing a line of propriety, but for some reason he couldn't bring himself to care. It was almost as though by trying so hard to be irritated with him, she was inviting such a lovely intimacy. And he'd been lonely for far too long to resist. She crossed her arms over the generous chest that had inspired such a moving bit of rhyme. It might be properly covered in yellow canary wool and feature a double row of brass buttons marching up the bodice, but he knew what lurked beneath. He was nothing if not imaginative. He grinned at her, feeling enormously satisfied with himself. "Do you mean to tell me, Miss Westmore, that you'd rather I stare at your lips after all?" "That is, you are not being a proper gentleman." "Am I supposed to be?" He leaned back in his seat. "You were the one who called me a bloody cocksure bugger." "I was trying to shock you," she sputtered. A mission well accomplished. "Lord Branston, I scarcely think—" "And do think you might call me Thomas. I prefer that to cocksure bugger." He leaned closer, whispering in her ear. "I'm trying to impress you, you see. I'll not have you thinking I prefer buggery to a proper bedding." She burst out laughing, and the tips of her ears turned as pink as her cheeks. "Try it." "Thomas," he said, exaggerating the syllables. "I couldn't. That is, we aren't... That is..." She wrestled her laughter under control and then studied him, chewing on her lip. Once again, his eyes felt compelled to linger. "We aren't friends," she finally said. "It wouldn't be proper." "There is not much about this entire venture I would label as proper," he pointed out. "You are travelling to Cornwall without a companion, and presumably without your father's knowledge, and I don't compose poetry about just anyone you know. Perhaps we could be friends, of a sort. You will call me Thomas, and I might call you Lucy, or, if you prefer, Lucy." Now finally he had her smiling, a broad beauty of a smile, too. "I would prefer to be called Miss L," she told him, though she did so with a fair degree of amusement. "If I choose to live at Heathmore Cottage, as my aunt did, I will need a name that fits." She tried it out again. "Miss L." She nodded. "Yes, I rather like the sound of that." "Miss L, then." He smiled, but her words kindled a faint sense of unease. They were a reminder of her goal here, and his mission, beyond making her smile. The shadow of Heathmore Cottage sat between them. Still, they needn't face that for at least another day.
and there was no reason they couldn't be friends in the interim. The cocksure bugger, or Thomas, as she was now halfway tempted to think of him, proved a surprisingly charming travelling companion, once he abandoned his scurrilous attempts to buy her property. Outside the window, the English countryside rushed by in a blur, winter fields just starting to turn green, stone bridges and quaint townscapes flashing by. Inside the cabin, the hours were a similar blur. Yesterday, when she'd first met him, he'd seemed far too sober and stern, a man without humour, intent on naught but negotiation. It had been easy to imagine she disliked him. But today, Lord Branston seemed different. He tossed off scientific names as though they were supposed to be a part of everyday conversation, and while she'd pretended not to be, she was duly impressed. He'd shown several small kindnesses to complete strangers, and had gamely tried to coax her into eating an apple he didn't have to buy. Not that he'd been successful in the gesture, but still, one had to admire the effort. He told her ridiculous jokes that made her cheeks burn with laughter. And all during the long train ride, through the mild discomfort of the hard wooden seat and the fussing baby to their left, he kept up a stream of easy conversation, as though it was his mission in life to entertain her in a third-class train car. Had she imagined that all titled gentlemen were like that fop from the coach, the one who'd only come to see her, to angle for her dowry? Had she imagined that the sort of men who populated the peerage must all be shallow and dull? Lord Branston was many things, but shallow and dull were not the sort of adjectives that came to mind. And at present he did not seem to want anything from her but her company. It was startling to realize she was all too willing to give it. Any inhibitions Lucy might have initially felt had melted clean away by the time they pulled into the Salisbury station. During dinner at the public room of the inn, she caught herself staring at his mouth more than propriety permitted, fixed on the way the left side rose higher than the other, giving him an impish, crooked smile. And later, when he insisted on walking her to her room, she agreed without the proper degree of hesitation. Was this merely the latest manifestation of her impulsive nature? Or was it something deeper, an elemental desire to be admired by a handsome man? She didn't know. She only knew that as they walked down the narrow hallway of the inn, she couldn't resist taking surreptitious peeks at the man who walked beside her. She'd come to know his profile far too well during the long train ride. He'd been the consummate gentleman all day. Well, except for the poem about her breasts. The truth was, she hadn't really minded. A woman ought to have poetry written about her breasts at least once in her life. Aunt E would probably have welcomed such a thing. And wasn't she supposed to be a scandalous sort of spinster? But this friendship, or whatever else it was that had been forged between them today, couldn't last. He hadn't mentioned Heathmore again since their first moments on the train, but tomorrow they would board the same mail coach with the same final destination. Only they couldn't both win the prize. She couldn't quite shake the notion there were things about Heathmore that hadn't been disclosed, secrets her aunt had meant to entrust to her. Or perhaps that was just her imagination running wild. Feeling off balance from all she didn't know, and possibly from the 3 glasses of wine she had consumed over dinner, Lucy forgot to object when Lord Branston placed a steadying hand on the small of her back. his touch as tender as a lover's caress. But as they reached the door to her room, she found herself suddenly grateful for the candle she was carrying. She didn't want to be alone in the dark with him, if she could help it. She had a fair notion what Aunt E would have done in her situation, thanks to the diary entries she had read. I might choose to be a spinster, but that doesn't mean I can't kiss a handsome man every now and again. Aunt E hadn't backed down from a challenge or a temptation, it seemed. But who knew what she might be tempted to do? She turned to face him. "Thank you for how solicitous you have been." She breathed in deeply, only to discover the breath was laced with the familiar spiced brandy scent of him, which was odd, given that she hadn't seen him drink anything at all during dinner. As if she had summoned him with that indrawn breath, he stepped closer. She jumped, startled by his sudden nearness, and spilled a drop of hot wax on her thumb. "Oh, blast it all!" she exclaimed, shaking it. He picked up her hand, examining the burn. "Now that, at least, is an expression I've heard Miss E use before." She held her breath as the pad of his finger rubbed gently over hers. That is, you know an awful lot about the sort of things my aunt used to say." I counted her as a friend. Lucy stared down at the sight of her hand in his, spellbound. She didn't know whether it was an effect of the wine or the effect of his proximity, but she hoped, prayed, in fact, he might step even closer. She knew she ought to pull her hand away and retreat to the safety of her room, but she didn't. Couldn't. She felt reckless. Not an unusual thing, given her nature, but unusual enough to feel in the presence of a gentleman. She'd never been so acutely aware of her own skin. She'd started out this long, strange day quite convinced she disliked the man. But now her head was spinning, and she couldn't sort out which way was up. "Is that the only reason why you were being so kind to me?" she whispered, dragging her gaze up to his face. "Because you were friends with my aunt?" His smile caught her like a wild swing from the right, crooked and lopsided, but still straight as an arrow through her hopeful heart. "If I am being kind, it is not only because I considered your aunt a good friend." He stepped closer until she was trapped between his large body and her waiting door, her hand still caught up in his. "It is because I would like to be your friend as well, Lucy." She ought to protest, to correct his presumed right to use her given name. She hadn't agreed to his outrageous proposal in the train. But there was no denying her name on his lips felt right. She felt as though she was swaying in place, but despite the way her body wanted to lean closer, despite the fuzziness of her thoughts, something wasn't quite right here, and that was the only thing that kept her from dissolving in a boneless puddle on the dirty wood-plank floor. If Lord Branston's mind was truly on the prize of securing Heathmoor, he ought to be trying to make her as miserable as possible, not seeing to her every need. Well, not her every need. There was no denying this moment was stirring thoughts of needs she'd never imagined, needing. She laughed lightly, trying to reassemble her scattered wits. "No matter how kind you are, Lord Branston, I am still not going to sell Heathmoor without seeing it first." "Fair enough." He loosened her hand. "But I maintain hope you might still consider my offer after you've had a proper look, and I would ask that you at least let me be the one to show you Heathmore Cottage. There are things about the property you might miss at first glance." She had no experience in the matter of dealing with a gentleman who looked at her in this way. The knowledge that, if she wished, she could simply close the small distance between them and stretch up and press her lips against his made her feel light-headed. There was no disapproving parent hovering nearby, no bevy of servants waiting to play chaperone. No matter what she chose to do in this moment, this was her decision to make. She licked her lips. "I'll think on it, my lord." His head dipped tantalizingly closer. "Come now, can't you even call me Thomas?" She shook her head. "You've not yet convinced me to overlook the impropriety." "Haven't I?" He lifted his hand, his fingers lingering near her cheek. She lifted her chin in invitation, only to feel the sharp tug of disappointment as he reached out to tug a strand of hair behind her ear instead. "You don't strike me as the sort of lady who cares overmuch about propriety." "I care," she protested. "Perhaps you care to guard your heart," he corrected, his voice a deep rumble in her ears. "But not because of what people might think." She drew in a breath. He was wrong. She did care what some people thought of her. She cared about what he thought. No comment to offer? His smile returned, slow and spreading this time, but still real enough to make her knees wobble. "I would have thought you might have a smart rejoinder. It seems I am still sorting you out, Lucy Westmore." "What if I refuse to be sorted into some neat category?" she breathed. "What if I refuse to do the expected thing? I might decide to live at Heathmore Cottage myself, you know." "You've not yet seen the property. You will change your mind." "About Heathmore?" she asked, huskily. "Or about you?" His eyes darkened. His hand reached out again, and this time she held her breath until his fingers brushed light as a wish against the delicate skin of her neck, sliding across the pendant she wore, the one Aunt E. had sent her. Could he feel the pounding of her pulse there beneath the pad of his finger? "Perhaps the decision is one and the same," he murmured. She could feel it in the air, a wicked charge of promise. He was going to touch her, kiss her. She closed her eyes in anticipation, and then she felt it, the first tentative brush of his lips against hers. She sighed into the experience, heat kindling beneath her skin. His lips were firm but gentle. Warmth spread through her limbs. Oh, but if this was ruin, she welcomed its path. But almost immediately, the tenor of the kiss changed. Instead of gathering her in his arms, as she'd imagined he might, he took a decided step back. She opened her eyes to find him looking at her as though she were a strange, perplexing creature. "Don't stop," her heart whispered, though despite her addled judgment, she somehow swallowed the urge to say the words out loud. Surely there was more to the experience of a woman's first kiss than that. She'd expected fireworks, singing angels, or at least a case of dyspepsia. "Well, Miss Westmore." He exhaled loudly, but didn't resume his path toward her easy, assured seduction. "It seems you are rather more experienced in this game of negotiation than I first credited you." He dragged a hand through his already tousled curls. and then his mouth, the mouth that had just touched hers, slid into an easy, crooked smile. Have you decided to offer yourself as part of the bargain after all? She blinked up at him, confused. He lifted his brows, sliding back into his cocksure ways with the confidence of a professional swindler. His light laughter met her ears with all the subtlety of a branding iron. You might have just convinced me to offer a solid £700. All the pleasure his touch had just awakened vanished like a wisp of smoke. Embarrassment bloomed in its place. Oh, God. Oh, bloody, bloody hell. Understanding swooped in, driving its way through the hazy warmth of the wine, and it was brutal. He was offering her more money for Heathmore because of a kiss? She shrank back against the wall, whatever desire she'd felt drowning against the surge of indignation. She thought back to her fears for the future, the certainty that her season would be naught but a long parade of suitors wanting to get their hands on her money. Had she thought Branston was different then? The opposite of the fop who'd come during calling hours, pretending to be charming, and then laughing about his plans when he thought no one could hear. God, she was stupid. He was exactly the same, wanting to charm her for no reason other than getting his hands on something she possessed. Where had her wits gone? To hell, apparently. She had always considered herself strong, different than other girls. She had important things to do with her life, grand causes to pursue, but she felt the slow burn of shame to realize she had just proven she was no better than the usual giggling, empty-headed debutante. Hadn't she been wondering all day why Lord Branston was being so nice to her, so attentive? Why else would a handsome, titled, wealthy marquis show such attentiveness to someone like her, but to try to change her mind about Heathmore? Only £700, she somehow managed to choke out. That would be rather unenterprising of me, especially if I am as experienced a negotiator as you just implied. Perhaps if I threw my maidenhead into the bargain, we might get you up to 1,000. His eyes widened. Your maidenhead? She lifted herself from the wall, pulling herself together in slow degrees. It wasn't easy, given that the hallway seemed to be spinning. But all was not lost. Perhaps it would be better for him to imagine the kiss was part of her strategy, an intended piece of the negotiations, better than the truth, which was that she was stupid enough to have begun to trust him. Well, a girl like me has so little else to bargain with, she retorted. Why, oh why, hadn't she followed the advice in Aunt E's diary? Well, she wouldn't make that mistake again. From this point on, she would keep her thoughts centred on Heathmore and her legs firmly crossed. She was determined to stay a spinster, by God. And she didn't need a man, especially a man like Lord Branston, to fill her head with thoughts of kisses. She crossed her arms over her chest. My titties, you see, have only inspired a bit of poorly formed poetry. I need to bargain with something worth a bit more, don't you think? He shifted his weight back on his heels, clearly struggling to find air, much less the appropriate response. She shook her head, almost disappointed to have silenced him so effectively. After all, it wasn't even the most shocking thing she had ever said. I am on to your scheme, Lord Branston. You are trying to charm me, apply a little light seduction in the hopes of confusing a silly young spinster into acquiescence. That, finally, had his expression shifting. No. He shook his head, too vigorously for it to be the truth. You misunderstand my intentions. Do I? She demanded. Was the man not even going to admit his culpability in the night's ruse? We were just standing here, having a lovely, friendly conversation. Then, without invitation, you touched me right here. She tapped a finger against the side of her neck. And then, to point out the obvious, you kissed me. He swallowed. I, touched you because you've a rash. His voice sounded halfway strangled. He lifted his hand again, motioning this time, no doubt wisely interpreting that another touch might not be as eagerly received. There, just behind your ear, I noticed it during dinner. His words took a moment to register. But when they did, Lucy's cheeks burned hotter. The lobber was claiming he'd only touched her because she had a rash? She lifted a hand to the skin behind her ear, testing the hypothesis, and was almost dismayed when her skin responded with far more than a prickle of awareness. But, despite the evidence that in this, at least, he was telling some semblance of the truth, she still didn't believe he was being entirely truthful. How could she, when he looked guilty as hell? And a rash couldn't come close to explaining why he had kissed her. She needed to pay more attention to the advice in her aunt's diary. Aunt E might have had her curiosity roused by the vicar and consented to a kiss or two, but her aunt had at least had enough sense to question the man's motives. She herself had just proven far less wise. Incensed, she turned and lifted the latch on her door, stumbling her way into her room. Holding up the candle, she peered at her reflection in the washstand mirror. Angry red welts trailed down her neck, just below her right ear. The evidence that this, at least, was no falsehood did little to soothe her wounded pride. Perhaps whatever this infirmity was had spread to her brain as well. That might explain why she'd lost her head around this man. It looks very much like the sort of rash one sees with toxicodendrum radicuns. His voice pushed over her shoulder, grating now in its nearness. Lucy whirled around to glare at him. He'd settled a shoulder against the doorframe, stopping on the threshold like a proper gentleman. Only he wasn't a proper gentleman, was he? He'd just proven it. And she was a stupid, stupid girl.
"What in the bloody blazes is that?"
she snarled. He chuckled, though whether at her predicament or her language, she couldn't be sure. Poison ivy. "You've tried to poison me?" she asked, incredulously. "Not me." He shook his head. "And it isn't deadly. But, as I said earlier, plants are something of a hobby of mine. It's an exotic plant, from the Americas. Quite beautiful, though its leaves are noxious to touch. It's not common in England, but many university greenhouses and specialty gardens have it. Have you come in contact with any?" Lucy scratched at her neck. No. I only work with seedlings for the St. James Orphanage Community Garden. I can assure you they are the usual variety of sweet pea. Pisum sativum. She narrowed her eyes, wondering if he was insulting her. "I beg your pardon." God, he was just showing off now. She'd never been good at Latin. Her older sister, Claire, was the secretive, scholarly Westmore. Growing up, Lucy had much preferred to swing from trees rather than study them. It is the scientific name for sweet pea. He rubbed a hand behind his neck. "Sorry, I sometimes forget not everyone shares my interest in botany." "Pisum sativum," she huffed out. the very words sounding menacing to her ears. Surely a plant with such a terrible-sounding name couldn't be benign. Well, I've come close to swimming in it this past week. She recalled how many hours she'd spent in the greenhouse, up to her elbows in dirt. Could that have caused this rash? He shook his head. No, peas are quite safe to touch. I am certain you must have encountered poison ivy somewhere else. Can you think of another instance? Lucy turned back to the mirror, running a finger over the offended skin. It had a blistered feel. Where on earth would she have encountered such a thing? Although, if it was common in university greenhouses... Geoffrey, she muttered, thinking of the grass-stained letter she had read 2 days ago, and how after reading it she had tucked her hair behind this very ear. The bloody bastard! She'd just been pranked. Again. "Geoffrey is your brother?" he asked, from over her shoulder. "The same one who taught you to swear like a sailor?" "He's something of a professional trickster." Her cheeks felt feverishly hot. Oh, but could this night get any more humiliating? "You might want to put something on it before it worsens. Would you like me to fetch some grease from the kitchen?" he asked. His voice sounded as if it was laced with concern, but then he was a scoundrel of the highest order, pretending to care, hovering over her, entertaining her on the train, kissing her in shadowed hallways, while all the while he was laughing at her rash and keeping his eye on her prize. Lucy shook her head. "No, I can manage myself, thank you." "Are you sure there isn't anything I can do?" he pressed. "Distract you, perhaps?" He cleared his throat, and in the reflection of the mirror she could see his mouth curve into a grin. "There once was a very fine neck—" "No!" She whirled around to face him properly, wincing as the wax from the candle tipped onto her bare skin again. She contemplated snuffing the flame, but then she would be alone in the dark with him, and she'd just proven herself a very bad judge of character. She took a deep breath. Just go. I would like to be alone now. In fact, she wanted nothing more in this moment than to see the back of him and the door closing behind him. He spread his hands. "Lucy," he started. "Miss L," she countered sharply. He hesitated. "Miss L, then. If you are bound for bed, please lock the door behind me. You've had a good deal to drink tonight, and a woman travelling alone can't be too careful." A point he'd well demonstrated now, hadn't he? She nodded stiffly, not trusting herself with words. As he pulled the door shut behind him, she stared at the spot where he had just stood, scratching at her neck and trying to remember all the pertinent reasons why Aunt E said she shouldn't trust men. They lectured women about living on cliffs. They gawked at red ribbons in church. And, oh yes, there was this new piece as well. They tried to charm young ladies into selling their property. She lunged toward the door and locked it, as much to secure some distance from him as anyone else. She might have had too many glasses of wine, but at least she'd had the wherewithal to call him out for his actions, and pretend that the kiss had been calculated. She didn't know what his motivations were, or why he wanted Heathmore so much, but a man who paid this sort of close, personal attention to a plain, short-haired spinster like herself had to have an ulterior motive. And she intended to find out his. From the Diary of Edith Lucille Westmore, December 26, 1815. It was a Boxing Day to remember. Is it really so hard for a vicar to admit that a woman, and worse,
a scandalously unwed woman might contribute to the moral and financial needs of the town. I may not be wealthy, but compared to most in Lizard Bay, I have far more than I need. I only wanted to share some of my good fortune. Though the role of distributing Christmas boxes has traditionally been managed by the church, this year I prepared several Christmas boxes of my own, as thanks for all the villagers have done for me. For Mr. Jameson, who faithfully orders my periodicals from London each month, I knitted a lovely set of mittens. For the postmaster, Mr. Bentley, I knitted a warm cap to thank him for always ensuring my mail is delivered promptly, even though my cottage lies so far away from town. Apparently, however, I have stepped on the toes of the bloody church. When Reverend Wellsbury saw me coming out of Mr. Jameson's store, he proceeded to stand in the street and lecture me again about the evils of leading men astray. Well, I can tell you I carried the box and the gift I had prepared for him straight home. The pompous ass! What need has a vicar for a length of red ribbon anyway?
Chapter 10. The coach ride from Salisbury to Lizard Bay proved somewhat less than enjoyable. A week ago, Thomas would have been grateful for the silence inside the mail coach. He would have been able to think, to write even, at least on the smoother sections of the road. He might have extended his scientific observations on the manuscript he'd been writing, the one he was preparing for the Linnean Society of London, describing plant life on the Lizard Bay Peninsula. But after yesterday's laughter-filled train ride, the silence felt awkward, almost painful. He had a notion it was going to take more than a limerick to soften Lucy's hunched shoulders today. She had been withdrawn from the moment she stepped into the public room for breakfast, sitting on the opposite side of the table, avoiding him even when their start was delayed several hours to repair a damaged axle on the mail coach. They might finally be moving, but now she was sitting, stiff as a board, on the opposite seat, reading some old book she kept angled away from him, ignoring him as the mail coach careened over Cornwall's rough and tumble roads. It was galling to sit in such a pointed absence of conversation. He could hear only the creak of springs beneath them and the stutter of the wheels as they scraped the occasional rock, and it had been thus for hours. Yesterday he'd imagined they were making progress, that she'd started to look at him without that pinched expression and clouded veil of suspicion, that they could laugh with each other and be easy friends. But today the veil was firmly back in place. Finally, he took it upon himself to say something. Anything. "Does your head hurt terribly?" She looked up, frowning. "I beg your pardon?" "Your head." He tapped a finger against his forehead. "'Tis the usual casualty of one too many drinks. You had 3 glasses of wine last night, by my count, and you are being very quiet today. I thought perhaps you weren't feeling well." She looked back down at her book. "I can't see that it is any of your business to care how many glasses of wine I may have had." She turned a page. "Or whether my head aches this morning, especially given that yesterday you smelled entirely too strongly of brandy." Her verbal observation landed like a well-aimed arrow. That is, I do not usually drink," Thomas ground out. "Not any more." "The evidence suggests otherwise." She sounded almost bored, her gaze firmly focused on the page before her. "You smelled like a distillery yesterday morning." His hands knotted on the seat. "I only meant, I understood, if your head ached." She looked up then, and that was when he realized she was not nearly as bored or unaffected as she was pretending. Blue eyes flashed at him across the narrow space of the carriage. "Let us get one thing straight between us. I do not seek your understanding nor your empathy. We may have exchanged a strategic kiss last night, but you can lay no claim to my health or my feelings. We are only sharing this coach today because you are apparently too much of a spendthrift to have arranged your own private conveyance. If my silence bothers you, perhaps you might want to ride outside with the driver. I know I would certainly better enjoy the ride. He frowned as she turned her pointed attention back to her book. She was miffed because of the kiss last night. He couldn't understand why, when she all but claimed it was calculated. It hadn't been, at least not on his part. He still didn't know what had possessed him. One moment they were locked in an enjoyable bit of banter, and the next his brain had just taken over. No, that wasn't quite right. He might be rusty, but it hadn't been his brain in charge of the decision-making process. The experience had shocked him. He'd not kissed a woman in 3 long years, and he didn't recall the experience being so bloody vivid. Was it because he'd been stripped of the haze of drunkenness that had so frequently accompanied him during his courtship of Gabrielle? Or was it because this woman herself was so different? Miss Westmore was nothing like his former fiancée. Gabrielle had been coiffed and perfumed, perfectly poised, and faintly manipulative. In contrast, Miss Westmore was a wild, rash-covered mess of a thing, her blonde hair flying like a halo about her frequently red face. Far from planning her approach, she appeared to lurch from one unplanned disaster to another, climbing out of windows and kissing gentlemen she barely knew. And yes, no matter her sputtered claims to the contrary, she had kissed him back. He wasn't so rusty he didn't know a willing woman when one kissed him. He still didn't understand what had made him say those things in the aftermath of such an indiscretion, to awkwardly tease her about the kiss being part of the negotiations. They'd spent so much of the day locked in laughter that it seemed safer, somehow, to turn it into a joke. Safer than acknowledging what else was happening. Yesterday he'd felt... She ignited something in him he hadn't felt in 3 long years, quite possibly ever, and it went so far beyond the urge to make her laugh. He'd been beyond tempted to take more than that quick, fumbled kiss, to pull her against him, to explore the sweetness of her mouth until she was gasping for more. But if his body had led him down this thorny path, at least his brain had retained enough sense to end it quickly enough that there were no long-term repercussions. God, he was a cad. She was alone and unprotected, likely for the first time in her life. She'd had too much to drink and likely regretted the memory of their actions now, a notion he understood all too well. So he couldn't take advantage, no matter how much he wanted to. No matter how much she wanted to. Not that she appeared to want to at the moment. His gaze lingered on her long, lovely neck, the skin above her serpentine pendant red and angry-looking. "How was your rash today?" he asked, though he could see, plain as day, that it was worse, not better. She continued staring down at the pages of her book, though her fingers drifted tellingly toward her collar. "Did you find a salve for it?" he pressed. "There is no need." But despite her words, she began to scratch. Would she not even admit such a basic need? Christ, but she was a tough little thing, stubborn to the point of exhaustion. Cursing beneath his breath, he rapped on the roof of the coach until it began to slow. That finally had her eyes lifting from the pages of whatever she found so fascinating. She shut the book's cover. "What are you doing?" "Ensuring you don't sit there for the remaining 2 hours in agony." "I am fine," she protested, as the coach rocked slowly to a stop.
I don't need help, and I certainly don't need it from you."
"Is everything all right?" Coachman called down.
Thomas opened the window on his side and leaned out.
"Miss Westmore needs to stop at the chemist's shop in Marston," he called up to the driver. "Could we make a detour?"
She opened the window on her side of the coach.
"We do not need to stop at Marston. Carry on, if you please. We have already endured a late start, and I would like to reach Lizard Bay before nightfall."
She pulled her head back inside and glared at him, her fingers clenching over the spine of the book.
"If this is some tactic to delay our arrival, it won't work."
Thomas shook his head. Christ, she was as stubborn as her aunt had been. When she deigned to look at him, her chin always seemed to be pointing up. "You do realise we'll arrive too late for a proper visit to Heathmore tonight, don't you? I'll be more than happy to show you the property in the morning." She opened her book again.
"Your assistance won't be necessary."
He gritted his teeth as the carriage began to pick up speed. "Do you even know how to get there?"
"I am sure I can find it."
"The property is 2 miles from town and is not easy to find." In fact, he'd only discovered the path by accident, stumbling across it during a long, hard walk. Miss E. had enjoyed her solitude. Her eyes flickered toward him.
"Does it lie east or west of town, Lord Branston?"
"I thought we had agreed you would call me Thomas." She ignored his entreaty.
"I know it isn't north. That way lies the ocean. It can't be south either, as I vividly remember the view of the water from the cottage's front door. That means it is either east or west. Which direction do I need to walk from town?"
He glanced down at her boots, which, while halfway sensible, were still of the exquisitely crafted London street variety. Her yellow wool skirts dragged the filthy floor of the coach and looked as though they were waiting to tangle about her feet and toss her over the side of a cliff at the slightest provocation. "I don't think I ought to tell you." He shook his head. "You shouldn't attempt it without a guide. As I said, I can show you." She looked back down at her book.
"I will find someone else in Lizard Bay to help me."
"I wouldn't bet on it," he muttered beneath his breath.
Her heated blue gaze flicked back. "What is that supposed to mean?"
He exhaled. "The citizens of Lizard Bay are none too fond of Heathmore Cottage at present. They'll not be keen to help you." He thought of how scared young Danny was of the moaning wind, how he'd had trouble finding anyone to manage the repairs on the roof. No, she'd not find a warm reception for her inquiries. But she'd find that out soon enough on her own.
"Is it because you have poisoned their judgment against me before I've even arrived? That they want you to have the property instead of me?"
Her voice wobbled.
"That's hardly playing fair, Lord Branston, and I can promise you won't be successful."
Thomas sighed. Damn, but she was mullish. He didn't suspect the residents of Lizard Bay cared overmuch who owned Heathmore Cottage, so long as they didn't have to set foot on the property. "I just think you are being hasty," he told her. "You've not yet even seen the place."
"I will tonight."
He shook his head. "You can't stay there tonight." Perhaps when the new roof was finished, she might have a fighting chance, but right now at least half the structure was open to the overhead elements. All she needed was a good storm, and she'd be washed off the edge of the cliff. It is uninhabitable in its present form.
"Oh, yes, the rats."
She rolled her eyes.
"Please, spare me the boring details. I've heard them all already. You'll find I don't scare away that easy. And I refuse to give up my inheritance without a fight, especially to a man who would stoop to such means."
She turned, fuming, to her window, holding the book up to her nose.
Stoop? Means? What on earth was she talking about? The fact he had travelled all the way to London to give her a better offer? Or the fact that last night he had taken wrongful advantage, swooping in for a kiss that he should have first begged permission to take? The answer might be muddled, but her dismissal was clear. There would be no more questions, no more conversation. Following her example, Thomas turned to his window. But he knew she was there, simmering on the opposite seat. As obstinate as she was, he couldn't help but admire her spirit. But spirit alone wasn't going to save Heathmore, nor make it livable either. She was either naive to the point of stupidity, or she believed he was lying about the cottage's poor condition. And for the life of him, he couldn't figure out why either should be the case. Lucy stepped down from the coach into the waning light of evening, her feet grateful to finally be touching Cornwall soil. And by soil, she did mean soil. There were no cobblestone streets to speak of in Lizard Bay, no streets, really, beyond the one on which she was standing. Well, she clearly wasn't in London any more. But as the crisp salt air off the coast filled her lungs, the initial confusion she felt faded. Overhead, against a darkening sky, a trio of gulls somersaulted on the breeze coming in from the ocean, and she felt nearly the same sense of exuberance. She had done it. Survived an 8-hour coach ride with Lord Branston, in spite of her lingering anger. She was here. Well, nearly here. There was still the matter of sorting out where Heathmore Cottage actually lay relative to the town. But surely there was someone here who might help her. After all, her aunt had lived here for over 40 years. The Diaries pages were full of tales of people Aunt E had known. She must have had friends here, people who cared enough about her to mail a package for her after she had died. Lucy knew she just needed to sort out friend from foe and ask for their help. Behind her, she could hear Lord Branston's voice as he conversed with the coachman, thanking the man for a pleasant ride. She tried to ignore the evidence of his civility. It didn't matter if he was kind to strangers and bought apples on trains. It mattered little whether he remembered to say please and thank you. He wanted Heathmore and was willing to flirt his way to success. That made him the foe in this small drama. Through the gathering twilight, a sea of curious faces started to crowd in around her. It looked as though the entire town was coming out to meet her, spilling out of weathered doors, pressing close. Word seemed to have travelled quickly. Young and old, tattered and well-kempt, their voices melded into a rough-edged dialect she had trouble understanding. They didn't appear to know quite what to do with a visitor. Well, she knew what to do with them. Her mother's incessant nagging about manners had been good for at least something by way of theatrics. She gave them a deep, perfectly executed curtsy, the one she had been practicing her entire life. An awed hush fell over the crowd. She straightened, willing her heart to stop thumping so loudly. "Good evening," she said. "Might someone please point me in the direction of Heathmore Cottage?" The whispers started.
"It's her." "No, it couldn't be. She's dead. She's the spitting image."
Before Lucy could speak, a quartet of gangly boys tumbled to the forefront of the crowd. The setting sun reflected off their dirty faces, and she counted at least a dozen missing teeth between them.
"Gor!" the tallest of them said. "She looks just like old Miss E, don't she?" "No, she don't,"
another protested, reaching out a grimy finger to touch her skirts, leaving a smear of dirt behind.
She's got blonde hair, not grey. Well, maybe Missy when she was younger then.
Lucy jumped as her skirts moved. She extracted a filthy hand from her dress pocket. "Excuse me, but I believe a handshake is a more customary form of greeting." The lad's eyes widened, and he twisted out of her grip and darted back to the safety of the pack.
"She even sounds like Missy,"
the tallest said in awe. They all peered up at her, their eyes wide.
"It's her ghost," the youngest whispered. "She's come back for her lost love, just like I told you."
Lucy felt her lips start to twitch. Ghost? Lost love? What on earth were they talking about? No matter. She knew how to deal with naughty young boys. She'd been raised with Geoffrey, after all. So she stepped forward, flapping her hands and filling her lungs. Boo! As though shot from a cannon, they scattered, shrieking into the twilight. The crowd shifted too, murmurs rising. Lord Branston's bemused voice floated over her shoulder. "Well, I'm afraid that's not going to help your cause." Lucy turned around. "What do you mean?" He was standing on the runner of the mail coach, getting her bag down from where it had been lashed to the top. The boys are usually quite helpful when there's a bit of money in it. He jumped down from the runner, a puff of dust rising up from where his feet connected with the road. "But now you've just gone and scared off the only souls in town, besides myself, who might have been convinced to show you the way to Heathmore." She wanted to ignore him, but knew it was a battle she was bound to lose, given how her entire body seemed to stretch in awareness whenever he was near. Worse, his words sparked a deeper worry. She reached a hand in her pocket, suddenly suspicious. Wilson's gold sovereigns, her fallback to return to London, had gone missing. She turned back to the milling crowd, her heart twisting in mild panic. "Who has charge of those boys?" she demanded. The thought of being stranded in Lizard Bay with no money made her throat feel tight. "One of them has picked my pocket." A grey-haired woman stepped forward, wringing her hands. "Oh, please don't pay them any mind. They're just the Tannerlaw, our local pack of orphans." "Well, why aren't they confined in an orphanage?" Lucy demanded, confused by the explanation. In London, orphans were secured away in locked buildings for their own protection and the protection of those they might harass. Lizard Bay isn't a large enough town to have a proper orphanage. Lord Branston's voice tapped against her ears, and then he emerged beside her in the settling gloom, setting her bag down in the dust of the street. The Tanner boys' mother died when the youngest, Danny, was born, and their father was a local fisherman who died at sea just last August. Since then, I'm afraid they've had the run of the town. Lucy pulled her hand from her empty pocket. Her heart squeezed tight. Good heavens, the oldest boy couldn't have been more than 11. But where do they live? Here and about. He nodded toward the grey-haired woman who had stepped forward in their defence. This is Mrs. Wilkins. She sees to their care and feeding most days. He gestured toward Lucy. "Mrs. Wilkins, may I present Miss Lucy Westmore of London?" "Miss L.," Lucy interjected, miffed that he had taken her introduction out of her own hands. "If you please." Branston raised his voice to the crowd as though presenting a prize horse at auction. "She's Miss E.'s niece, not her ghost." He hesitated, and then his gaze slid hot against her skin. "I can promise you she's a real enough woman." Lucy's cheeks heated, remembering how he had kissed her. He would know, wouldn't he? As murmurs once again swept the crowd,
The grey-haired woman who'd spoken for the boys stepped forward.
"Oh, Miss L, we are so happy you have come. You are the spitting image of your aunt, you know."
Mrs. Wilkins smiled, stretching wrinkled skin.
"Gave us all a fright, stepping down from the coach like that. We thought it was her ghost, come back to life."
She stepped closer, her hand smoothing over the front on her apron.
"I run the boarding house in town. I reckon you'll be wanting a room for the night."
Lucy shook her head. No, thank you." She was more than a little bothered by the notion of being offered a bed while the orphans were left to roam the streets. "But, if I might ask, where do the boys sleep?" "Here and about," Lord Branston said again, breaking in by way of an answer. "Oftentimes they bed down in the anteroom of the church." Lucy frowned. Why does no one look after them? Her mind was already racing with all the ways she might be able to help. I would be happy to write to the curators of the St. James Orphanage. These boys should be sent to London, where someone would see to their well-being and their education. 'Tis pitiless to leave them to fend for themselves.
"Oh, miss, please don't do such a thing," Mrs. Wilkins gasped.
Branston just shook his head slowly. "What is wrong with my idea?" she said, turning on him. "You can't take them away from the only town they've ever known." He lifted his hand in the direction they had scurried, the closing darkness making it anyone's guess where they had gone. "They were born here. They know every soul in town. Trust me, Lizard Bay looks after its own."
"They don't seem looked after to me," she retorted.
"Their faces are dirty, their grammar is deplorable, and they picked my pocket the moment I stepped off the coach. I could take care of them far better than the town has." She clenched her fists. "I could." He stared at her, and that was when Lucy realized she ought to stop talking. It was a vulnerability to give him this insight into her nature, a peek behind the curtain, as Aunt E would say, and he'd already proven himself willing to exploit other vulnerabilities. But instead of scoffing at her, or worse, dismissing her, his jaw softened. "It's a kind offer, Miss L, but we have laws in Lizard Bay about these things. Your aunt personally saw to it the boys were well cared for before her passing. She even paid their school fees." He nodded at her in what might have been grudging approval. "You might think about fulfilling that role yourself, now that you're here." The anger coiling inside her collapsed. Bugger it all. He could show the most disconcerting kindness at times. Did his voice have to be so compelling, so inviting? But she couldn't let herself believe it, couldn't let herself trust it. He had kissed her, after all, to further his own hand. She felt safer when she was sparring with him. "You mean if I stay, don't you?" she pointed out. "I still have to see Heathmore and determine if I wish to sell it or not. And, as you've told me so incessantly, it's nothing but a pile of tumbling down stones and rat droppings." She picked up her bag and looked down the darkening street. "Now, can anyone here tell me whether I head east or west?" Once again, a murmur ran through the crowd. Lucy bit her lip. This was proving rather harder than she'd expected. "Surely someone here knows the direction," she called out. If she wasn't mistaken, several townspeople turned around and hurried away. "Will no one help me?" she asked, turning in a helpless circle until her gaze landed finally, regrettably, on Lord Branston. "What is the matter with everyone?" He pulled a hand through his hair. "As I said during the coach ride, they are none too fond of the place, especially at night. Besides, it's too late to safely visit Heathmore today. A good night's sleep and a clear head will be the least you need to get you there. For tonight, I'd suggest you go with Mrs. Wilkins." Lucy dug in her heels, and not only because, thanks to the loss of her sovereigns, she could scarcely afford another night in a rented bed. "I really must insist—" "You've eschewed my offer of help, and that's within your rights," he interrupted. "But Mrs. Wilkins has offered her help, and I suggest you take it. She's a living to make, and visitors to Lizard Bay are scarce at present. Moreover, you are exhausted, and I can tell the rash on your neck is bedeviling you a good bit." His voice softened, and she felt an almost instinctive melting in her spine. "So why don't you put that charitable spirit to good use and purchase a room for the night?" Lucy lifted her chin, trying to hold her glare through the shadows. No matter her bravado, she didn't exactly relish the thought of stumbling off through the darkening night. Save the light from a few oil lanterns spilling through the windows that fronted Lizard Bay's only street, the night was threatening in earnest now. It almost made her miss London's gaslit streets. Almost, but not quite. It was then she realised it was so dark she could no longer see the colour of Lord Branston's eyes. She knew they were hazel, of course, having wasted far too many hours yesterday staring up into them, a fact she'd made sure to remedy during the coach ride today. "Fine," she huffed, turning her back on him so she didn't have to see his lopsided smile. She nodded stiffly at Mrs. Wilkins. "I suppose it wouldn't hurt to spend one night in town." And she supposed it didn't matter either whether she spent her last few shillings on a room or kept them as a safeguard. It wasn't as though she really needed the money to return to London. Wilson had promised to try to delay her discovery as long as he could, but once her father realised she was gone, she didn't doubt he would follow behind, determined to fetch her back. She intended to be fully ensconced in her house by then. Chained to a table leg, if need be. "Oh, I am ever so glad you decided to stay with me." Mrs. Wilkins took her by one arm and began to lead her toward one of the houses that lined the street. "Your aunt stayed here with me in the town the past 2 years, you know. I charge 5 shillings a night for a proper bed, and it includes meals. Laundry is extra, if you'd like it." Nodding helplessly in response to the woman's chatter, Lucy peered over her shoulder. Lord Branston was disappearing into the darkness without so much a goodbye. Infuriating man. He was the only person she knew in Lizard Bay, and yet he was taking the first opportunity to slip away with nary a clue as to where she might find him. "Do you know where Lord Branston is going?" she interrupted. "Oh, on toward home, I suspect." "Home?" A flare of anger unfurled as they made their way up onto the sagging porch and stepped through the front door of the boarding house. "Do you mean to say he is going to Heathmore without me?" "Oh, no. He has his own house, just outside of town." Mrs. Wilkins clucked in apparent sympathy. "It's strange, I say. It's large enough for 20, but he keeps mostly to himself, and keeps no servants to speak of. Brings his laundry to me for washing, but makes his own meals and such. 'Tis unnatural for a man to prefer to be alone. Well, except for the vicar. He lives alone. Of course, he got God, hasn't he?" Mrs. Wilkins tugged Lucy down a hallway and gestured to a threadbare parlour that lay to their right. "Here's where we take tea in the afternoons, 2 o'clock sharp." She waved a hand vaguely to the left. "And there's breakfast at 8 here in the dining room. Now, we've got a lovely bed upstairs, but we've got a room on the bottom as well. Your aunt preferred the bottom on account of her knees, which bothered her on rainy days. Do you have a preference?" But Lucy's mind was gone, drifting away to the more pertinent question at hand. Lord Branston had his own house, if Mrs. Wilkins' gossip could be trusted. A large one, too. So why in the blazes was he trying to take hers?
From the Diary of Edith Lucille Westmore, July 1st, 1816.
Never trust a vicar farther than you can throw him. Once again, Reverend Wellsbury has proven himself eminently untrustworthy. When the newly married Mrs. Wilkins confided in me that her husband had flown into a rage and beaten her for no greater transgression than breaking the eggs, I did what any self-respecting spinster would do. I poisoned the man's pudding. Now, I am not saying I intended to do Mr. Wilkins harm. Not permanent harm, at any rate. But, for some reason, Reverend Wellsbury chose that day to visit the Wilkins residence. 2 bites of that pudding, and the vicar spent a fortnight in the privy. I felt terrible, of course. Visited him in his sick bed, even offered him an apology. But the man's arrogance knows no bounds. He told me he had intended to give Mr. Wilkins a lecture on how to be a better husband, and that I had ruined everything. Moreover, he informed me he can manage the souls of this parish without my interference, thank you very much. Well, I told him a man who beats his wife deserves more by way of punishment than a bloody sermon. And then I offered him some more pudding.
Chapter 11. 8 o'clock the next morning saw Lucy up, dressed in her gold wool walking gown, and ready for battle. She'd fallen asleep quickly the night before, the second volume of her aunt's diary open across her chest, 2 nearly sleepless nights catching up with her. She had awakened at dawn with the rash on her neck itching like the devil. It was almost enough to make her regret refusing Lord Branston's offer to stop yesterday at the chemist's in Marston, but not enough to make her admit it out loud. Try as she might, she couldn't shake him from her thoughts. She kept reliving the kiss in her mind, picking the experience apart, trying to examine its various pieces. In doing so, she had reached a more muddled conclusion than the one she'd leaped to 2 nights ago. Yesterday, in the coach, he seemed truly hurt at her determination to avoid speaking to him. Either he was trying to earn back her trust in order to further his own goals, or she'd misinterpreted something about their interaction in the hallway. Had she overreacted to his comments in the aftermath of the kiss? It was clear a strong sense of humour lurked beneath Lord Branston's crooked smile, given his propensity for terrible limericks. Had he been trying, perhaps, to lighten the mood, rather than truly meaning to accuse her of negotiating a better price? With some much-needed sleep to untangle her thoughts, she was no longer quite as sure. But whether he was an upstanding citizen or a plotting blackguard, the truth was she didn't know whom to trust. Lord Branston might be the closest thing she had to an acquaintance here in Lizard Bay, but with his actions in Salisbury, he'd given her far more reason to distrust him than not. Until she saw Heathmore with her own eyes and sorted out the secrets Aunt E. had hinted about in the letter, she intended to keep her options close and her punitive enemies at arm's length. As she opened the door from her room and prepared to head downstairs for breakfast, she half imagined she heard the blasted man's voice rumbling up from the first floor. Her mind insisted on conjuring a mental picture of that compelling, crooked grin. Determined to see him, if only to once again have the pleasure of refusing his offer of assistance, Lucy hurried down the dark stairs. As she reached the bottom, she tripped over something and pitched shoulder first against the wall with a loud oomph. She glared down at the floorboards, wondering what she had stumbled upon. A fluffy grey cat stared back up at her from the threadbare runner, its yellow eyes blinking soulfully. Its fur was matted with burrs, as though it had no one to brush it out. Well,
That someone wasn't going to be her. Orphans were her specialty. Orphans and felons. She wasn't going to get involved with cats.
Phew, she muttered, then glanced down the first-floor hallway, straining for a glimpse of Lord Branston's broad shoulders. She was almost disappointed to find no evidence of the man anywhere in sight. Had she dreamed she'd heard his voice? It hadn't been the only thing she'd dreamed about him either. The man had thoroughly crept beneath her skin, and somehow crept into her dreams as well. Disconcerted by the direction of her thoughts, she waved her hand at the cat. "Shoo!" she said again, louder now. The cat didn't shoo. Instead, it stood up and began to wind its way around her ankles. "Stop that!" She stepped over it, only to encounter another cat waiting just beyond, this one an orange and black calico. As she approached, it yawned, and then it, too, began to rub its face against her skirts. She skirted the edge of the wall until she finally was able to step into the dining room. She could smell toast and eggs and tea, as if breakfast had started hours ago. Her mouth was already watering. But as she turned toward the table, she discovered a rather rude shock. To start, breakfast appeared to be over. And second, there were cats everywhere. 4 stood on chairs, stretching high on hind legs, snatching bits of coddled egg off china plates. She counted 5 on the dining table, lapping from saucers of cream. At least 2 were rolling about under the table playing, although Lucy allowed they might have also been mating. Who could tell in this melee? And in the middle of it all stood Mrs. Wilkins, a smile on her wrinkled face. "Have I missed breakfast?" Lucy asked. She was sure that last night the woman had said 8. "Oh, no, you are right on time." The older woman picked up an empty saucer. "'Tis just feeding time is all." She motioned Lucy in with her chin. "Come on in, and I will get you a plate." She began to bustle about, waiting on the rest of the animals. "Are these all yours?" Lucy asked, as she approached the table. Bits of cat hair and fluff rolled across its surface, making her stomach turn. "Of a fashion." Mrs. Wilkins nodded toward a brown tabby, rather more rotund than the rest, and sitting in the centre of the table, washing its face with one paw. "Only Peter here is truly mine. The rest used to live down by the wharf, eating the cast-offs of the day's catch, but fishing's been a bit off lately, and the poor souls need someone to look after them." She clucked in concern. "They keep multiplying, though. 2 of them have litters of kittens at present." Lucy picked up a cat from one of the chairs, and then sat down herself before another stealthy creature could claim it. "Let me see if I understand the way things are done in Lizard Bay," she mused, settling a napkin on her lap. "Orphans must sleep by themselves in the church, but you open your house to the town strays." Mrs. Wilkins chuckled. "Oh, I offered a roof to those boys right enough, but the Tanners are tough little nuts. Don't like the idea of charity. And between you and me, I suspect they like to sleep in the church because they can run up and down the aisles at night and make all the racket they want." She ran a gnarled hand along Peter's back, making the cat's tail arch high in the air. "And you'll have to get up a mite earlier to see them. The boys come by nigh on 7 o'clock every morning." She gestured to the table. "This here is just what's left over from their breakfast. Lord Branston came by to collect them for school about 10 minutes ago, as he does most mornings. He's the only one who can convince young Danny to go half the time. He practically had to drag the lad along today." "Oh." Lucy blinked. So she had heard Lord Branston. Despite her determination to steer clear, she couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed she had missed him. Why did Danny not want to go to school today?
I believe it was because of long division.
Lucy smiled at the evidence that, if nothing else, the orphans of Lizard Bay were getting a proper, if unappreciated, education. Well, I suppose I can understand the sentiment. I prefer to run up and down church aisles over mathematics myself. She accepted the cup of tea Mrs. Wilkins handed her and offered the proprietress a wry smile. But those boys will have need of some math skills if they continue on the illustrious route to thievery. Mrs. Wilkins chuckled. I am not sure they teach that at university. Lucy blinked. University? Lord Branston has pledged to pay for each of the lads to go eventually. She nodded approvingly. Lizard Bay's first graduates they'd be, and what a sight that would be! Her mouth firmed. But to qualify, they need to commit themselves to a proper round of study now. The older lads seem willing, but young Danny's been a bit harder to convince. Lucy leaned back in her chair, stunned. Had she really heard correctly? The town's unruly, unkempt orphans were being groomed for higher education, and moreover, the blackguard Branston had pledged to pay their way. He asked after you, you know. Lucy's gaze jerked up to meet the old woman's, still trying to sort through the incongruous images of a man as simultaneous philanthropist and scoundrel. Danny? No, Lord Branston. Did he? Lucy's cheeks heated. Mrs. Wilkins nodded. Told me to tell him if you seem to need any help. I don't need any help from Lord Branston, Lucy replied, though her heart kicked over with the knowledge he'd asked after her. He asked me to give you this. Mrs. Wilkins placed 2 gold sovereigns down on the table beside her, and to convey his apologies on behalf of young Ethan. Lucy stared down at the coins, swallowing. Which one is Ethan? The second youngest. Apparently the lad confessed his crime this morning, and so Lord Branston covered the cost of the theft out of his own pocket. Lucy exhaled slowly. Did this mean she was now in Lord Branston's debt? Or was it young Ethan who carried that cross? And blast it all, did Branston have to be so damnably pleasant? Aunt E. had said in her diary that men weren't to be trusted, but how was she supposed to maintain her resolve in the face of such infuriating niceness? That was rather kind of him, she admitted reluctantly. Her stomach chose that moment to grumble. Nothing quiet and demure about that. Oh, you poor dear. Mrs. Wilkins bustled to fill a plate from the sideboard. You missed dinner last night, arriving so late you must be starving. I hope you like sausage. They are a local variety, and were your aunt's favourite. Her forehead wrinkled. Well, except for that period a few years ago when Miss E. decided to form the Lizard Bay Vegetarian Society. She shook her head. Never did take on the way your aunt had hoped. Lucy slid the coins into her dress pocket, grinning in spite of herself. That, at least, had a familiar ring to it. There was a time when I refused to eat meat as well, she admitted, accepting the plate Mrs. Wilkins passed her. I was convinced of the need to save all of the animals of London. Why, you sound just like Miss E. Mrs. Wilkins scooped up a black and white cat that had begun to circle Lucy's plate in anticipation of its spoils. She had a big heart where animals were concerned. People, too, I suppose. Feeding the cats from the wharf was her idea. Lucy picked up her fork, feeling a tug of something that might have been nostalgia. I didn't know my aunt very well. I last saw her when I was 6 years old. She thought of the next 2 volumes of her aunt's diaries, tucked in her bag above stairs. She wasn't anywhere close to the end, but the pages she'd progressed through were offering more fascinating glimpses into her aunt's secret life. I've only got bits and pieces that I've, heard. Mrs. Wilkins bustled about, collecting dishes and warming up to her gossip.
Well, Miss E. was a handful, I'll tell you. No one else like her, from London to Marston. She wasn't beautiful in the usual way, mind you, but she had a way of warming men's hearts right up whenever she walked into a room.
Lucy looked up, startled at the notion that beauty and attraction needn't be linked. Do I really remind you of her?
Well now, let's see.
Mrs. Wilkins put her hands on her hips. There's your hair, of course, a bit shorter than most women wear it.
Miss E. was fond of the modern styles herself.
Lucy lifted a hand to her short, rebellious strands. It, isn't really a style. Mrs. Wilkins laughed.
When you stepped off that coach without a maid in hand, or even a proper chaperone, that was our next clue. Miss E. valued her independence. Tell me, child, how much trouble do you usually get into?
Lucy's cheeks heated, thinking of all the trouble her letter-writing campaign to prisoners had caused back home. More than enough. The older woman nodded in apparent approval.
Your aunt stirred up trouble wherever she went to. The Vegetarian Society was only one of the causes she tried to introduce here in Lizard Bay. Before that, there was the Fishermen's Wives Relief Fund.
She began to count on her fingers.
The Christian Ladies Temperance Society. She chuckled. She created that one for Lord Branston back in 1850, made him join as the sole member.
She counted another finger.
Oh, and the Save Orphans Act of 1852.
My aunt passed an act? Lucy asked, incredulous. I thought only Parliament could do that.
Oh, here in Lizard Bay, we see to our own rules and laws. Miss E. didn't think Parliament's laws regarding orphans were good enough. She was always going on and on about those idiots up in London.
She began to bustle about again, clearing more dishes and cats from the table.
She wanted more protection for the Tanner lads, and so after their father died, she convinced us all to agree to her notion that every single person in town was responsible for the care, feeding, and moral upbringing of the rascals. Made us sign a paper and everything.
Lucy laughed, enchanted by the notion of her aunt's industry. Given her own unproductive experience with trying to evince a governmental change in the conditions for London's prisoners, she didn't doubt her aunt's method was probably far more effective than the usual way of going about it. It sounds as though my aunt was fond of good causes. Mrs. Wilkins nodded. She was kind that way, to nearly everyone. Well, except for the vicar. Never did understand the animosity between those two. She waved off a trio of cats that had somehow made their way back onto the table. I would have done anything for Missy, you know. 'Twas her money that set me up in this posting-house after Mr. Wilkins passed on. Lucy sobered, remembering the entry she'd read in her aunt's diary as she drifted off to sleep last night. If I might ask, Mrs. Wilkins, what did your husband pass from? Please don't say pudding. Oh, it was the blood poisoning that took him. 5 years ago, I'd say. He was a fair enough husband, after a bit of a rocky start. Mrs. Wilkins began to move about again, collecting dishes and sweeping the never-ending sea of cats from the table. Miss E. saw to that too. Showed him the right way to treat a lady the first year we were married, and what could happen to a man who forgot it. She nodded approvingly. All the men in town took notice. The women of Lizard Bay will forever owe her a great debt. Lucy breathed a sigh of relief. She would have hated to destroy her aunt's journals, especially given that she hadn't even finished them yet. But she supposed she would have done it if she needed to destroy evidence of a murder. She was a bit in awe of what her aunt had accomplished with a bit of poisoned pudding. She thought of the other diary entries she had read, and tried to imagine how different Lizard Bay might be today if her aunt hadn't ridden into town once upon a time. It sounded as though Aunt E had touched the lives of most of the town's residents, turning some of those lives upside down, lifting others out of despair. Lucy was reminded then of all the faces who had gathered close yesterday when she stepped off the coach. No one had offered to help her find Heathmore yesterday evening, but perhaps she hadn't found the right person yet. Somewhere in this town there were people in Aunt E's debt, some who might be convinced to help the woman's niece. Someone, after all, must have helped her aunt by mailing the package after Aunt E had died. And surely there was someone in this town who would help her too. "Mrs. Wilkins," she said slowly, "may I ask you a question?" When the older woman nodded, she ploughed on. "It sounds as though you were good friends with my aunt." Mrs. Wilkins beamed. "Oh, I was." "Did you perchance mail a package on her behalf?" Lucy gestured with her hands. "It was about this big and wrapped in brown paper. It had to have been posted after her death." "Oh, no. She didn't have time to ask me to do anything like that. She wasn't sick for long, you know. Just woke up one morning with chest pains." Mrs. Wilkins collected another plate. "We barely had time to call the vicar to come and see her, and then she was gone by evening. I've a theory on that, you know. She was a good woman, and I think her big heart must have plain tuckered out from all that worrying over everyone else." Her wrinkled face softened. "We all miss her. The town isn't the same without her. We've been talking about what we might do to honour her, a monument of some sort placed in the centre of town." Lucy bit her lip. She'd not known Aunt E very well when she was growing up, but she was beginning to get a stronger sense of the woman. And though she hadn't mourned properly when news had come of her aunt's death, a part of her was mourning the loss of Aunt E now. "Mrs. Wilkins, may I ask you for a favour?" "Of course, anything for Miss E.'s niece." "I had thought to inspect Heathmore Cottage this morning. Would you perchance be willing to show me where it is?" Mrs. Wilkins froze, a plate in each hand. "Oh, no." She shook her head, setting grey curls bouncing. "Not after what happened the last time." Lucy frowned at the woman's theatrics. Why ever not? "Lord Branston hired me on to wash the windows." Mrs. Wilkins set the plates down and clasped a hand to her heart, her gnarled fingers curled in fear. "But Miss E.'s spirit pestered me something awful, moaning and carrying on, warning me to stay away. It's not safe." Lucy gritted her teeth. So, Lord Branston was tied up in all this talk of ghosts, was he? Just when she'd begun to reconsider her doubts, too. She felt oddly disappointed. Mrs. Wilkins fixed Lucy with a stern look. "And you shouldn't go up there either. There's aints up there about on the cliff, and hidden dangers too. It's much better to stay down here in town. The vicar was always worried about Miss E. living alone up there. Why, you would have thought it was the Lord's own war, the way those two carried on about it. He was pleased when she finally moved down to town." "Haints?" Lucy scoffed. Surely Mrs. Wilkins didn't believe that nonsense from the orphans. "I don't believe in ghosts, Mrs. Wilkins, and my aunt left me the property for a reason. She must have imagined I would want to visit." Mrs. Wilkins looked doubtful. "Better to sell it to Lord Branston, I should think. In fact, everyone in Lizard Bay thought you already had." Lucy shook her head. "No, I have not sold it yet." And she'd come to make sure she wasn't swindled into it, hadn't she? "But I do need to sort out what it's worth before I make that decision. Is there someone else in town who might be willing to show me the property?" she pressed. What about Reverend Wellsbury? According to her aunt's diary, he well knew the way, and surely a vicar didn't believe in ghosts. Mrs. Wilkins picked up the plates again. Oh, I wouldn't ask him, dear. He and Miss E didn't get along, and you seem rather cut from the same cloth as your aunt. She headed for the kitchen door, dodging a pair of cats as she went. Best to just potter around Lizard Bay, she called over her shoulder. And remember, there's tea at 2. From the Diary of Edith Lucille Westmore, January 4th, 1817. Since my arrival in Lizard Bay, Mr. Jameson has continued to offer me his hand in marriage, but it's clear he's not the right man for me. He has no idea what to do with a strong-willed woman, or a dog, for that matter. I've told him over and over again it is too cold to leave his dog tied out of doors. I'd hoped the regard he held for me might encourage him to action, but as I headed home yesterday after the weekly meeting of the Fishermen's Wives Relief Society, I saw the poor thing shivering outside in the snow again. It was then that I decided to teach Mr. Jameson a lesson he wouldn't soon forget. Despite the weather, it didn't take much to convince him to meet me outdoors. He even obligingly shrugged out of his coat and dropped his trousers. I still can't believe he let me tie him up. Apparently, the grocer is the sort of man who appreciates a woman who sews red ribbons on her petticoats and can tie a good knot. Oh, the look on his face when I blew him a kiss and walked away. But I wasn't entirely heartless. I gave him a blanket, and I untied him after 3 hours. Mr. Jameson hasn't asked me to marry him again, but his dog lives in the house now, sleeps on an embroidered pillow to hear the gossip. I'd consider that a knot well tied. Chapter 12. By late afternoon, Lucy had learned the meaning of Mrs. Wilkins' word, potter. It meant do nothing productive, despite one's best efforts. She'd been up and down Lizard Bay's single street no less than 6 times, trailed by a gaggle of caterwauling cats who had decided she was either Miss E in the flesh or a suitable substitute for their adoration. The few townspeople she'd met were quick to greet her with a smile or a nod. When she initiated a conversation, several proved willing to share amusing and sometimes downright scandalous anecdotes about her aunt. But to a one, when Lucy's inquiries turned toward finding Heathmore Cottage, they shook their heads and hurried away. After what seemed like her 100th refusal, she wanted to scream. Worse, her sense of worry, always honed and ready for a good cause, was starting to simmer. Something felt wrong. On the surface, Lizard Bay appeared to be a charming coastal town of a few hundred or so people, built up slowly over hundreds of years until it had settled firmly into the small, comfortable space permitted by the surrounding cliffs. But in the harsher light of day, Lucy was beginning to realize the town appeared to be in some trouble. For a start, many of the townspeople she passed had a worried, haggard look, as though finding a way to make ends meet was beginning to wear them down. And for another, there seemed to be little evidence of industry. She counted a butcher's shop, a posting house, the grocer's, Mrs. Wilkins' boarding house, and a schoolhouse where, presumably, young Danny was squirming in his seat, suffering through his maths lesson. Up on a small rise sat a small stone church, no doubt where the infamous Reverend Wellsbury attempted to save lost souls and determine spinsters. But where was the backbone of the town, the main business that fed those other establishments? There was a small wharf where, presumably, baskets of herring were supposed to be unloaded. She counted the fishing boats, 3 of them in total, all tied to the posts. But she could see no evidence of a bustling fishing trade, and when she ventured out onto the dock and looked down into the water, the only fish she'd seen were floating on top, grotesque and bloated. But as curious as it all was, she couldn't take the time to sort through the mystery. Time was marching by, and she felt its loss keenly. At some point, her absence from Cardwell House would be discovered, and her father would presume where she had gone, and come to haul her back. It was nearly enough to tempt her to set out on her own, directions and escorts be damned. But despite her rising frustration, she wasn't a fool. She'd seen enough from the mail coach window to know the moors were vast, endless stretches of grass and rock, and she hadn't yet tried everyone who might be convinced to help her. As she headed toward a store whose sign identified it as the grocer's, her mind drifted toward the latest diary entry she'd read. If Mr. Jameson, the town grocer, had once fancied Aunt E., perhaps he might have a soft heart where the woman's niece was concerned. And if he proved reticent, well now, she had a bit of blackmail material at her disposal, didn't she? As they had all day, the wharf cats followed her, their tails high in the air. "Shoo!" she muttered, outside the grocer's, flapping her hands. "I don't have any more sausage." They sat down and meowed up at her, their pitiful cries softening her heart. Oh, damn the wily beasts and their Pied Piper theatrics! It was as though they knew and were determined to exploit her weakness. She sighed. Although, I suppose I could ask inside. A small bell tinkled on the door as Lucy stepped into the store. She was immediately struck by the dueling sense of licorice, which she attributed to the glass jar of candy on the counter, and unwashed dog, which she attributed to the large, grey-faced hound lounging in a patch of sunlight just inside the door. Given the passage of time, it could not possibly be the same dog Aunt E. had mentioned in her diary, but the evidence was irrefutable. It seemed that Mr. Jameson's revised notions of pet care had stuck all these years. She crouched down, running a hand beneath the dog's ears. The dog pushed its warm, wet nose against her hand. "I'm not Miss E," she laughed, "but no doubt you owe her a great debt, given how comfortable you look in the sunlight." The dog's tail thumped on the floor. Smiling, she stood up and turned toward the counter. It was a neat, spare shop, made even more so because the shelves were nearly empty. A small, rotund man was staring at her from behind the counter, his grey beard sprouting at odd angles from his cheeks. "Mr. Jameson?" she asked, taking a step toward him.
"It's true, then," he stammered. "Miss E.'s
niece," Lucy inserted firmly, then took a step closer. If she heard the word ghost one more time today, she was going to strangle someone. "My name is Miss L." She reached the counter and placed her hands on the top. "And I would know you anywhere."
"Ow!" Jameson swallowed. "That is, how do you know me?"
Lucy bit her lip to hold in a giggle. Hanging on the wall just beyond the grocer's head was a length of rope for sale, and her gaze insisted on drifting in its direction. He began to squirm.
"Your aunt didn't say anything about me to you, did she?"
At his look of near panic, Lucy relented, knowing there was no way she could leverage the information she knew against him. The poor, sweet man looked as though he might piss his pants. She shook her head. "No,
I scarcely knew my aunt, Mr. Jameson. I hadn't seen her since I was 6 years old. She pointed towards the door she'd just come through. It is just that your name is on the sign outside, above the door. Oh. He straightened, looking relieved. Well. He tugged his old-fashioned smock down over his round frame. I am sure if you had known her, you would know that I admired Miss E. Lucy's lips curved upward. Yes, I have no doubt of it. The whole town seems to hold her in high stead. Most of the town. Between you and me, the vicar was always a bit hard-headed about her. Never did understand what lay at the heart of their quarrel. Lucy hesitated, but she'd come for a reason, and even if blackmail wasn't part of her plans, she still needed to ask. My aunt left me Heathmore Cottage. Perhaps you've heard? At his nod, she pushed on. Well, I need to inspect my property. Do you know of someone who might be able to escort me to see it? He shook his head. I never went up there myself, mind you. Your aunt made it quite clear she valued her privacy and didn't welcome suitors traipsing about her property. Ah, Lucy smiled. Were you a suitor, then? Oh, no. He looked alarmed by the notion. Not for a lack of trying, mind you. We were all a little in love with Miss E. But I knew better than to cross her. You'll not find many in town who know the way to Heathmore. Lucy stifled a groan. Finding a person who both admired her aunt and was capable of showing her to the cottage was proving damnably difficult. But if you never went up there, she asked, how did she get groceries and such? We had a man who made those deliveries, but he moved to Marston last year. Not many could make it carrying a load. Oh, it's a terrible path, steep and rocky, dangerous too. Lucy frowned. That sounded less than promising. But if the road is so terrible, how was the house even built? She pressed. There used to be a road back to town once upon a time, but after she moved in, Miss E let it all grow over. She preferred to walk down to town, you see, and never kept a horse. Something about objecting to harnessing the poor creatures and forcing them to labour at our bequest. His whiskers twitched at the memory. You know, you might ask the Tanner lads. They know the way, and they'll be in here soon. As though struck by inspiration, he reached in the candy jar on the counter and drew her out a piece. Speaking of the boys, you might want to claim a piece before they get here. Lucy stared at his palm, still sorting through the notion that, despite being somewhat intimately acquainted with her aunt, Mr. Jameson didn't even know the way to Aunt E's house. How did you know I liked licorice? I didn't. He looked sheepish. It is just that your aunt enjoyed a bit every now and again, and you seem so much like her. I always kept it stocked up for her. It is kind of you, but I really shouldn't, Lucy said, thinking of the precious coins she had left. She shook her head. I need to save my money. Oh, 'tis already bought and paid for. Missy ordered it up from London every few months, but left it here so she wouldn't eat too much at once. This is what is left from her last order. God rest her soul. Oh. Lucy smiled, relenting. Well then, I suppose I might have just one. She accepted the piece of candy and placed it on her tongue, sighing at the pleasure of its melting sweetness. Mr. Jameson chuckled. Your aunt had a sweet tooth, too. She always rewarded the Tanner lads with a piece when their school day was done. It will be a shame when this order's all gone. He checked a pocket watch. The boys should be here in just a minute now. One of my favourite parts of the day. Those rascals are a handful, but they are sweet boys who need our help. He slipped the watch back into his apron pocket and put the top back on the jar of candy. I'd heard you'd come to town, but when you walked through that door and I saw it with my own eyes, I could hardly believe it. Have you come to collect your aunt's snuff, perchance? Lucy choked on her candy. I beg your pardon? He ducked behind the counter and came up holding a small tin. Missy ordered it from London every month. Refused to buy it out of Marston. Hated that town something awful. He shook his head at the memory. She claimed Marston was ruining Lizard Bay's economy. He placed the tin on the counter and regarded it sadly. She never did pick up her last order. Lucy eyed the snuff tin with curiosity. I am afraid I never developed the habit. Oh. He frowned. I don't know what I am going to do with it then. No one else in town can afford the 5 shillings it costs except Lord Branston, and he's been a teetotaler ever since Miss E shook out his hide and set him on the straight and narrow path. Lord Branston, a teetotaler? Lucy scoffed, remembering how he had smelled like brandy that day on the train. She'd like to forget how she'd taken secret, covetous sniffs of him, but she suspected she was bound to keep remembering. The bloody man had been burned onto her brain. Surely you jest. But Jameson shook his head, all seriousness. No spirits, no snuff either. Not for a couple of years now. He looked forlorn. I suppose I will just be out the money then. Lucy considered again the 2 precious sovereigns tucked in her reticule. She shouldn't spend them, given they were all she had left in the world. But she couldn't stand to think of Mr. Jameson suffering a financial hardship on her account. Neither could she imagine going back out and facing her expectant feline friends empty-handed. They were liable to follow her back to Mrs. Wilkins's house if she did, and then she'd be forced to share her dinner. She reached into her purse and pulled out one of the precious sovereigns, placing it on the counter. I suppose I can give the snuff a try, just this once. And do you perchance have any salve? She scratched at her neck, cursing Geoffrey and his pranks. I'd like to buy some fish for the wharf cats as well. Mr. Jameson began to wrap the tin up in brown paper. I am afraid we don't have any salve. Items like that have to be ordered from Marston, and they take a few days to get here. And there's been no fishing here for months. Isn't Lizard Bay supposed to be a fishing town? He shook his head. The fish have all gone up coast, or died. Lucy tried to puzzle it out. Why would a fishing village, one that had clearly been here for many generations, suddenly have no more fish? Jameson might depend on the townspeople for his living, but they depended on fish for theirs. She eyed the empty shelves with fresh understanding. It wouldn't make sense to stock them if no one could afford to buy the goods. But what do people do instead? Some folks have already moved away looking for better opportunities. Some have even gone up to Marston. Your aunt was livid over it. Jameson leaned across the counter and beckoned her closer, as though eager to impart a bit of gossip. Miss E was determined to fix matters too, you know. She had grand plans and wasn't going to let Marston have the last say in Lizard Bay's future. She told us we couldn't depend on fishing and her forever. His face fell. Turns out she was right, on both fronts. The bell on the shop's door tinkled, but even before she heard the exuberant voices of the Tanner boys, she felt a telltale shiver roll pleasantly up the base of her spine. Lord Branston had not even said a word, and yet she was already as aware of his presence as if he'd trumpeted his arrival. Blast it all, but was it possible that in spite of her resolve to have nothing to do with him, she was even more aware of the man than before? Heart-thumping, she swung around to face them. But was it even the same man? In London, he'd scarcely stood out for anything but his handsome face. He'd worn the requisite checked wool trousers and silk waistcoat of any town gentleman, but it seemed he shed that skin here in Lizard Bay. Today he was at ease, smiling and dressed in a loose-fitting frock-coat and flannel brown trousers, unusual only in how ordinary they looked. He was lacking a collar entirely, and instead of a necktie wore an old scarf looped about his neck. Had she ever seen a gentleman look so useful? Lord Branston stood back and let the boys surge forward, their schoolbooks and lunch pails swinging. The boys converged on the counter, their hands grappling with the licorice jar.
"Watch it, Charles! Leave some for me, Ethan!"
As they each fought for their fair share, she watched Lord Branston. As it stupidly insisted on doing at every coveted sight of him, her heart wobbled a bit in her chest. He looked at ease, not only more so than he had in London, but even during the long journey to Lizard Bay. He carried an old leather satchel over his shoulder that appeared to be bulging with secrets, and his jaw looked unshaven. The dark stubble made her wonder what it would feel like to run her finger along it, but she wasn't going to get close enough to do such a foolhardy thing. She tried to be irritated with him in his easy, carefree appearance. He was a marquis, for heaven's sake. Could the man not employ the services of a valet? Or be bothered to put on a hat? His auburn hair was wildly awry, as though he'd spent the entire day out of doors. That gave her pause. She hadn't seen him about town, not that she'd admit to looking for the man, but given that Lizard Bay had only the single street, she couldn't help but wonder just where he passed his hours all day, only to emerge looking so delectable. Their cheeks full, the boys began to move away from the counter. They parted like the Red Sea and came back again to surround her.
"It's Missy's ghost!"
crowed the one who had extracted the sovereigns from her pocket last night. The youngest, Danny, she recalled, elbowed his brother.
"Lord Branston says we wasn't to tease her like that any more, Ethan."
He sucked on his candy and looked up at her with hollowed cheeks.
"Besides,"
he said with a knowing air,
"Missy's ghost don't live here in town. She lives up at Heathmore." He snickered. "Not that any of you are brave enough to know it."
Lucy lifted a questioning brow in Lord Branston's direction. He stared back. She felt again that shiver of awareness, no doubt because his attention was focused so inappropriately on her, and not at all another reason. She fit a purposeful frown to her lips. "Have you been spreading more tales of ghosts, then, Lord Branston?" "I don't know why I'd need to." He shrugged. "The town will believe what it wants." "Mm-hmm." Lucy reached behind her and collected the paper-wrapped tin of snuff. She hefted the weight of it in her hand. She needed something more substantial if she was going to put a dent in that man's cocky grin. And she probably ought to set a better example for the young boys. God knew she'd never been able to aim worth a shite. So instead of hurling it at his smiling face, she put the tin of snuff in her reticule and pulled out her last sovereign instead. Holding the coin up, she flashed it temptingly at the lads. "No matter what untruths Lord Branston has told you, Miss E. is not a ghost. Now, which of you boys might like to earn a bit of money? I need a guide to Heathmore Cottage." He'd give her this. She was a persistent thing. And it was proving an enjoyable experience, watching her try to turn the tide of local opinion. He suspected Miss E. would have been proud of her niece and what she was trying to do. The elderly spinster had been a woman who admired persistence and backbone in all their various forms. But persistence alone wasn't going to get Lucy Westmore to Heathmore Cottage, and if she continued to refuse his offers of help, she deserved whatever misery her backbone brought her. He watched the boys, waiting to see what they would do. Danny was the most likely choice to take her money,
given that he'd been the only one of the four brave enough to bring the letter up a week and a half ago. But Danny was looking down at his shoes, shuffling them in near agony. A properly earned sovereign was an unheard-of luxury, but it seemed fear had a way of paralyzing even the neediest of feet. If one of the boys did accept, Thomas knew he would have to go with them. The lads knew the way, of course, but the path would be complicated to navigate in heavy skirts. And her skirts were an atrocious, bell-shaped thing, stuffed from beneath with crinolines that probably weighed close to a stone. No doubt she'd need help to pull herself over rocks and such, and to make sure she didn't break that long, lovely neck. And it wouldn't be a hardship to feel the slip of her hand in his own. But it seemed such wild, fanciful notions were not to be. As though they were a single organism, the boys came to a joint conclusion and escaped through the door, chattering about ghosts and haints and the like. "I am sorry about that," he offered, shaking his head. "Somehow I doubt it." She shoved the coin back into her reticule. "Things seem to have a way of going to hell around you, Lord Branston, and I suspect that's exactly what you intend," she added, then turned back to the counter and offered the grocer a thin smile. "Thank you for everything, Mr. Jameson. It was nice speaking with you." "'Tis my pleasure, Miss L. I hope you find someone soon who might show you the way to Heathmore." He glanced Thomas's way, a confused slant to his brow. "Have you, asked Lord Branston? He knows the way quite well." "No, thank you." She gave a haughty sniff. "I prefer to find someone else to help, someone who doesn't expect something in return." She gathered her skirts in one hand and pushed past him, stepping over the hound and leaving the scent of licorice in her wake. Mr. Jameson winked at him. "She sounds just like Miss E, doesn't she?" Thomas offered the grocer a bemused shrug and shook his head. "Seems a bit more determined, if you ask me." "More determined than Miss E?" Jameson scratched his chin. "Heaven help us all." Not wanting to let her escape without offering a word of explanation, or an apology, if need be, Thomas shoved his hands in his pockets and followed her outside. He spied her 100 feet distant, walking away from the store, her back rigid as she stepped over a pair of adoring wharf cats. "I really am sorry about the boys, you know," he called out. He headed toward her, relieved to see her stop, at least. They should have been more polite in their refusal. That wasn't well done of them. Miss E was planning to work with them on their manners. She turned to face him. "They'd not have refused in the first place if their minds hadn't been poisoned to the idea from the start." She lifted one hand to extend the shade of her bonnet and stared up at the edge of the cliff that ran along the top edge of the town. "Your hand in that matter does you no credit." Hand? What on earth was she talking about? And the way she was eyeing the top edge of the cliff made him uneasy. So far, it seemed like she'd stuck to town in her efforts to uncover the path to Heathmore, proving herself smart enough to recognize the danger that awaited her in the surrounding cliffs. Surely she wouldn't try to strike out on her own. Then again, she'd struck out for Cornwall on her own, hadn't she? "Tell me, Miss Westmore," he said slowly, "what is it you think I've done?" One would think a marquis had better things to do with his time than tell ghost stories to small, impressionable boys. "I've not told them anything of the sort. In fact, I've encouraged them to stop spreading such tales, and they don't think of me that way here." He hesitated. "You shouldn't either. In Lizard Bay, I am not the Marquis of Branston. I am just a man." He took a step forward. And she was just a woman. A woman, in fact, who made his blood stir even when she was spitting mad at him. "Not a marquis!" She continued to scan the upper cliffs even as she scoffed at him. As though you can shove the title in a drawer and forget about it. You might be able to pretend such nonsense, but I can't. Nothing about you makes sense. She lowered her hand and gave him a disdainful glance. Apparently, you've a grand manor just outside of town, and yet you are determined to buy my little house, willing, even, to stoop to disrespectful means to do so. Why are you hiding away in a little town like Lizard Bay, anyway? Don't you have a seat in the bloody House of Lords you could be putting to good use? I'm not hiding. In spite of his rising confusion, his lips twitched at her language. Did she trot it out just for him, or did it flow off her tongue like butter? I just don't like London very much, he admitted. Too many memories. And too many of those very ghosts she was accusing him of conjuring. Well, I don't like useless gentlemen, particularly ones who squander their potential political influence by hiding away in fishing towns. I don't have any political influence, he answered. And whose fault is that? You do realize you are entirely radical in your views, don't you? At his look of surprise, she sighed in exasperation and threw up her hands. Surely you have some view of politics? Thomas blinked. I hadn't really thought of it. Mainly because since he'd gained his majority, he had either been lost in a bottle, playing at a betrothal, or, damn it all, hiding in Cornwall. She rolled her eyes. Honestly, Lord Branston, did you really think the study of botany was going to properly prepare you for the responsibilities of your position? Her words stung, as she had likely intended them to. It was very nearly an accusation that he had been selfish in his choice of studies, and part of the problem was that perhaps it was true. He'd certainly been selfish in not considering the impact his absence would have on his sister. And then, in the years following university, when he floated through London's social scene in a drunken haze, he never once considered answering that summons from the Crown, never stopped to consider if he ought to be doing something else with his life. Was it because he'd been orphaned at such a young age, with no firm sense of the expectations of the position? Or had he rejected the notion because he was sure he would only muck it up the way he'd mucked up his life? He cleared his throat. My, parents died when I was 11. I wasn't old enough to take my father's seat then, and I suppose it never occurred to me to do so later, when I reached my majority. He had told himself that so many times, he wasn't even sure now whether or not it was the truth. But it sounded like the truth. And it was preferable to admitting his failures. I am sorry for your loss, she told him. But she didn't sound sorry. In fact, her eyes flashed at him, nearly silver in the sunlight. But there is a good deal happening right now in London, with Lord Aberdeen as Prime Minister. If you would but take your seat in the House of Lords, and put some of your good instincts to wider purpose, you might influence the lives of thousands of orphans, not just 4. You might even be able to do more. Improve the lives of women, for example. Change the laws so they might keep their property after they are married, or retain their children if they must leave brutal husbands. He stared at her, feeling more than a little lost at sea. She thought he had good instincts. And when had this become about him? She stared back. But no, you're too important for such matters, it seems. You seem more content to hide away here, making sure one young man doesn't play truant. She looked away and tugged at the edges of her gloves, the very picture of a dismissal. Now, if you will excuse me, I don't have time for idle chit-chat, Lord Branston. I've a cottage to find. He stepped in front of her. Damn it all, but how could she see through his black heart and know just how to poke at him? If there was a measure of guilt to be found in his self-imposed isolation, in the panic he felt at the thought of returning to live in London, she had surely just found it. He'd known his choices of the past 3 years were cowardly at best, selfish at worst. He'd just never had anyone, not even the outspoken Miss E, call him out for it. This isn't about my empty seat in the House of Lords. He shook his head, trying to steer his thoughts back to centre. It's about your determination to reach Heathmore. Why are you wasting your time traipsing this dusty street, asking everyone you meet for help? As I have repeatedly offered, I am more than willing to show you the property myself. And as I've repeatedly said, I prefer to find someone else to help me, either that or find it on my own. Thomas knew he shouldn't. He shouldn't even be standing here talking with her, much less touching her. His last disastrous touch had led to the kiss that brought him to all of this. But as though it had a mind and imagination of its own, his hand reached out to curve over her arm. Her spine remained stiff and unyielding. Her skin, though, that was soft as he remembered. He recalled how pliant her hand had felt in his own, there at the inn in Salisbury, when she burned her thumb on the hot wax and he'd taken it up in his. He wanted desperately to go back to that place, however dangerous the sentiment was. "Promise me," he said, softening his voice, "that you won't attempt it without a guide." "I see you have continued in this habit of touching women without their leave," she told him, though she didn't pull away. "I assure you it's an entirely new phenomenon, one that only seems to occur around you." He tugged until she thumped up against him, both of them breathing harder now. "Promise me, Lucy. The cliffs are dangerous. You could easily be killed." Her lower lip slid between her teeth, causing him to suck in a breath. "I owe you no promises, Lord Branston." She hesitated. "But rest assured I have no intention of purposefully meeting my demise." Her lips firmed. "Because then you'd have Heathmore without a fight." He wanted to point out that was hardly a reassurance. She wouldn't do something stupid and find herself dead by accident, but he somehow held his tongue. He could feel the energy humming in her where his hand curved over her skin. She might not be setting off on her own yet, but she was poised to do something, that was assured. "Why are you being so stubborn about this?" he asked. "Why are you being so persistent?" she countered, but he couldn't help but notice she wasn't trying to twist out of his grasp. If anything, he felt the merest loosening of her spine, a melting response that told him she, too, felt this queer, electric pull between them. "I can't help but think you aren't telling me the whole truth about Heathmore." "I've told you no lies," he said, though his conscience scratched at him, reminding him that a falsehood and an omission of the full truth could be argued as shades of the same transgression. He stared down at the wide, well-shaped mouth that somehow, despite being attached to a spinster who insisted on saying the most outrageous things, tempted him beyond reason. She smelled of licorice and sunshine, and he wanted to know if she tasted the same way. He licked his lips. "You can trust me, Lucy. I am not lying to you." She pulled away out of his grip. "I can't trust you. I can't even trust you to use the name I have asked you to." She took a firm step away from him. "My name is Miss L, not Miss Westmore, and certainly not Lucy. And a woman like me can't be too careful." "What do you mean, a woman like you?" he asked. "I know how you see me, how everyone sees me. An easy target, a woman who ought to be grateful for an ounce of a handsome gentleman's attention." He shook his head, surprised at her admission, and more than a little confused. "That isn't how I see you at all." No, quite the contrary. He saw her as determined, decidedly ungrateful, and utterly, entirely desirable, despite her sharp edges. "Miss L," he said, being sure to emphasize the words, "you are the farthest thing from an easy target. In fact, if a suitor's arrows were drawn, I suspect they'd go flying in the exact opposite direction. You've a way of pushing people away, even people who have your best interests in mind. You might try trusting others, on occasion." He paused, remembering how Miss E. had helped him, even when he'd initially resisted the offer of assistance. He'd needed a shove to be convinced to give up the bottle, and Miss E. had been all too happy to provide it in the form of a little blackmail. "You'll find," he said, ruefully, "that life sometimes requires an outside hand, and beyond how I or anyone else sees you, I would imagine, in the end, it only matters how you see yourself." She threw up her hands, her reticule swinging wildly about one wrist. "How exactly am I supposed to see myself? When I look in the mirror, I see someone who is supposed to be perfectly happy with her lot in life, pleased to have drawn the short straw of the sexes. I see someone who is expected to be thrilled at the ridiculous circus of a season being pressed upon her, eager to give her dowry to a complete stranger. I see someone who is expected to change herself, her thoughts, her life, to become nothing more than what a man would make her." She lowered her arms and drew a deep breath, bowing her head as she exhaled. "Well, that may be what is expected," she said bitterly, "but that's not me, Lord Branston. It will never be me." He stared down at her then, remembering how Lord Cardwell had once claimed his daughter was looking forward to the coming season. The man hadn't known his sister very well, and apparently he didn't know his daughter either. "Lucy," he said softly, "not every man expects a woman to change to suit him. You can trust me on that." She laughed, a rueful sound. "Don't you see?" She shook her head. "That's just the sort of thing an untrustworthy man would say. So save your breath, Lord Branston." She drew a deep breath. "I've better uses for mine." From the Diary of Edith Lucille Westmore, July 15th, 1820. "I'd hoped all this talk of marriage might finally subside. After all, I'm a spinster by choice, no matter Reverend Wellsbury's thunderous objections from the pulpit. But after successfully putting Mr. Jameson's hopes to rest, it seems Mr. Bentley has stepped up his own peculiar notion of courtship. It started with the roses. The bloody thing started appearing, freshly cut, on the steps of Heathmore Cottage every morning. Never mind that I hate roses. There is only one man in town with rose bushes, and while Mr. Bentley would make someone else a fine husband, he doesn't make my heart flutter in anticipation of seeing him on Sundays, or tempt me to sew red ribbons on my petticoats. When I pulled him aside after church to explain we must only be friends, Reverend Wellsbury scowled terribly at us, as though he thinks I might be trying to poison the postmaster of Lizard Bay, or worse, trying to seduce him. Well, I have no intention of seducing Mr. Bentley. Quite the opposite, in fact. When he didn't take the hint, I took the necessary step of ordering a supply of fireworks from London. Then I waited up one night, and when I saw Mr. Bentley sneaking through the rocks, I lit the fuse and plugged my ears. The poor sweet man screamed like a baby. His hearing's been a bit off ever since, which I regret, but
I believe he understands how things must be between us now. The roses have finally stopped, thank goodness. Now, if only Reverend Wellsbury's scowls would stop as well.
Chapter 13. On Friday morning, Lucy rose early and hurried through her morning ablutions before the sun was even slipping through the lace curtains of her window. She buttoned herself back into her tired gold walking gown, wincing at the layer of dust now coating the hem of her skirts. If she stayed, she needed to sort out what to do about laundry. But she hadn't the faintest clue how to start. So she tore down the stairs in her rumpled gown, scattering cats and hairpins in her wake. She refused to question her motives for rising at such an early hour. She was in Cornwall, country hours applied, and an early start was surely advisable, given the importance of succeeding in her mission today. Her father could appear at any moment, and that meant there was no time to lose. She'd shown remarkable restraint so far, waiting to find someone to help her. Today she would find someone in this town who would show her the way to Heathmore. And by someone, of course, she meant anyone who wasn't Lord Branston. But that didn't mean she couldn't happily catch a peek of him before she started her day. She didn't quite understand this strange attraction where he was concerned. She was supposed to hate him, had more or less told him she hated him, and still she was rising at dawn, earlier than necessary, simply because she wanted to catch a glimpse of him. She tumbled into a melee of a breakfast, boys and cats intermingling in a rush of eggs and buttered toast. Mrs. Wilkins was bustling about like a busy shepherdess, but when she saw Lucy, she beamed.
"Ooh, you're up early today."
She pulled out a chair.
"Come sit down and entertain the boys. Young Danny was just threatening to play truant, and Lord Branston was explaining why that was a poor idea."
Lucy caught her breath to see Branston sitting at the far end of the long table. Much as he had yesterday, he looked anything but a gentleman. In his loose frock-coat and collarless shirt, he looked closer to a field labourer than a marquis. Would anyone in London be caught dead at the breakfast table in anything less than a starched collar and necktie? And would she rise so early to see any of them? She willed her pulse to settle into only a mildly exuberant rhythm as she settled herself into the chair Mrs. Wilkins had pulled out. "Truant, She smiled at Danny, who was looking down at his plate, his bright red hair falling over his eyes. She remembered that Branston was ostensibly trying to convince Danny to study, so he might eventually have a chance at qualifying for more advanced schooling. And what does Lord Branston have to say about that? Danny made a sour face.
"He says I need more practice with my ciphers."
Lucy laughed as Mrs. Wilkins sat a plate down in front of her with one hand and scooped up a cat with the other. "It seems to me that an enterprising young man, such as yourself, could only benefit from a strong start in the mathematical sciences. Thievery is all well and good, but if you can't count your spoils, what good is the skill?"
"'Twasn't me who stole your money, that was Ethan," Daddy pouted. "But that's what Lord Branston says too."
"Really?" Lucy risked another covetous glance at the man who had pulled her so early from bed this morning with nothing more than the hope of crossing his path. He saluted her with a raised brow in return. "Well, Lord Branston is an educated man." Her cheeks heated. "Studied botany in school. Useful skill that it is. He can tell you the names of any plant you want, even the poisonous ones. You might want to listen to him." Over the edge of his cup, Lord Branston's grin was slow, sure, and spreading. "Does that mean you will listen to me as well?" he asked, down the barrel of the table.
Lucy shook her head. "I already know my ciphers, Lord Branston, so you shouldn't bet on it."
"Oh, I wouldn't." His eyes crinkled, daring her to commit all matter of folly. Impossible wagers were never my style, Miss L. Danny squirmed in his chair.
"It's just that I hate math. I'd much rather go walking on the moors, but Lord Branston said he won't take me today."
He scowled.
"Says I belong in the schoolroom, where I can learn something more practical than botany."
Lucy regarded Lord Branston curiously. Walks on the moors? That was interesting, and a bit confusing. His leather satchel, suspiciously thinner than it had been yesterday, was slung in weight over the high back of his chair. She thought back on her chance meeting with him yesterday, when he'd looked so tousled and windblown, and how she had wondered where he passed his day. Just what was Lord Branston up to? And what did it have to do with Heathmore? As though he could read her mind, he set down his cup and stood up, slinging the satchel's strap across one broad shoulder. "Time to go then, boys. We mustn't be late." The boys began gulping down the last bits of breakfast, then picked up the lunch pails that Mrs. Wilkins handed out. As Danny stood up and began to trudge toward his fate, Lucy motioned him closer, buttoning up the boy's faded jacket and cuffing him on the chin when she was done. "Can I tell you a secret?" Danny nodded morosely. She leaned toward his ear. "My brother hates maths too, and he's going to be a Viscount, so you're in good company." Danny jerked a finger toward Lord Branston.
"Yes, but he's a Marquis. You have to listen to a Marquis. Everyone says so."
Lucy looked down the table, wishing the man didn't make her stomach churn so pleasantly, wishing she could just trust him enough to believe his offer of assistance held no ulterior motives. "Well, I don't have to listen to him," she told Danny. "And once you've learned your ciphers, you won't have to either." As the boys and their mentor trooped out to start their day, Mrs. Wilkins approached to gather the empty plates. "Now, what was all that business about?" she chided in her gentle way.
"It almost sounds as though you don't like Lord Branston. How could that be? The man charmed the very rust off your aunt's iron will. She thought a good deal of him."
Lucy shrugged, picking up her fork. "It isn't that I don't like him. I don't trust him." "Why ever not?" Mrs. Wilkins added, sounding perplexed. "Has he done something wrong?" "What hasn't he done wrong?" Lucy replied, thinking of yesterday's conversation in the street. Though there hadn't been anything wrong about that, per se. Her distrust stemmed more from the way he flirted with her in Salisbury, when all along he'd had an ulterior motive. But she couldn't very well claim the man had kissed her and then stopped himself from taking additional liberties. That would scarcely bolster her argument of untrustworthiness. Lucy leaned forward, her chin resting on one hand. "It's just, don't you find it strange that he is here in Lizard Bay? He's a Marquis. He's supposed to be managing estates and passing bills, or, if not that, gallivanting about London and frequenting gaming hells. Instead, he's hiding away on the outskirts of a little coastal town." "I don't think he's hiding, dear. He's healing. Some family tragedy." "Do you mean his sister's death?" Lucy asked, remembering the conversation on the train. "That was 3 years ago. Surely he's past mourning now."
"I am afraid it goes a bit deeper than that."
Mrs. Wilkins looked around, as though suspicious of lurking gossips, then pulled out a chair and sat down.
When Lord Branston first came to Lizard Bay, he told us all his sister had died. Miss E. subscribed to the gossip rags from London, and she read that his sister had died in childbirth, though she was scandalously unwed. But Miss E. had her own opinion on the matter. She wondered if his sister might have actually taken her own life. She shook her head sadly. Such a terrible misfortune, whichever way it happened. It seems a man might need more than the usual amount of time to recover from something like that.
Lucy bit her lip, feeling ashamed of her petty remarks. She couldn't imagine losing one of her siblings in such a terrible way. She remembered what Branston had said on the train about his sister. I lost her. It sounded as though that may have been a euphemism at best.
So you might want to go easy on him,
Mrs. Wilkins stood up and began to stack the boys' dirty plates on the sideboard.
Now, before you head out for the day, I thought you might like to take a look in Miss E.'s room. Look through her things. I've a box of curiosities that by rights should belong to you.
Lucy stood up, eager to step away from the table and the sad knowledge that had just been imparted there. She didn't want to think of Lord Branston with sympathy, and she suspected he wouldn't want her to think of him that way either. Thank you. I will enjoy taking a look.
Her room was second to the left on the lower hallway.
Mrs. Wilkins motioned with her chin.
Go on. I'll come and show you after I've put these dishes on to soak.
Lucy made her way down the hallway, stepping over a pair of cats rolling about the floor. She lifted the latch on the indicated doorway, but then stopped, her fingers hesitant. After all, this was the room where her aunt had lived during the last 2 years of her life. The room where her aunt had died. She was learning so much about Aunt E here in Lizard Bay, though it seemed each new layer she uncovered only added to her confusion rather than sharpening her understanding. But she would never sort it out, standing in the hallway, so she gathered her courage and stepped inside. The room echoed with a heavy silence. A patchwork quilt lay across the simple bed, slightly rumpled, as though her aunt had just stepped out for a moment. Dust motes rode small, invisible currents of wind, and they stirred more vigorously as she stepped inside. These things she had expected. The mess, however, caught her off guard. There were journals and newspapers stacked floor to hip, hundreds of them, at least 2 decades' worth of accumulated pages. Lucy turned in a circle, taking it all in. Well, it seemed her aunt may have subscribed to more than just the gossip rags. Mrs. Wilkins appeared beside her and began clucking her remorse.
Oh, it's dusty in here. I haven't had time to clean properly since she died, God rest her soul, and she wouldn't let me clean when she lived here. Said she preferred her privacy.
Were these all my aunt's? Lucy asked, running a finger across one stack of periodicals.
Oh, yes, she loved to read.
Mrs. Wilkins bent over at the waist, her generous rear waggling. When she came up, she held out a wooden box.
Here you are. It's not much, she said as Lucy took it. Just odds and ends, but I know these were dear to her.
With a sad smile, she turned to go.
Well, I'll leave you to it. Just close the door when you are done. We wouldn't want the cats to get in here.
And that was how Lucy came to find herself alone, sitting cross-legged on a dusty floor as she went through the contents of the box. Lifting each piece out, she tried to match the objects to the diary entries she had read. A pressed flower caught her eye, one of Mr. Bentley's famous roses, no doubt. A bit of frayed rope that made her giggle and clap a hand over her mouth. And length of red ribbon faded with age. That one made her frown. Finally, at the bottom of the box, a cloth-wrapped object caught her eye. A set of fragile glass horses appeared as she carefully peeled away the edges of fabric. She hadn't properly cried when she'd first learned of Aunt E's passing, but there was no mistaking the welling of tears in her eyes now. She caught her sob in one hand. She remembered these horses. Remembered, too, some stolen, faint memory of her aunt. It was hazy, but she could almost feel her aunt place one of the fragile horses in her hand, cautioning her to be careful, but not scolding her, not even when she almost dropped it. She'd forgotten so much of that short, shining visit when she had been 6 years old. But it was clear, in the keeping of these figurines, her aunt never had. Lucy vowed, then, not to forget, and not to give up either. Aunt E had left her Heathmore for a reason, and she needed to honour those wishes. The afternoon brought rain clouds and a rising wind out of the east, but the surly weather couldn't dampen Thomas's mood. He grinned in anticipation as he tapped the soil off his boots at Mrs. Wilkins's front door. Friday afternoons were when the town's more prominent residents gathered in her parlour for a cup of tea and a spot of politics. He enjoyed these meetings, though they'd been less lively since Miss E's passing. But the fact that it was Friday afternoon wasn't the only cause of his high spirits. Lucy, or Miss L, as she had insisted he call her, was still in town. The villagers were buzzing with the gossip. She'd spent the day tromping up and down Main Street again, talking to everyone who would listen. But for all her bluster and bravado, he'd heard from old Jameson that she had still not coerced anyone into showing her the way to Heathmore Cottage. Not that he was surprised by her lack of success. The town was now quite terrified of the place, a fact he discovered when he tried to get the roofer to finish the roof this morning. Apparently, Miss Westmore's remarkably similar appearance to a younger Miss E had only stirred the gossip-prone bunch onto higher superstition, and no one was willing to return to finish the job. But despite his lack of success on that front, it was a step he was determined to complete, even if he had to go to Marston to hire workers, and even if he ended up losing the property in the end. After all, it was his fault the cottage was missing a roof, because he'd prematurely removed the old, mouldy thatching in the first place. She shouldn't have to bear the brunt of his mistake. Still, she was going to be in a foul mood, one he suspected might even make the hellish coach ride he'd endured 2 days ago seem like a Sunday stroll. A better man would let her enjoy her tea and her sulk in peace, but Friday afternoon tea at Mrs. Wilkins's house was one of the few social pleasures to be had in Lizard Bay. He'd be damned if he let an ill-tempered spinster chase him away from his town. And if his feet were moving forward now out of a desire to see her, well now, that was just something he would be sure to keep to himself. He stepped inside, shaking the first patter of raindrops from his hair, and made his way into the parlour. Had the room always seemed so small? Or was it just that she filled it so completely? It hardly mattered that the room also contained Reverend Wellsbury, Mr. Jameson, and the postmaster, Mr. Bentley. All he could see was her. Her gold walking gown bore the brunt of 4 days of wrinkles, and her short blonde hair was a wild halo about her cheeks. But the evidence of her dishabille wasn't what made the grin on his lips stretch wider. She was standing in one corner talking to Mr. Bentley and holding a calico cat.
She looked as though she belonged here, as though she might want to stay.
Odd how that notion made his chest tighten in hope. She was meddlesome and annoying, and refused to consider even the most reasonable of offers. So why should he want such a thing? Everything would be so much easier if she just agreed to sell him the property and return to London. But seeing her here, waiting on afternoon tea, made him wonder if she might consider a future here, in Lizard Bay. And not only that, a real future, where she was as much a participant in the saving of Heathmoor as she was an observer. To achieve that, he needed to show her the property's secrets, and he couldn't do that until she trusted him. She spared him a quick glance as he stepped toward her, then swung her attention back to the postmaster. "Mr. Bentley," she said, offering the man a dazzling smile, "I've been meaning to ask, do you remember mailing a package for my aunt after she died?"
"Eh?"
the postmaster asked, cupping a hand around one gnarled ear. "A package?" She tried again, gesturing with one hand while balancing the cat in the other. "About the size of a stack of books." Bentley looked perplexed.
"Hooks, did you say? Might try down at the wharf."
"No, books." Her face began to turn red. They were wrapped in brown paper.
"Town hater?"
"No, brown paper." Thomas stepped closer, trying, unsuccessfully, to temper his grin. Old Bentley's hearing has about given up the ghost. He lowered his satchel down on a nearby table. He can usually muddle along with a little help, but I suspect it is your accent that has him flummoxed. Your words have too much London polish to them. I could help translate, if you like. She turned to face him, her face growing redder still. "Speaking of ghosts..." She sat the calico cat down on the floor. It stared balefully up at her, as though there was nowhere in the world it would rather be than in her arms. It was uncomfortable for Thomas to realize he knew how the cat felt. "I've spoken to everyone in town, and it seems you've achieved your goal, Lord Branston. No one in Lizard Bay is willing to help me, on account of Heathmoor's reputed ghost." "I did not start that rumour, and as I've repeatedly explained, I am willing to help you." She lifted her hand to scratch her neck. "I'd rather pluck out my eyelashes than accept your help, thank you very much." Thomas nodded sagely. There once was a girl without lashes. Old Bentley stirred to life, as though he had finally latched onto something his hearing could understand.
"Lashes?"
He glanced between them, his rheumy eyes wide with interest.
"Surely you don't mean to flog the girl, Branston?"
Thomas burst out laughing, then pulled the small tin he'd brought out of his pocket. He held it out to her, flat against his palm, who was always covered in rashes. "My rash is better now, thank you very much," she protested, and then she promptly scratched at her collar again. He shook his head in mock disappointment. She was known to sometimes lie. "Lord Branston, you are the one who is spreading lies, and we hope she won't die." Her eyes narrowed. "You said poisoned ivy wasn't dangerous, but she'll regret it if she won't use his mashes." "That doesn't even make sense." She pursed her lips. "Or sound grammatically correct." I was reaching for that last bit, I admit. Seeing that she was determined to be stubborn, he took the lid off the tin and held it out again. "I've brought you some mashed golden seal. Hydrastis canadensis. American natives use it for a variety of medicinal purposes." "More poisonous plants from America?" She made no move to take it. "I think not. It's not poisonous." He dipped a finger in the mixture and rubbed some on his own wrist. "See? Some people even drink extracts made from it." "Where did you get it?" She put her hands on her hips. Mr. Jameson said all special orders had to be brought from Marston. Mrs. Wilkins chose that moment to bustle in, carrying a tea tray, the china cups rattling with each step. But Thomas was too locked on this brewing confrontation of wills to turn and offer the kindly woman a proper greeting. And how would you know that if you didn't ask him for a salve you claim to not need? He asked archly. When Lucy glowered at him, he chuckled. You simply can't admit I might be right, can you? There was a reason why I asked the coach driver to stop in Marston. Lizard Bay has little by way of sophisticated comforts. Fortunately, I keep a small greenhouse. This is from my personal collection of plants. No, thank you. But her protest sounded weaker. He held out his palm further. You'll feel better, he coaxed. I'll feel better knowing I haven't accepted your help. He laughed out loud at that, though her comment also had him shaking his head. Christ, but you are stubborn. I can't help but question whether I am going about it all wrong, trying to charm you into compliance. Her chin lifted. So you do admit you are trying to charm me? That gave him pause. No, he hadn't been trying to purposefully charm her. Something in their exchanges just brought it out of him, until he was knee-deep in an ill-advised flirtation, trying whatever he could to make her laugh. He knew it wasn't logical. He knew it wasn't advisable. But that didn't mean he could be diverted from the path. If I am, it seems I am failing miserably. He stepped closer. I wonder, he murmured, if I am going about it all wrong, offering my help, waiting for you to come around. What might a dare do, I wonder, instead of another tedious offer of help? Old Bentley, who was still standing beside them, began to laugh, his cackle echoing through the room. You want to ride the mare? Thomas shook his head, not taking his eyes off Lucy. No, Mr. Bentley, a dare. Looks like more of a filly to me. Bentley slapped a hand on his thigh and then began to shuffle toward the tea service. Young people these days, he wheezed, shaking his head in high humour. Never know what they are going to say. From the Diary of Edith Lucille Westmore, February 10th, 1823. I find myself spending more and more time in Lizard Bay. It seems as though I have finally begun to earn the respect of the town. They have even invited me to join the town council. The only vote against my participation came from Reverend Wellsbury, oh, the shock of it, who claimed it went against the natural order of things to have a woman involved in politics. Of course, Mrs. Wilkins is a member of the town council, so that argument scarcely holds water. It seems the man has still not forgiven me for the pudding incident. Or does it stem, perhaps, from the Boxing Day debacle? He accused me, quite publicly, of being a troublemaker, the sort of spinster who preys on innocent men and spends her nights plotting their demise. Innocent? Ha! I was halfway tempted to flash my red ribbon at him. Whatever the source of this odd, simmering feud between us, one would think a vicar could find his way to forgiveness, but apparently the man holds an everlasting grudge. Fortunately, he was overruled by Mr. Bentley, though one has to wonder if that is because the postmaster didn't properly hear the question. As the newest member of the Lizard Bay Town Council, I vow I shall do my best to improve the lives of the people who live here. And if I stay up at night thinking of ways to annoy Reverend Wellsbury, that's nobody's business but my own.
Chapter 14.
Despite the rush of heat in her cheeks at old Bentley's words, Lucy found herself tempted by the salve, by the offer of help, but most of all, by Lord Branston. Thomas. Her mouth might be insisting on using given names, but her thoughts were less circumspect. Despite her resolve to keep him at an arm's distance, he had burrowed his way beneath her skin like poison ivy, with his offers of help and his reasonable, practical gifts. She glanced around the room at the other town citizens who had all, 2-1, refused to help her reach Heathmore. Well, except for Reverend Wellsbury, she'd not asked him. In fact, she'd roundly avoided him, turning in the complete opposite direction when he tried to engage her on the street earlier in the day. She felt no need to speak with him. After all, she rather knew where the vicar stood on the matter of spinsters living alone on cliffs, didn't she? She glanced back at Lord Branston, who was still standing with the tin in his palm, that familiar, crooked grin on his face. She needed to remember what was at stake. It didn't matter that his smile made her pulse thrum in her veins, or that he alone in this room was offering to help her. She needed to remind herself that this man was very likely the cause of the delay she was experiencing, with his carefully placed rumours of ghosts and the like. She knew next to nothing about him, how he spent his days. He might have taken a few orphans under his wing, and he might possess a smile to melt hearts, but that didn't make a man trustworthy. Take his satchel, for instance. This morning it had looked empty, but now it was sitting on a side table, bulging with interesting shapes. That went against everything she knew and expected of someone in his position. He was a marquis, not a schoolmaster. He was either supposed to be staid and quiet, sitting in a desk chair, shuffling through papers, or young and salacious, stumbling out of gaming hells with a whore on each arm. He defied categorization. She shouldn't trust him, even if she was more than halfway toward wanting to. Mrs. Wilkins clapped her hands. "Let's take our seats, if you please." Lucy moved toward the nearest chair, grateful for an excuse to put some distance between her thoughts and the man. Slowly, the gentlemen took their seats, sauntering or shuffling, as age and spirit dictated. Lord Branston, of course, was the lone saunterer, and chose the seat closest to hers. Lucy breathed in, paying for patience. Unfortunately, the breath only ensured that she inhaled the unique scent that seemed to cling to him and always sent her head and her heart spinning. As Mrs. Wilkins began to fiddle with the delicate china cups on the tray, he leaned toward her, making her squirm in anticipation. "At the risk of unsheathing your claws, why are you here this afternoon, anyway?" His gaze lingered overlong. "I imagined you would still be beating the bushes, trying to find someone to take you to Heathmore." "Mrs. Wilkins told me the town would discuss a memorial for my aunt today," she said, reaching for a believable half-truth. "It seemed appropriate to be a part of that conversation." She hesitated. "I will resume my efforts to reach Heathmore when tea is over." "You might let me guide you there, you know. I promise I only want to see you safely delivered there and back. Your aunt would have wanted me to help you." "I regretfully must decline." She shook her head, but allowed a smile to bloom. "As we've already established, I need my eyelashes, Lord Branston." His sudden bark of laughter made her inside stir pleasantly. It made her want to bask a moment in the warmth of his obvious pleasure, which was an odd thing to think about someone she was supposed to dislike. Unfortunately, one of the cats milling about her feet had other ideas for basking. It jumped in her lap, just as Mrs. Wilkins handed her a full cup of tea. "They seem to be multiplying," she groaned, trying to balance the cup over the animal's back. And was it her imagination, or was another one trying to sharpen its claws on her stockings? Her words earned another bark of laughter from Lord Branston. "Yes, cats tend to do that." "Then why does the town let them mix?" she asked, jiggling her thighs until the cat finally jumped off, sulking its way to steadier accommodations. She looked up to realize everyone was staring at her, from Mrs. Wilkins to the postmaster.
"Did she say tricks?"
Bentley asked. Mrs. Wilkins eyed her with curiosity.
"What would you suggest we do, Miss L?"
"Well, it's not that different than London society." Lucy gestured to two cats on the floor, one clearly male, the other clearly not. "Why not separate the sexes, or keep them tightly chaperoned? Females indoors, males outside. They'd cause less trouble that way, and I suspect you'd have far less litters of kittens."
"Did she say sex?"
Bentley asked, cupping an interested hand to his ear.
"No sexes, Bentley. Sexes, plural."
Mrs. Wilkins tapped a finger to her lips.
"That sounds just like one of the ideas Miss E was always coming up with, dear. She had a brilliant head for seeing the solution to a problem."
Lucy flushed. "Well, it just seems logical." "It won't work, though," Lord Branston interjected mildly. Lucy glared at him. "Why not? Believe you me, the archaic system of keeping a female cloistered until a mate is chosen for them is an age-old process, invented by aristocratic males, no less." He shook his head. "Males and females intent on mischief will always find their way to trouble. They'll sneak through windows, dart through doors, anything to get to where their instincts take them." "And how would you know that?" she challenged. "Do you like to sneak through windows yourself, Lord Branston?" He smiled, and, bugger it all, it was that lazy slide of a smile that sent her inside stirring and her determination to remain unaffected crumbling to dust. "No," he drawled, "but I recall that you do." Lucy squirmed in her seat, wishing she'd never told him such a thing. Then again, he'd coaxed a good deal of intimate conversation from her that day on the train. Disconcerted, she looked around at the little ragtag group seated in a circle around the tea table. The current topic was far too close to real life for comfort, and that meant a change in topic was needed. "Well, beside Lizard Bay's problem with multiplying cats, what do you usually talk about during afternoon tea?" she asked the small group with forced brightness. 2:00 is a bit earlier than we take tea in London."
"We take tea early because we are sometimes here for several hours,"
Mrs. Wilkins told her, passing a cup to Mr. Jameson. Lucy's fingers tightened around the handle of her cup. "I beg your pardon?" Branston leaned toward her. "Friday tea is where the serious business of the town is discussed." He gestured toward the postmaster. "Mr. Bentley is the mayor, but as you can see, his hearing makes things difficult, so Mr. Jameson serves as his deputy. On the 4th Friday of each month, they serve together as Justice of the Peace for the parish. Those days usually run even longer. Last month we heard a case about stolen chickens, and the session went 3 hours past supper." Lucy blinked at them. "Chickens? Supper?" "Which Friday of the month is today?" she asked weakly. Branston smirked. "It's the 4th. We'll be here for several hours at least." Lucy set her cup firmly down on the side table. "Oh, for the love of God!"
"Did she say she loves cod?"
Bentley asked, perking up.
"No, God."
Old Jameson's whiskers quivered with amusement. "It is only, I had hoped to reach Heathmore Cottage today." She bit her lip, thinking of the 2 days she had already lost, trying to be sensible about it and find herself a guide. Surely by now her father had reached Salisbury, and that meant she was running out of time. "Can we not make this go a little faster?" Lucy looked around, panic making her bold. "Or pick a different day to hear cases." "Impossible." Reverend Wellsbury shook his head.
"Any change of date requires a majority vote and 2 weeks' notice."
He frowned.
"We've established the rules for good reason. Miss E. was always trying to thwart them too."
Lucy glared at the vicar. No wonder Aunt E. didn't like the man. He appeared close to 70, with thick grey hair and a perpetually down-turned mouth. She supposed he might have once been handsome, but all she could see when she looked at him were the damning words in her aunt's diary. She forced herself to smile, feeling anything but charming. "Perhaps that is because the rules are stupid, Reverend Wellsbury." Jameson's sides began to shake with suppressed laughter.
"Whoa! What a spitfire! It's just like Miss E. was back, isn't it?"
And then they were all dissolving into chuckles, even the vicar, the memory of Miss E. alive and well in the small room. When their amusement finally died down, the vicar turned to Mrs. Wilkins.
"Well, rules or no, I think we ought to spend a little time having a serious discussion," he said,
accepting the cup the woman handed him.
"Are you referring to Miss E.'s memorial?"
Mrs. Wilkins poured another cup.
"I was thinking a rose bush planted in the centre of town."
"My aunt hated roses," Lucy interjected.
"She did?"
Mrs. Wilkins looked at her, perplexed.
"But how would you know that? I thought you said you scarcely knew your aunt."
Lucy spared a glance at Mr. Bentley, who looked blissfully unaware of the conversation, bless his poor, addled ears. It seemed like this was a secret Aunt E. had taken to her grave. She wrote of her preferences in her annual Christmas card," Lucy improvised. But Reverend Wellsbury shook his head.
"There will be time enough to discuss a fitting tribute later. We should talk about the town's future."
"How can we talk about the town's future now that Miss E. is gone?" Jameson asked balefully.
"She was the one who had all the grand ideas."
He looked down at his hands.
"It doesn't seem the same without her here." "I know, Mr. Jameson."
The vicar's voice softened.
"But, to be perfectly frank, Lizard Bay's economy has been faltering for years, and despite our efforts, Miss E. hasn't come close to solving our problems yet. Her scheme to have a cooperative town chicken coop and sell the eggs to Marston was well-intentioned but poorly executed."
"Why didn't it work?" Lucy asked, looking up. It was curious, but he almost sounded approving of her aunt's plan.
"Well, for one, the Tanner lads kept stealing the chickens and selling them," Mrs. Wilkins bemoaned. "That was the case we heard last month. They were sentenced to a month's worth of extra mathematics at school."
Lucy bit her lip in a smile. That certainly explained Danny's plans for truancy.
"Also, the eggs all broke when we tried to cart them to Marston,"
Reverend Wellsbury explained.
"The road is terribly rutted, and we can't afford to repair it. But, with the loss of fishing, we need to find some sort of alternative industry to support our town's residents. We all know the ground around here has never supported much by way of farming."
"There's tin mining up the coast near Marston," Mrs. Wilkins said, passing a full cup of tea to the postmaster. Shining? Bentley asked. No, mining. Mrs. Wilkins turned to Lord Branston. You are always poking about upon the moors, collecting rocks and plants and such. Have you seen anything promising up there, something that might help the town? There have been rumours in the past of tin deposits.
I've seen nothing to speak of. Lord Branston paused. And even if there was tin here, it would not necessarily mean improvements for the town. But wouldn't an industry like that provide a significant boost to the town's economy? Lucy pointed out, thinking of Mr. Jameson's nearly empty store shelves. There would be workers for the mine. They would need dry goods, new roads for transportation. She realized they were all looking at her again, and her cheeks heated. It seems more sustainable than chickens and broken eggs, anyway, she mumbled. It's a bit more complicated than that. Lord Branston's gaze seemed heavy, assessing. If the tin were found on private land, the town would need to purchase it first. Mrs. Wilkins poured her own cup.
Well, you've been saying for some time you would like to find something sustainable to invest in here in Lizard Bay, Lord Branston. If we found a rich deposit, you could buy the land and help fund a mining operation.
Lucy couldn't help the smirk that made its way onto her face. What an interesting idea, Mrs. Wilkins. By my understanding, Lord Branston is quite eager to toss his money away. Why, did you know he has over £700 he is just itching to invest in a piece of property? He scowled at her. Just because there is tin on a piece of land doesn't mean the person would be willing to sell. His gaze felt hot against her skin. Some people, you see, can be rather stubborn about things like that. His eyes shifted to meet the larger group's attention. It is said a mine is a hole anywhere in the world, with at least one Cornishman at the bottom of it. The industry tends to benefit the wealthy off the backs of the poor. Hardly the leg up Lizard Bay needs. And we mustn't forget the tin mining operation near Marston very likely polluted the river, which is why the fishing along the coast has been off of late. Do we really want to take advantage of our citizens and despoil Lizard Bay's natural beauty, destroy what makes it special, just to earn a few shillings? I rather think it would bring in more than a few shillings, Lucy grumbled, though she could admit to herself, at least, that his argument made a good deal of sense. If mining had poisoned their water and destroyed the fishing opportunities, it sounded as though they needed to give it a little more consideration. And the thought that the citizens of the little town might be hurt by such an operation was difficult to swallow.
Lord Branston is right, the vicar said. If there is tin to be found around Lizard Bay, we must take care not to leap to hasty decisions. After all, the Lord creates temptations as surely as he creates opportunity. He placed Eve in the Garden of Eden for a reason. To know which is the right choice requires prayer and careful thought.
Lucy had to school herself not to roll her eyes. Though the first part of the vicar's speech seemed rational enough, it was the latter part that stuck in her craw. She was reminded, then, of the red ribbon Aunt E had written about, the one she'd sewn on her knickers. The thought of how Reverend Wellsbury had suspected her aunt of trying to seduce all the men in town, when in reality she was forced to deflect their pestering advances. And she felt the heat rise in her cheeks. "How do you know Adam didn't deserve his fate?" she asked, taking a not-so-innocent sip of her tea. "After all, men are not to be trusted." She bared her teeth neatly over the rim over her cup. "Or so I've heard my aunt say." Reverend Wellsbury's face reddened. A mischievous part of her wanted to keep needling him, to honour her aunt's legacy, if not to vex the almighty hell out of him.
But she held her tongue. She didn't have time for an argument. Something niggled at her, something important. The town was in trouble, and normally this was just the sort of thing that would send her mind spinning with all the ways she might help. But this wasn't an ordinary tea. These people truly intended to sit here for hours talking about tin and chickens and the reproductive vices of the town's cats. What was she doing here, balancing a cup of tea on her lap while the minutes marched by? It had been 3 days since she left London, and her father was very likely en route now, coming to fetch her home. She'd been as patient as she knew how to be, but the discussion of a memorial to honour her aunt had clearly been curtailed in favour of other business. This was all too much. They might need to sit here and discuss town politics, but by God, she didn't. She stood up. The gentlemen clambered to their feet as well, though poor old Bentley had to be poked until he saw she was standing.
"Where are you going, dear?" Mrs. Wilkins set her cup down on the table. "We're just getting started, and Reverend Wellsbury was, I am sure, going to lead us in a moment's prayer before we discuss any more town business."
She shot him a superior look. Rules, you know. Lucy took a step toward the door. "Unless that prayer is for my safe travels, I'm afraid I'll have to decline."
"Eh?"
Bentley said, cupping a hand to his ear.
"Something wrong with her spine?"
"No, my spine is fine, Mr. Bentley. I just need to get to Heathmore. And if no one in this room will help me find it, I am afraid I will need to get there by myself." She nodded to Mrs. Wilkins, whose look of worry had shifted to more of a look of horror. "Thank you for your kindness, Mrs. Wilkins, and for tea. I think a memorial in my aunt's memory sounds like a lovely notion, as long as it isn't roses." She stepped over a black and white cat that had begun to wind his way around her legs. "It was nice to meet you all."
"We can't let her go alone,"
she heard Mrs. Wilkins hiss to the group. But Lucy was already slipping through the door, her mouth stretching to a smile. Finally! She was taking matters into her own hands, doing something besides wearing out the soles of her boots, pacing the town's only street. It might be foolish to attempt it without a proper guide, but she tried to be sensible, and that hadn't worked. Now it was time to act, and truly, with the threat of her father's arrival looming ever closer, she was far past the point of caution. So she dashed upstairs and grabbed her bag, which had been sitting, packed and ready, since 8 o'clock yesterday morning. She flew back down the steps, exhilaration coursing through her. But just as she reached the front door, a shadow loomed in the hallway, blocking her way. The size of it alone was enough to cause her to catch her breath, but the breadth of those shoulders identified the body to whom that shadow belonged all too well. She pushed past Lord Branston, jolted by the way that slight contact made her skin sing with awareness. "I believe we established that I don't require your help." "Perhaps I tend to follow you, not offer my aid." "Follow me?" she scoffed. "It seems more like you are stalking me. I understand there are dangerous cliffs about." She glared over her shoulder. "Perhaps you mean to push me to my death, so your plans to acquire Heathmore may continue unimpeded." "Well, just so you put on a coat before I push you to this mythical death."